Chicago as well. But on Sunday in the Windy City, they had to scrap out wins in close fights en route to their second win in a row. Though they lost two of the biggest names in the game, with the offseason departures of Alex Goldman and Justin Rabikoff to AC Diesel, they were able to secure the talents of Dalton Vanderbilt. And Impact's roster is still a murderer's row of all-stars. Tampa Bay Damage, after a 10-year drought, finally brought home another victory in dramatic fashion when the final game in Texas came down to one-on-ones.
Oh, and Jacob Edwards dropped the coast-to-coast shot.
And they did this running two different lines, proving the talent and the depth of their roster. Well, they took a disappointing 15th place in Chicago and got blown out by Dynasty in the finals at World Cup. Damage will still be a huge threat to win events this season, as they were able to get Rainey Stanzik back into the fold to bolster their proven, veteran-led squad. Based on previous performances, these top four teams are the big favorites. But there were upsets at every event, and all 20 teams made Sunday in 2022. This year, we can see new teams rise to knock the old guard from their pedestal. Make sure to tune in all year long on gosports.com to watch all the professional paintball battles go down on center court.
The thing I love most about Paintball Vault is just how easy it makes buying and selling gear online. I know as a buyer that Paintball Vault has my back in case anything goes wrong, and as a seller, they're on my side to help sell my gear and give me tools to make selling as simple as possible. I can sell my gear, take offers, or just show off my collection. Paintball Vault to me is the way that buying and selling gear online should be done. It's safe, it's easy, and it's built for paintball. Sign up for free and see just how easy Paintball Vault makes buying and selling gear online.
Hey, what's up guys? Mark Johnson here with AC Diesel. I want to talk to you guys about the Shocker amp. This is my 24th season. I'm playing in the pro division. I want to talk about the amp. Straight out of the box, under $1,000 retail gun. Straight out of the box, shoots just like your top $1,500 gun. One good thing about the Shocker amp is the efficiency. I shoot 9 to 10 pods, no problem on my 88. And then it does come with the Freak Kit, the best barrel on the market right now, and you get your inserts as well. And you can upgrade with the full insert kit. If you're a mech player, it's quick release, One screw out the back, pop it up, put new solenoid in it, you're good to go. Less than 60 seconds, I can have that thing changed out for me. One thing I like about the shocker is how small and compact it is, and it's super, super lightweight. We were the test team when it first came out. I have not one issue at all playing with this marker. Out of the box, straight on the pro field, compete with the top paintball markers in the league. One good thing about Shocker is the support team that they have. They come all to the major events and minor events. They got all the techs here ready to go, set you up. You got a problem with your marker, on the spot, and they got you fixed. If you're looking for a Shocker amp in your area, go to your local dealers and they can get you hooked up with any Shockers that you need. American-made gun, made in Pennsylvania.
Back further on the back line and get through the lane quicker.
You're hungry.
I just gotta take a second to identify
has arrived. This smart target system from Gel Blaster brings a universe of gaming to your blasting experience, unlocking new ways to play, compete, and connect. The included app is loaded with games, transforming any space into your personal blaster arena. Warm up with single-player modes to dial in your accuracy. When you're ready to compete, go head-to-head against other players with one of the many included games, bringing competition and scoring to your blasting experience. Easily connect multiple Portal smart targets to create a mesh network, unleashing complex game modes that will leave your favorite consoles gathering dust. And with multiple mounting and power options, get creative by spreading out portals to make challenging battle zones. With endless combinations of target placement and epic game modes, show the world what you can do with Portal. Gel Blaster. Go play. This is Surge. It's packed with all of the latest tech from Gel Blaster, like a built-in lithium-ion battery and ultra-fast USB-C charging, unlocking hours of gameplay. Surge holds over 800 gellets. Activate full auto mode to rapidly blast gellets more than 100 feet. No cleanup required whatsoever. Surge gives you the ultimate blaster experience, period. Join in the fun by getting your Surge today.
I've been an engineer in paintball for 22 years and have delivered some of the most iconic gear in the industry. I'm the inventor of the SFT Shocker and Ion, the DLX Lux, the inline max flow, and preset system. For years, I've wanted to create a high-end regulator, and I've finally done it. And this is the Empire Flow.
Windy City Classic here, the ICPL. I'm Matty Marshall. Lucky to have Spesh Robinson from the All-Americans here, legendary woods ball player. We're going to be doing the woods field here at this event, a little outside of Chicago. We're at Badlands Paintball. And we're going to be having a full day of competition here in the prelims. Going to see some amateur 10v10. The pros will be taking the field a little bit later on today. So, Spesh, how you doing, bud?
Good. Good
to see you guys out here. How was yesterday for you guys?
We ended up going 2-2 for the day.
Okay, 2-2. So some work to do today, but a lot of teams. It's been a brutal day. Yesterday was a brutal day out here for some of the best teams, 10-man teams in the world. And you can see this legendary woods ball field where is going to be the battleground. We're going to be having the finals right here on this field. Right now, it's going to be Air Assault Factory taking on Fight Club Factory Soap. Going to be throwing 12 minutes on the clock and getting into this 10-on-10 woods ball battle here at the Badlands. So on the breakout here, this is a little bit of an experiment here. We really haven't been able to broadcast too many woods ball tournaments, Spesh. We did a couple in Florida.
On the hybrid field.
Yeah, on a hybrid field. So this is an actual woods ball broadcast. And so, Spesh, talk to me about this field a little bit. I watched a bunch of games out here today. And, looks like body coming off early for, is that Fight Club Factory?
They both lost one. AAF on the left lost the center temple.
Yeah, so Fight Club is going to be on the left. So what you're looking at right now here on your screen, this is the show tape. We call that this tape where everybody can watch. If you're standing on the sidelines, if you're at home, you're going to be able to watch both sides. Making a move down here, low side. And, yeah, so Spesh, I mean, this field, I feel like it could be played a little bit more aggressively than I saw yesterday, but could be a bit of a stalemate type field. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be tough because, I mean, there's a lot of low bunkers. Not that you need big fortifications all over the place. You got to have players that can get down and get dirty, but I think a little bit more ground on this side.
Yeah,
on the show tape.
Yeah, show tape.
Yeah, especially from this left side because the bunkers that are leading into the other side of the field are a little bit more playable, we feel, from both sides of them. Once you get up over here to the 40, 45-yard line on the other side, it's hard to come across this gap with a few of the bunkers that are placed in the middle. And then the other side of the field it kind of slants off a little bit. There's two high sides, and then it kind of slants down off the other side. But there's some big fortifications in the middle, and there's a couple big ones on the ridge, so it's tough to get through because all the ones in the gully are kind of almost low, belly plane bunkers that you can get into, but you really have to stay on your stomach the whole time to actually make anything happen.
Well, it does look like Air Assault is trying to push this this low side here. You know, I guess we could call this maybe the snake side.
Yeah, snake side.
Yeah, the snake side. It's got a lot of bunkers that you got to crawl into. But yeah, they're past the 50-yard line over here right now and looking pretty good. Couple bodies this way. They have lost at least one, maybe two for Air Assault Factory, but still looking to play a little aggressive. I didn't really see too many bodies come off for Fight Club Factory Soap.
Just the one that was here on the spectator side at the 45-yard line, and then he's got one back guy behind him shooting inside, which is a little odd. But then there's two guys in the middle, probably about the 30-yard line, but a little bit more. One guy's crawling and another guy's in the bunker in the middle, but they're not looking this way. It's like they're ignoring it.
Yeah, so here on your screen you can see the battle going down with this front player for Air Assault Factory, and this is a pretty good position. You can see he's kind of proned out, laying down. Careful from those crossfield shots. Has to be careful. There are blind shots into that bunker from more of the high side. This field is slanted, and I feel that the right-hand side from the show tape, you're kind of shooting down on your opponents.
Yes.
I can't tell which side I like better. I would kind of ask you, but I don't know if you want to give that up quite yet.
I mean, from the right side of the field where Fight Club Factory's playing from, we kind of do a little bit more of an even breakout. And from this left side, we're going to push a little bit different on that side. So
yeah,
it plays a little different. I mean, it's definitely a little thicker over here and stuff, but there's some crawl lanes and everything. But like I said, where AAF is right now in those two positions on your screen, it's like they have those bunkers that come across to their side of the field in and still play. From the other side, it's a little tougher to take these two spots at the other team's 45-yard line and live from the middle guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very accurate breakdown. I was talking to a couple of the bigger pro teams out here as they were walking the fields yesterday afternoon after the conclusion of the prelims. There was some time, a couple hours, that people were out here kind of scouting things out, walking lanes, looking at blind shots. And talking to some of them, I think we're going to see a little bit more aggression on this field when the pros take the field this afternoon. Again, we're watching amateurs until about 11 o'clock, and then we're going to see some of the best 10-man fields or 10-man teams take the field.
kind of break down right now, Specials. You know, these guys got some time to work with here. I really like how they're working this, you know, the snake side, as we could call it. How is the move coming up right now? Aris Factor's been playing very aggressive, trying to get across that gap, and I don't think he got picked up.
No, the guys in the middle aren't even really looking this way for some reason. And his back guy that's back there, he's still looking inside, and I don't know what he's shooting at back there, but he's been looking inside the whole time. So once he shoots him in the back, this whole wire is open. They'll be able to streak down the side, I believe.
And I'll tell you what,
he's shooting through the hole at him now.
We are getting a little bit of a clinic here.
Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, that was a nice shot.
There it was.
But yeah, especially this is a little bit of a clinic on how to aggressively play this side from the side that Aerosol Factory is coming from. Because, hey man, if you're not feeling any pressure and you're not getting shot at, then you probably should try to take some ground. And he's doing a good job of staying on the ground, staying low. His the second attacker is staying pretty close to him as well too. Here comes a nice little bump up the field to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, and they haven't even overpowered it. It's just they had two guys over here, and they just been making the moves. They lost their other guy early on, but other than that, these two guys have been doing most of the work.
I love seeing that, though, because a lot of times you'll see guys out there kind of just really start to play defensive, even just losing a body. I think he might have clipped out that player in that center bunker here, the inside attacker here for Aerosol. He's going to commit down the sidelines. A lot of times that's the way to do it. When you start chalking up kills inside and you know that no one's outside wide on you, and it's a similar principle whether we're playing airball or woods ball.
Right.
You just have a lot more to work with here in the woods. And if that tape line is completely blown open, there's no one in front of you, I mean, you can just run down the whole thing, get behind everybody. And that's one of the fun things to do in 10-man is blow one side of the field, get behind them, and start shooting dudes in the back.
That was always the rule. If you get a wire, go streak down the wire, let the inside guys shoot at you, and then your teammates pick them up and shoot them as they're shooting at you, running down the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, another
streak
body
to the corner.
Another body coming off here currently for Fight Club Factory Soap.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it for this side as far as that goes. I think if he didn't already streak down the wire, he should be going all the way down the wire to the corner and then clear it.
So they're committing here in the center. They're trying to figure out if anyone has is a landmine that they're about to step on. Always got to be a little careful on the close because, you know, a decent strategy if you're getting murdered, if your team's losing a bunch of bodies, is you can run all the way back and just hide and hope to catch somebody sleeping coming in as they're trying to get that flag.
Yeah, the only thing is with the right side of the field, their back base is out in the middle of kind of nowhere. There's really no bunkers back there. It's kind of by itself behind the running path. So there's really nowhere to hide back there. Same with the other side. It's a little bit up on a hill, and there's some bigger trees back there, but there really isn't any of those, like, home base, I'm going to stay and guard the flag type bunkers where you have a guy sneaking around.
Or a bunch of, you know, like a little mini forest.
Right.
I mean, we're in a forest, yes, but when I'm talking about thick brush, a bush, something like that you can hide in. Yeah, this one is, you know, there's some stuff you can work with, but not much. There's not a big fortress right by the flag station.
Gets thinner over there by the base, too, but it's not like the hybrid field or the trench field in Maryland either, where you have that big old pile of brush right by the base that people just jump into and hide and wait for someone to run.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So it does look like pretty solid victory here. And for people watching at home, break the point system down for everyone, because this is 10-man. Where two people might be watching, typically used to seeing an Xball type airball format. How's what's the points?
Well, just like anything, everyone's valuable. So everybody's alive at the end. You get points for live players. You get points for eliminations. You get points for first flag pull, or just actually not even the first flag pull anymore. It's just the flag pull in general. And then you get, of course, the big points for hanging the opponent's flag in your base. So,
it looks like
everybody alive matters now. So everyone's worth a few points, and the more you get, the better.
I think at Aerosol Factory had about maybe 6-7 bodies left alive.
Yeah.
So that is going to do it here for the very first game we're seeing out here. Woods ball battle going down here at the ICPL. A little outside of Chicago for the Winter City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall here with Spess Robinson from the All-Americans, who we will see this afternoon. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
With the 2022 NXL season in the books, let's take a look at the hierarchy of merit that materialized in the battles at the 6 events last year. After the dust had settled for the season, 4 dominant teams sat at the top of our sport, names that many fans have become very familiar with over the years, as they have proven, yet again, to be the best of the best. San Diego Dynasty took the #1 spot overall. The boys in blue have been on a historic run for a little over 2 years, as they chalked up 3 wins last season, and they have won 7 of the last 13 events. They capped off a magical 2022 with a dominant victory over Damage at World Cup, which also saw the return of the greatest of all time, Oliver Lang, who earned the finals MVP. Dynasty's potent mix of experience, aggression, and lethal creativity have earned them the right to call themselves the best team in the game, at least for now. Houston Heat sat in 2nd overall, though it has been over a year and a half since they hoisted a first-place trophy. But they have been a pillar of consistency, making it to every Sunday, and the worst they've done is 6th place. Heat keeps losing close games to stop their runs, but their roster contains some of the biggest superstars in paintball. They are overdue for another win, and they have added emerging all-star Connor Kelly to the team to help in their quest. On the other hand, Edmonton Impact was able to ride a small roster to victory at the Open event in Sacramento. In the final 3 games in California, Impact outscored their opponents 18-1. They went on to take Chicago as well, but on Sunday in the Windy City, they had to scrap out wins in close fights en route to their 2nd win in a row. Though they lost 2 of the biggest names in the game, with the offseason departures of Alex Goldman and Justin Rabakoff to AC Diesel, they were able to secure the talents of Dalton Vanderbilt, and Impact's roster is still a murderer's row of all-stars. Tampa Bay Damage, after a 10-year drought, finally brought home another victory in dramatic fashion when the final game in Texas came down to one-on-ones.
Oh, and Jacob Edwards dropped the coast-to-coast shot.
And they did this running 2 different lines, proving the talent and the depth of their roster. But they took a disappointing 15th place in Chicago and got blown out by Dynasty in the finals at World Cup. Damage will still be a huge threat to win events this season, as they were able to get Rainey Stanzik back into the fold to bolster their proven, veteran-led squad. Based on previous performances, these top 4 teams are the big favorites, but there were upsets at every event and all 20 teams made Sunday.
Welcome back here. 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Eddie Marshall. That's Bess Robinson. And All-Americans are going to be throwing down here this afternoon. We are currently watching amateur 10 versus 10 at a very historic field. We're here at the Badlands, a little outside of Chicago, Illinois. And right now it's going to be Team Crowley taking on Machine Gun Funk. Looks like Machine Gun Funk here currently on your screen. Actually, no, I think that's Team Crowley. That's Machine Gun Funk. So it should be Team Crowley on the left, Machine Gun Funk on the right. So here on the breakout, let's see how much ground they take. The breakout's so crucial here. Special, talk to me a little bit about the importance of the breakout in a 10-man game.
Well, you always want to get your front guys to the key spots so that you can draw the fire from the mid and back guys and everything. And they took a big bite. Crowley took a big bite at this 50-yard line bunker on the spectator side of the field. Don't look like anybody got hit off the break. A lot of runners, not so many shooters. But they took a big bite off this side with one of their players, and they took the standard positions down the wire here and also in the middle. Machine Gun Funk drops the first player out of their front 45-yard line bunker.
Yeah, so talking about taking that ground, you know, it's interesting. You come out here and you walk this field. Oh, body coming off right now for Crowley from that middle. And especially, you know, watching this field here yesterday in the 10-man competition, I felt like most of the bodies dropping early were from the center somewhere.
Yeah. There's a big, it's really open down there. It looks a little thicker from this side of the field, but once you get past about halfway through the field here, it opens up a lot with just a lot of trees. There's still a lot of overhang and stuff. There's a lot of canopy going on, so the long distance shot isn't there as much, but there's still a lot of open areas that you have to run through to get to those main spots.
Yeah, going to look here at the battle going on in the center of the field. And and anytime you're looking at a 10-man woods ball field, especially at the ICPL with that bright pink paint, you're always going to know where the bunkers, the important bunkers are, because they are covered in pink paint. And you're going to know the ones that guys normally don't go to because they're just not going to have as much paint on them. And we see our cable cam shot here. But, yeah, a lot of ground taken here from Crowley off the break, and that's kind of the risk versus reward conversation when you are discussing game plans. It's like,
Yes.
okay, well, it's 90 steps to this huge, this bunker in the
Yeah.
middle, but I think I could probably make it. 'Cause,
Right.
it's a three-dimensional field. You're looking, okay, how much tree cover do I got?
Right.
What are my opponents going to be shooting through? And if you feel that you got a decent chance, an 80%-ish chance to make it, might as well send that guy because you got 10 dudes to work with. You can lose. You can risk a body early.
Right.
Another body. Here splashes Machine Gun Funk losing one again from the middle of the field.
Yeah, I believe they still have 2 up close on this wire.
Yep, Smash Machine Gun Funk. They took a little ground.
Yeah.
3 bunkers up here.
Yeah, I mean, they're directly in front of each other, probably by about 25, 30 feet. I don't even know if they know that they're in front of each other.
I was
but
thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Do they know that they're right there?
Yeah, because they were both heads down, running full speed to get in there, and they both dove in there. So I don't know if they know, and I don't know if anyone's relayed that.
Yeah, and that's another thing. When you're running to your spot as a front guy in a woods ball situation like this, you don't want to trip over a stump
Right.
and yard sale. But if you can look up in front of you
Right.
as much as you possibly can, one, you could dodge streams of paint and adjust your route, and then also try to see who's in front of you. So
Yes.
if you're just looking at the ground, I understand. No one's trying to trip out
Right,
here.
right. It's a little different than running on turf, I'll tell you that much.
100%. It's definitely grass turf. It's completely different out here. It's a lot more treacherous. But yes, if you can get those eyes downfield and see what's in front of you, it could be a huge advantage. Because if your opponent doesn't know that you're in that spot, man, it's crucial, especially when you're that close on a woods ball field, because this is bunkering situation. But it doesn't look like Crowley hasn't much help over here. I mean, they got their front guy way up here.
Yeah, he's out on an island by himself. He's got the normal back position on the wire tape here, and he's got the normal guy in the middle. But that's about it. They risked him to come all the way up here, but he's kind of out on an island. He's not really getting any support, so he's not, unless he picks off a few people and makes it happen himself, it's going to be tough for him to make a move out of that spot.
No, we did just see in the last game that we, with Air Assault Factory, who kind of put a clinic on 2 guys, just 2 guys by themselves, put a clinic on this show tape. So calling this the snake side of the show tape, the one closest to us over here, and where all the spectators can watch from if you are at the Badlands. And there's a lot of bunkers to work with over here. It's a little bit more sparse on the other side of the field. And I love playing woods ball fields when you have bunkers close to each other. You have to take a huge bite. You have to coordinate 3 guns behind you to put a bunch of dudes in for you to make a move. Frustrating, but this side over here, there is a decent amount to work. He does have a little bit of help.
Yeah,
he's got a body behind him.
Yeah, but Machine Gun Funk took a couple different positions that the Fight Club Factory Soap team didn't. They have that 45-yard bunker here off the center of the show tape, and they also have that big tree bunker right behind them for support. So they have the 2 bunkers that they didn't have, and there's nobody in that back position that the other team had in the back. So the wire's a little bit more open, but they have 2 more of a center presence.
I wish they had one more body for Crowley over here on this show tape, because if they could have one more body to start making moves up this tape line, they'd be in a much better position, because the player in the center, he doesn't seem to be too offensive minded right now, which is fine. They still have a ton of time to work with here, still right around 7 minutes to go in this 12-minute regulation time. But and because he doesn't have much help, I'm fine with him chilling in this spot and staying alive. And when you're that far up, you're going to take some pressure off your teammates, and that should allow them eventually, Crowley here, to hopefully work a body up here with him.
Well, that would be the point. I mean, that's what we do. We send him out and call him the bait. He's just going to sit there and draw all the guns. So then our mid guys that stopped a little short to shoot the runners are actually going to be able to make the easier bumps into their secondary positions and then also get up there to help them. But it just seems like it's taken them a little while. They had one guy that moved up here, not too far behind him. But sometimes I think a lot of players and stuff in the woods, because you can't see everything like in the alleys and X-ball and different airball fields and stuff where you just have the alleys that you're shooting through. It's a little bit more of a suspenseful type of feeling when you got to move and you don't see everything that you want to see.
You kind of have to just take that leap of faith.
Yes, you do.
Though, again, it's a woods ball field.
Right.
Guys have to shoot through leaves and branches, and they're not always going to get an accurate shot on you. So sometimes because look, the stalemates suck. Everyone hates the stalemates.
Yeah.
I don't care. Amateur, pro, doesn't matter, man.
Right.
You got that low score on your, you only have it is kind of cool. You got a lot of prelim games to work with here in the 10-man format. But anytime you stalemate, it's a frustrating situation. So eventually, you need to start thinking offense. And with about 5.5 minutes to work with, and again, not an X-ball field. This is a big field.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to take you, even if you're fast and decently, because you're going to be doing combat yoga out here for 12 minutes. You grab the flag, you're winded, and now you got to run that thing back about 150 yards.
If you're booking, it's 45 seconds fast.
And that's if you're fit. I promise you there's going to be some dudes out here this weekend that are not going to be able to make it in that amount of time.
No, better do a 2-minute walk.
When I was playing with Cap, I think it was last year or the year before. I think it was in Maryland, maybe 2 years ago. But I was like, two things in my I told all the guys, I'm like, all right, I'll play with you guys, but I don't want to run any flags back if I have to. And I'm really trying not to have to Superman dive in anything because I'm old and broken now. I mean, I'll do it if I have to. But sure enough, we had a bloody game with somebody, and it was just me and one other, I can't remember who it was. It was me and pushing in on, it's like 2-1-4, whatever, we're pushing in, we get it, and I go shoot the last guy, pull the flag, and I look up, and it was one of the younger guys on the team. I'm like, here you go, kid.
Yeah.
You're running the flag back.
Take this for me.
We still got 45 seconds. So another body coming off right now. So this is softening up, body coming off currently for Machine Gun
And
Funk.
there he goes making the move out, and he's got his back guy coming up with him.
Yeah, nice little double stack, triple stack of moves here on the show tape. Has now 3 bodies presenting some offense currently for Team Crowley. And now also making moves on that low side. So this is the actually the high side.
I don't think they know he's right there. I don't think the guy that made the big bite off to the 50 on the Crowley team knows that guy's right in front of him at the 45-yard line.
I agree with you. I don't think he knows he's
no
there
one's
either.
shooting at him. His 2 back guys haven't shot 1 ball at him, and he ain't even looking. If he tries to make this bite down the wire too soon, he's going to get chopped up.
Yeah, got to be a little careful. Still 4 minutes to work with here, especially. He's got some time.
Yeah.
But they have this triple stack of bodies, I think, and they got another body close. They're making moves on that high side as well to the opposite side of the field. So Crowley is in an excellent position to try to close this out. They are going to have to commit here in probably, I'd say, maybe minute 30 because they still have to work bodies out here, Spesh, and then they, like we talked about, they still need a good 40-ish seconds to be able to run that flag back.
Right, most definitely. And there's a guy deep at that bunker that Fight Club Soap had the last game, except he's playing it down the wire a little bit more, so he's slowing these 2 guys up. But he's going to try to take this bite and about to get destroyed right here.
Yeah,
he didn't even know he was there.
Especially called that one perfect.
Yeah.
He had no idea that he was in that spot, so let your dudes know.
Yeah, let your dudes know.
Let your guys know.
But now here's the thing. Do these 2 guys know that he got shot from right there? That's the thing. Or this guy's going to get a triple pack and shoot all 3 of these guys making moves.
100% especially.
Yeah.
Also, process of elimination. If you see your guy walk off, look where those 4 or 5 hits. This dude got destroyed, too. I mean, he must have probably shot 5 or 6 times.
He got him again.
Dude, this guy is feasting right now. 2 confirmed kills here for this player who really is saving Machine Gun Funk right now, and I don't think that this 3rd player knows where he is either.
No.
So again, look at your dead guys walking off. Look at where the paintballs hit him.
Right.
You know, if you see, for these guys, those hits are on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Okay, so that did not come from straight ahead.
Right.
It came from somewhere inside. So again, process of elimination. There has to be a body in there. And that guy's been in there the whole game.
The whole game. He got there off the break. And the thing is, you always have to have your head on a swivel, but you got to pop the top sometimes, especially when your guy makes a move so you can see where those shots are coming from. One of the rules we have, if no one's shooting at you, get shot at. I mean, it's really hard for the first ball to hit you most of the time.
100%.
So if you don't know where somebody's at, look until you find somebody, and if they shoot at you, just get down. Then you know where they're at.
Yeah.
Make them shoot at you.
If you are in a position and you are not currently being shot at and you are not shooting at somebody, you're out of the game, man.
You're out of the game.
Or talking.
Yeah.
The caveat to that would be if you are communicating, then you're helping. But if you're not communicating, you're not being shot at, and you're not shooting at anybody, you probably need to get in the game.
Right.
That's a good indication that you're not helping at the current moment.
And the bad thing that usually happens then when you're sitting there like that the whole game, even though you stayed alive, everybody else dies around you, then they come and stick the barrel in the top of your head, and then that's not fun either.
Yeah, it's way more fun to be bunkering people than to be getting bunkered.
Yes.
100%. You know what's another interesting thing for the player from Machine Gun Funk who's been eating these bodies up here, Spesh? He must not know exactly how many more bodies are in front of him. How many enemies? Okay, I just shot 2 of them. Oh, was that it? I mean, probably not. There's probably a couple more.
Well, if he checks off the inside, he can maybe make a good gallant move at this guy and come over the top on him and then go down this wire, because I believe this guy from Crowley is the only one left on this wire, and there's only just over a minute left.
And he's been totally focusing, for the most part, looking towards this tape line and directly in front of him. He keeps popping the top. He's looking through the cracks. He's peeking out from this side of the bunker. He hasn't really head checked that middle too much. He's still peeking this way. And, he could get dunked on from that center. If the player for Crowley actually knew where he was, are they breaking through the other side?
Yeah.
They broke through the other side.
Yeah,
he's
grabbing the flag
he's grabbing
now.
the flag. Okay.
Yep, he broke through the other side, so he's grabbing the flag and heading back. He's going to have to hurry because he's got less than a minute to get back.
Another body coming off here for Machine Gun Funk. So bodies getting whittled down for both squads, but it doesn't really matter because
Crowley's taking it back.
Yeah, Crowley. So, this is one of the interesting things about 10-man. This is a big field. One side can get blown open, and this guy for Machine Gun Funk has no idea that the other side of the field just got completely destroyed, and all of his teammates are dead over there, and they're about to lose this game. So that's that's excellent work on the top side of the field.
Yeah, but the big thing is you never want to stay alive in the end of your bunker. That's one of the rules we have, too. If you're sitting in your bunker at the end of the game in a field like this, at least get up and try to make something happen. He could have maybe ran this guy down before the other guy got the flag and at least got the flagpole points.
We call that the cardinal sin of paintball.
Yes.
If you're alive at the end of the game in your bunker, you know,
and you're not going for the flag or running the flag back.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
So that is going to do it. That was a nice little look for Team Crowley on that high side. This player right here got up. He probably had no idea that they just won the game. But doesn't matter. Wins the win. Wins the win, baby.
That's what's nice about Wood. You don't know what's going on the other side. You just hope it's your team that's doing it.
Yeah, so we're going to be right back here at the ICPL Windy City Classic. Manny Marshall with Spess Robinson. Stick with us.
With the 2022 NXL season in the books, let's take a look at the hierarchy of merit that materialized in the battles at the 6 events last year. After the dust had settled for the season, 4 dominant teams sat at the top of our sport, names that many fans have become very familiar with over the years, as they have proven, yet again, to be the best of the best. San Diego Dynasty took the #1 spot overall. The boys in blue have been on a historic run for a little over 2 years, as they chalked up 3 wins last season, and they have won 7 of the last 13 events. They capped off a magical 2022 with a dominant victory over Damage at World Cup, which also saw the return of the greatest of all time, Oliver Lang, who earned the finals MVP. Dynasty's potent mix of experience, aggression, and lethal creativity have earned them the right to call themselves the best team in the game, at least for now. Houston Heat sat in 2nd overall, though it has been over a year and a half since they hoisted a first-place trophy. But they have been a pillar of consistency, making it to every Sunday, and the worst they've done is 6th place. Heat keeps losing close games to stop their runs, but their roster contains some of the biggest superstars in paintball. They are overdue for another win, and they have added emerging all-star Connor Kelly to the team to help in their quest. On the other hand, Edmonton Impact was able to ride a small roster to victory at the Open event in Sacramento. In the final 3 games in California, Impact outscored their opponents 18-1. They win.
We are back. 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Manny Marshall here on Go Sports with Spess Robinson from the All-Americans, legendary player from the original NXL back in the day, and still crushing it in 10-man, Spess.
Yes,
still getting it done. And and we're all getting fat, and you just keep aging like a fine wine. So we're going to be jumping into this next set here. It's going to be GG Factory Met Gold, one of the best fields, man. A new field down in, I believe, St. Louis. That's an amazing facility from what I've heard. I haven't been there yet. Can't wait to go. They're going to be taking on the Toxic Teddies.
A little different.
Man, it's funny, man, with paintball, especially with 10-man, amateur 10-man, sometimes you have it's the Savages from Florida versus the Texas Timber Ticks. You know, it's like like a fun softball type name. But yeah, so I'll see if the Toxic Teddies and take down GG Factory next. Still here in the amateur competition. We'll be seeing the pros take the field all late morning and afternoon, starting with Ground Zero and AC Empire right around 11 o'clock here Central Time. Jumping into this one, GG Factory, Met Gold, and the Toxic Teddy. So here comes GG Factory.
Yeah, a little bit of false start there. They heard the horn on the other field, and a few of them had to run back.
Yeah, that's not good. But it looks like taking a decent amount of ground here for GG Factory. They didn't take a ton, no big bites.
Nope, no big bites on either side. They took the standard somewhat safe spots.
Yeah, to the bunkers that both of these guys just ran to, especially I know you've walked this, it's about, depending on how big your steps are, about 60 steps to kind of some of the easier ones to make it to.
Yeah.
If you're going to take a huge bite, so now a nice little secondary here for GG Factory. Longer run off the break when you're trying to take that spot, so I totally understand why sometimes guys are going to want a secondary into that. But sometimes it's way better to take that bite off the break while everyone's running to their spots, as opposed to 45 seconds in when everyone's got to their positions, and now you got to run through some guns.
Yes, it's a little easier, risk over reward, but also when the guns are still moving and still running towards you and stuff, it's a lot harder to stop and shoot somebody or to shoot somebody on the run.
Yeah, we got a cable cam out here. We got stationary cameras. We got roving cameras. So we're going to be trying to do our due diligence to cover this, woods ball field. We've never really done a show on a woods ball field before. So as somebody that grew up playing this, I'm pretty excited about it.
I think that's one of the Toxic Teddies that's getting pulled from the other side.
Yeah, Toxic Teddies here taking the walk from that top side, the deep side. And GG Factory, again, we're going to be seeing this all weekend long at a pretty crucial spot. So here on your screen now, this is the show tape. Used to call it that back in the day, meaning it's where the show happens because everybody can watch from the this sideline here.
Now we have the same situation we had last game of the last two teams at this 50-yard line bunker and the 45-yard line bunker for the Toxic Teddies. They're directly in front of each other by about 30 feet. And whether they know each other is there or not, that's where that guy was on the right side, chopping those people up, coming down the wire, trying to close out.
Yeah, and Special, I'm just wondering how many games guys are going to, I mean, you're getting this is a blessing for you. You got to play this twice this afternoon. But getting a real good look. I know you walked the hell out of this field yesterday, but really kind of seeing how because this is the little bit more of the aggressive side. We are, now that other side, you can play aggressive on that other side too, but depending on the strategy you're trying to employ.
Right. Well, we saw Crowley. They went down the other wire and grabbed the flag from that side, and they came back, and no one even knew it over here. So anything can happen.
It just, again, it depends on intent. Is your intent to try to push the issue, or is your intent to hold? But yeah, and it's woods ball. You never know. Things get a little crazy out there sometimes. And now, right now, a couple more moves here for GG Factory, moving down up on that top side. We're getting a look here at that side of the field now on your screen now, looking back at the show tape. So we're going to see somebody in this spot basically every single game.
Yeah.
And then a little bit to his left. Now getting another look. This is the opposite side. And, yeah, I mean, you can see those two players up in decent spots, but no movement for Toxic Teddies really after that initial break, except for getting to this crucial little position where we just saw in the last set, holding off an attack.
Yeah, it's a key spot to get to where those two last teams got to on this side, especially to hold them from coming down this wire.
GG Factory, their first attacker over here on the show tape, for a second looked like he wanted to go dunk on this guy, go bunker him out of that spot, but now he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he is. If that guy in the back where the ref's looking right now, if he don't look this way when he makes the move, then he can definitely get there and at least exchange with him. He might have just got taken one. And he's going down. Yep, he's got it.
That's a tough death, man. That's a tough death. He was thinking about it.
Well, this guy slid out here to the right. I don't think he saw him over here for the Toxic Teddies. He made a good counter move over here on the wire.
He made a good counter move, so maybe he saw him pop the top a little bit or just felt it and made the correct move at the right time, and I think he shot him through the crack where he was looking.
Yeah, it ain't a solid bunker like an airball bunker or any hyperball tube or anything. It's a little bit different of a play.
Yeah, little public service announcement. Guys, you got an empty pod. Just put that thing in the hole, you know?
Yeah, unless you're looking through it.
Yeah, but you can take it back out to look through it.
That's
put
true
it back
too.
In. Yeah, so still got a lot of time to work with here. 12 minutes in regulation time, down to 7:38 to go. And it's definitely going to slow the attack here for GG Factory, on this bottom side, this snake side, the show tape here, as they lost that first attacker, and he was looking like he wanted to make some aggressive moves. He lost his gunfight. They still have another body back here, but he's not really in great position to launch an attack. It would be nice for him if he could get back to that spot where his teammate just died from.
Right.
It does have a body out on the wire. Wire's looking inside mostly.
Well, we have these two stump bunkers right here in front of us. There's one right here in front and to the back of it. And that first one in the front there is not a bad spot to get to. You can actually see the bunker in the middle of the field where they've been going, and also this wire tape too. And you're protected enough from the inside because of the canopy and also the brush in the center there. So I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody go here, because then they can make this bump to the outside at the 50-yard line from there pretty easy too. So
yeah, a little bit more movement for GG Factory. Met Gold on that top side. I was talking to Bruno yesterday, and he was kind of breaking the field down a little bit. They call that the dark side of the field.
Yeah.
Because it gets a little nasty over there. I'm like, of course it does, Mikey, especially if you're playing, bro.
Yeah. See what happens when he gets out there.
Yeah, good to see Mikey back.
Yeah, it's always good to see him.
Shock looked pretty good yesterday for the most part. They had a stalemate and a loss, I think, but and a couple I've watched their last two games. because they played against, I think it was Diesel, and they had a good one against them. And then you guys are sitting at 2-2, right?
2-2, fourth in our division right now, and we have Adrenaline and Image on the Snake Hyperball field, and then we're over here for the Woods, our last 2 games against the Misfits and Hydrofit.
Yeah, so we'll see the All-Americans. One of the favorites out here, 224.
Teddy's just lost that key spot in the middle there at the 45-yard line.
That's a tough death. Do you think that you should be, I mean, I just want your opinion on it. I think it should be filled, but do you think that that's a spot you would try to refill if you lose a body from there?
If you have somebody inside there's 2 bunkers back off. I call it almost a wishbone or a little triangle. There's one on the inside of that's tough to play in the beginning, but there's also that big tree bunker with all the paint on it. One of those 2 guys could fill in there, and I would probably try to get our guys in there because it'll definitely slow these guys from running, as you see G&G just running now that guy's dead.
Yeah, GG Factory with about 4 or 5 separate moves. They're really starting to close in as the body's been whittled down here for Toxic Teddy's. And pretty much a full commitment here for GG Factory. Looking like they did most of the work. There might be, I think there's 1 or 2 more bodies left alive in the middle. I think they just got that last one, so this side's completely blown open.
Yeah, they're going through all 3 guys, streaking the corner. Always clear the corner, though. If you cut in too soon, there could always be a creeper back there in the corner just sitting there behind something.
Always clear the corner. Yes, clear the corner. And what does that mean? That means you get on the tape line and you run all the way, just follow the tape line all the way down.
Until you get to the back tape line.
And then take a left or right, depending on which way you're going. And then, clear it out completely. You do not have to cut that inside seam. It looks like they're still trying to make sure the field is clear here. I mean, they have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah.
They've done probably
Over
all the
5
work
minutes.
so far. Yeah, no need to rush. And it is interesting if you are just tuning in with 10-man is that live bodies do count. So you really have to be careful when you start sacrificing. That comes a little bit more into play Sunday afternoon. It still is. It's very important in the prelims too, but people play a little bit freer in the prelims than, because a lot of times when it comes down to it in the finals, it could just be a stalemate and body count.
Yeah, and the prelims, though, I mean, it's big because, your 90s, the higher the 90s, the better, of course. So, also, they're only taking the top 4 out of each division and one wild card overall. So it could come down to a 1 or 2 point thing.
So what is it, the top
4 out of each division, 2 divisions, and then we'll take the wild card. Okay. So the 9th team will be the wild card.
Yeah.
So that could come from anywhere. So that's going to be a few points because we're only 2 points ahead of the Misfits right now for 4th.
Yeah. So it looks like that is going to do it here. Congratulations to GG Factory Mech Gold. Coming up next, going to be the Omaha Bulls and Fight Club Chirac. Stick with us here. 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. Matty Marshall, here's Spesh Robinson. We'll be back.
With the 2022 NXL season in the books, let's take a look at the hierarchy of merit that materialized in the battles at the 6 events last year. After the dust had settled for the season, 4 dominant teams sat at the top of our sport, names that many fans have become very familiar with over the years, as they have proven, yet again, to be the best of the best. San Diego Dynasty took the #1 spot overall. The boys in blue have been on a historic run for a little over 2 years, as they chalked up 3 wins last season, and they have won 7 of the last 13 events. They capped off a magical 2022 with a dominant victory over Damage at World Cup, which also saw the return of the greatest of all time, Oliver Lang, who earned the finals MVP. Dynasty's potent mix of experience, aggression, and lethal creativity have earned them the right to call themselves the best team in the game, at least for now. Houston Heat sat in 2nd overall, though it has been over a year and a half since they hoisted a first-place trophy. But they have been a pillar of consistency. making it to every Sunday, and the worst they've done is 6th place.
Welcome back to the ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Drew Templeton here, infamous.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You guys have been crushing it in 10-man, so one of the favorites out here and starting things out is going to be the Omaha Bulls taking on Fight Club Chirac. Fight Club, ooh, look at this big bite up the middle of the field right now for the Omaha Bulls. And not much here on the show tape, Drew, at least to start out with, just going to take some traditional spots. So Bulls putting a lot of their efforts on that top side, it does appear.
Yeah, Fight Club kind of mirrored up with them here on the tape, but not many other guys around them.
So Drew, you're a Chicago guy. I'm guessing you've probably played this field a decent amount, right?
Yeah, this field has been here since I first started playing paintball. It's gone through a little bit of variation. They had a door on this field, and they called it the door field for a long time.
Yes, the legendary door field.
Door's gone, but a lot of the the leftovers remain. So this field's great because it's kind of open. You can take clear shots. There's not a lot of hanging brush. The bunkers are pretty clear and well defined. So it's a great woods field.
And when are you guys playing out here?
We're playing here our late afternoon, so 4 and 5.
Okay. Yeah, so decent positions across the field for the Bulls. Fight Club Chirac did not take much ground here on this on the right-hand side, but eventually ended up secondary into a pretty decent position. So, Drew, on this on the right-hand side, where the Fight Club Chirac is, you can, and it's, but if you're out here watching, you always know where everyone goes because that's where the paint is.
Yeah.
But we've been seeing mostly guys taking this position off the breaks, sometimes secondary. That bunker right there, inset in from Fight Club Chirac's side has been crucial. We've seen guys eat up attacks from there if they don't know where he's at in that spot. And then I feel a little bit easier on the movement from the Omaha Bulls side currently, at least from what we've seen so far. I don't know if that goes with your guys' game plan. I'm not really going to ask you your game plan because
Well, I feel like there's sort of there's definitely two different games going on. There's you call it the dark side because it's on the kind of the bottom side of the hill. It's darker. It's not the show tape, and you've got this sort of show tape side. So you do have two kind of different games going on, and then you're going to have people in the middle in these great bunkers. So it's kind of like working with your guys on your side, 3-4 guys, and the other side 3-4 guys, and you're just kind of piece it together the whole time.
Yeah, and that's one of the. It's a huge field too, and it's one of those situations when you're playing a 10-man field like this, and you know that there are going to be separate battles going on. You really have to keep that line of communication and your head on a swivel as much as possible. A couple sets ago, Drew, we saw a guy kind of stuck up in a far position, lost all of his buddies behind him and in front of him. It was just him. His teammate blew up on the other side of the field, or his two teammates. He had no idea that happened. He's still in his bunker. The game ends. They win. He had no clue that they won. Kind of stood up a little frustrated and then looked around and saw his boy in his flag station, in their flag station with the flag. He was like, oh, sweet, we won that one? How did that happen? Body coming off for Fight Club Chirac from the show tape here.
Yeah, the communication out on especially this woods field is very unique because it echoes in a very particular way. So when you're really listening as a player, listening to the other team, listening to your team, I mean, you really got to pay attention because you're listening to somebody that's 80 yards away, so.
Yeah, legit. That's not him. That's not hyperbole or exaggeration. Yeah. It's legit 80 yards away. So, yeah, and it's tough. I mean, you kind of have, and sometimes you have to just, if you have back guys that can float, sometimes you just have to run over in a 12-minute game and say, hey, we shot 2 bodies on that side. We're still 8 up. It's even. I need 1 body. Give me a body. We're going to push this side. That type of floating type of communication, pull a body from here or there. I mean, you can do that on a field like this.
Yeah, because both sides you're running a good ways before you're getting to a spot where you're really in danger of getting shot. So you've got back guys that can go kind of back into that zone and float around and go communicate with the rest of your guys and do all that kind of stuff.
Here come the Omaha Bulls taking a pretty big bite here on the show tape. And this has been a really crucial position. Getting a look at it. Fight Club Factory here, Chirac on your screen. This is the dark side of the field. I just love people shooting autocockers.
Yeah.
It's been quite the, all these different mech guns coming up the past 5-6 years. It's really cool to see. I'm still a classic autococker guy myself. Drew, I know you have quite the collection. Also check out Paintball Vault. Talk about collections. You're going to see a lot of good ones on there, and you can buy some of the stuff too.
Yeah, it's been cool to see the mech guns just come up since this format has become even more popular the past few years. You've got all the modern day electronic guns can be mechified, right? And they're all
mechified for sure. That's I'm stealing that. Yeah, and some of them rip, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you can shoot those things real fast. But, I mean, I can still shoot my autocock pretty fast, so whatever. And that thing shoots laser beams. Thank you, Danny Love. So, yeah, the Bulls have put themselves in a decent position here on the show tape. There's pretty the back spot here is that's just omnipresent. There always is a player in that spot until you really fully commit. It's always nice to have outside contained on every field you play, whether it's airball, could be the smallest 3-man field, or the biggest 10-man field. Having that outside contained is pretty crucial. And he's definitely pumping some paint down this tape line. His teammate is just kind of been probing back and forth and just trying to look to see if he can get an angle from that forward position. It's a great launching pad. We have seen guys lose gunfights out of that spot when they get a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, he's shooting down towards the dark side because, yeah, you're going to catch people off guard because they're not really looking for moves like that. But now he's in a position where, you know, the Fight Club player isn't really looking to move up the tape, and he has a player behind him. But I'm not really sure if they're too aware of this Bulls guy that's, you know, 2 bunkers in front of him.
Yeah, and then as we scan the field, you can see these guys hunkered down in their positions. Omaha Bulls and the Fight Club. I think, well, Omaha Bulls have a better position across the field here, Drew, as they have that really far up center bunker. They also are pretty far up here, a little bit past the 50. This is kind of right around the 50-yard line. And then now he's going to get a little help as well, too. So, yeah, they're in a little bit better positions here, the Omaha Bulls. Now, we have seen guys get chewed up from these positions trying to attack. There still is a decent amount of time left, but on a huge field like this, Drew, I was talking to Spesh about it. Body coming off. Oh, that's a tough death from the back corner bunker over here for the Bulls. But I was talking to Spesh. I mean, I don't know what your team is, the mandate is, but how much time, obviously this is really contingent on how many bodies you still got to kill, right. But how much time is, say there's 4 bodies left, when do you really feel like you have to commit on a push?
Well, in that, if you know, you're going into these games too.
Let's say it's like 7 on 4.
Right.
7.
So assuming that you're in a position where you have to win the game, because there are times where it might be beneficial to not try to take that downside risk of potentially losing by pushing, because you might be, you know, especially in semifinals and finals when you have that kind of 3. But let's say you just have to straight up win the game. You know, you need to kind of get the push together. I would say around, you know, probably at least 3 minutes. You know, because you've got to think even if you shoot all the people, it's still going to take you, you know, 30-45 seconds to run the flag from end to end, you know, so maybe 30 seconds. So I'd say get the push together around 3.5, and then really push hard, full commit around, you know, maybe 2.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree. I think that's correct. Spesh was saying about 45 seconds, give or take, depending on who's running the flag back.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, you know, I would say paintball's kind of like doing combat yoga when you're on these woods ball fields, because you're just twisting your body in all these weird positions, and you know, you're sitting in that spot sometimes for 8-9 minutes, and you know, and then you got to get up and then now be at a dead sprint.
Yeah.
Probably going to be a little winded. It's just interesting too, because you know, when you're sitting in that spot, like, why is that guy winded? He's been gunfighting from a position for 8 minutes. But yeah, because again, it's you're putting your body into these weird positions and then holding them for a long. Try to do a plank for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes you're in those weird spots. But yeah, I think a good 45 seconds is safe. Again, totally depending on who's running it back, because it's definitely going to take some dudes longer than 45 seconds to run it back. And then I do agree that about maybe 2 to 3 minutes, if you fully commit on an attack, you're going to need some time in case something gets chaotic. You may run into a landmine back there. This field isn't really conducive to too many landmines. A landmine meaning that there's some dude hiding in a back bunker and you have no idea that he's there, and he starts chopping up your bodies as you're trying to get into the flag station. It's like that whole, you know, paintball rookie. I'm gonna guard the flag station.
Pretty much, yeah. And sometimes it works, yeah.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes there's a bush, like a set of bushes back there. The forest gets a little bit thicker. This field doesn't really have a lot of those spots, though.
No.
Like, you have to win or lose the battle at the 40, 50, and 60-yard lines. You know, you probably can pull a little bit of low body craziness off if guys get really sloppy, but it's kind of everything's going to be dictated about what happens around that 40, 50, 60-yard line.
And you need everyone to go at the same time, as opposed to like maybe just a couple of the ones running down and bunkering the other one. Okay, you've got, you know, let's say it's a high body situation. Now you still have 4 or 5 guys back there that are dug in like ticks. So you need everyone really close together. And when you push, you push. You know, it's not just one guy. It's like full commit whole squad.
Absolutely. And the full commit whole squad, you know, we talk, if you guys are watching Woodsball for the first time, thank you for joining us here. It's a much more tactical, cerebral game out here. Does allow everyone, paintball can be played by all shapes and sizes and all ages with airball, but because it is a little slower developing and you really can use your mind out here to put things together and your timing to make moves regardless of your athletic ability, yeah, it's going to help if you're small and fast. But it's you know, when you're looking at this Woodsball 10-man game, the staggered attack we talk about in the NXL, it's even more crucial in a Woodsball game when you are on a full commit. So we're kind of coming up, we're kind of past that point right now, Drew. You know, they might want to think about, well, it depends on. I mean, that guy might be coming off, but around 1:40. Like you had just said, sometimes it's better to just take the stalemate if you're up on bodies.
Right.
You know, because you may, by risking run in, if it's even on bodies, if it's, say, 6-on-6 or 5-on-5 and you have 2 minutes left and you fully commit on an attack, you might get chewed up and leave enough time for them to steal that win.
Exactly. Yeah, especially against a team maybe in your bracket in the prelims, you're giving another team a loss as well. So even though you're getting a loss, you know, you're really going to have to play it by ear in that moment. Do you feel like you can push and have a, you know, the odds are in your favor to win the game? If they're not, then you kind of, you're making all those decisions kind of real time, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so it does look like we're probably going to see a stalemate. Again, live bodies do count out here. So, you know, like Drew just said, if you're playing interdivision games and you get a stalemate, yeah, that's basically, stalemate's basically a loss, even if you're up on a bodies. It's always just frustrating to go look at that scoreboard up there, the big scoreboard, and see something that's not in the 90s.
Yep.
But then that means also just stalemated against somebody in your division, so that's also a loss for them. Does put you in a, because then as you get through the prelims, a lot of times like, okay, well, we have to win this one. So then that will precipitate a little bit more of an aggressive game plan.
But I like the points. I miss the points in all formats because there's a little bit of added level of strategy to, you know, put yourself in a certain seating or just have certain things go your way, you know. So
yeah, again, it's, you know, when you're watching Woodsball, and you know, we got different layouts out here, but you know, we wanted to put some focus on Woodsball. You know, it's an amazing part of the game that everybody can play. This is where the origin of it, you know, paintball originally came from. So yeah, we're gonna try our best to bring some Woodsball action. So it does look like a stalemate here, and gonna have to count the live bodies, but it's definitely gonna be a stalemate with Omaha Bulls and Fight Club Chirac. So stick with us. It's gonna be the Wolverines and Moose Crew. Coming up next, Matty Marshall got Drew Templeton from Infamous and Paintball Vault up here on Go Sports. Stick with us. We'll be back.
With the 2022 NXL season in the books, let's take a look at the hierarchy of merit that materialized in the battles at the 6 events last year. After the dust had settled for the season, 4 dominant teams sat at the top of our sport, names that many fans have become very familiar with over the years, as they have proven, yet again, to be the best of the best. San Diego Dynasty took the #1 spot overall. The boys in blue have been on a historic...
Welcome back. Going to be jumping into another 10-man battle here in the Woodsball field. I'm Matty Marshall. Got Drew Templeton from Team Infamous and Paintball Vault. for a little bit longer before he's got to go play his first game. So what's your guys' situation today? How'd you guys do yesterday, and where are you playing, and who are you playing against?
We went 3-1 yesterday. We had a loss against Image on the airball field, which was tough for us because, we come in here looking to basically just, win every game, right? So that was a tough loss, but we're still in a good spot. We have 2 Snakefield games, and 2 Woodsfield games. So big day for us today. Yeah,
it does look like a decent amount of the top teams took some losses yesterday, had some stalemates. I mean, everyone I was walking around talking to everyone yesterday, watching some matches, it's kind of a bloody day yesterday.
It really was.
But 3-1 is not bad.
No, I mean, you've got like AC going 1-3, and you've got Farside basically doing the same. It's tough.
Okay. So looks like we got a little technical timeout. They got to fix something. So, it looks like these guys are going to wait in the wings. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We will be right back here. Stick with us before we get into this next 10-man battle. It's going to be the Wolverines taking on Moose Crew. See you in just a second. All right, here we go, 10-man battle on what is going to be center court here at the 2023 Windy City Classic. And right now it's the Wolverines taking on the Moose Crew here. And on this breakout, looks like a decent bite on that dark side here, Drew. I got Drew Templeton from Infamous, and they've taken a lot of ground for the Wolverines on that top side.
They did. There's a great stand-up tree down there, which is definitely a risk to go to on the break, but the payoff is pretty great. And this left side from where we're standing has sort of better bunkers on that dark side. So the fact that they took that risk, and it looks like they made it, it's a good move.
Yeah, getting a view here on your screen of the battle going down, doubling up that bunker. That bunker is shading over towards the dark side, a little bit of a turret. It's one of the biggest bunkers on the field. And the Wolverines, though, taking that risk, Drew. Risk versus reward on a 10-man field. People might be out here used to watching airball. Talk to me about risk versus reward on a woods ball field like this.
I mean, I think woods ball, but just 10-man in general, I think it's well worth the risk to have a great spot on the breaker early, because it's 10% of your team if you lose that one guy. It's not 20% of your team like 5-man. It's like the risk reward is definitely there, because not only if he makes it, it's great, but when he makes it, he might be in a spot to shoot half of the team, So it's definitely worth the risk, in my opinion, in 10-man to go for stuff.
I totally agree. You have 10 bodies.
Yeah.
And if somebody has an amazing game in a 10-man game, you can shoot 7 dudes.
Yeah.
If you blow up in one whole tape and the other team doesn't know it, and they went 7 that side and 3 in front of you, and you have the 6, you risk a couple guys with a staggered attack, you blow that whole side open, and one of the most fun things to do in all of paintball is to play a tournament 10-man game, win a side, run around and shoot 6 dudes in the back.
Yep.
It doesn't happen all that often, but when you get to do it, it's so fun.
Yeah, because they're just completely unaware.
Yeah, they have no idea. You get to just chicken wing a half a dozen dudes.
Yep.
Yeah, so, battle going down here, and, I mean, I really haven't seen either team get chewed up too much as far as the body count is concerned. Both teams pretty close to a full complement of players. We're going to try to keep you guys updated as much as we can on the kill counts, but this is a woods ball field, man. That's kind of part of it. It's just view is limited.
Yeah, the left side seems to be coming out of the bunkers are closer on this left side. You see kind of people coming out of the clearance, earlier. But everyone's sort of making similar ground when you look at it when everything's settled.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I feel like I've seen offense from both sides, but I definitely agree that from the left-hand side where the Wolverines are at, it is a little bit easier to get up on the dark side, as the Chicagoans call it. This show tape is also very pushable from the left-hand side as well too. But it's also a little bit easier because there's a decent amount of woods over here and thick stuff. So I've seen some attacks get chewed up pushing from that left side where the Wolverines are a little bit more than the right-hand side. Yeah, and right now, so Moose Crew with a decent amount of secondaries and tertiary moves here to get into some decent positions. As I feel, look, it did look like the Wolverines were kind of intent to hold this show tape here, Drew, and push most of their body center and into onto the dark side. And I feel that the Moose Crew really not feeling a ton of pressure, now starting to make some moves. I was talking, we had Special Who, so he finally moved himself into a pretty rough spot. He's going to have to get, this is a really tough position here for the Moose Crew. I like the aggression, but he did it not really knowing exactly where those bodies were in the middle. So he's wrapping around, kind of living by his own gun. The referee is going to chase him down in here. Thought he might have caught one on his pack. Yeah, so he's going to be coming off. I haven't seen any penalties assessed yet, at least on this on the show tape so far this morning.
And that's what's tough about you're on a wire, especially on this show tape. When you move up, you're in these bunkers that have a lot of great coverage straight ahead, but on the side angles, there's not much coverage at all. And there's going to be people in these huge center turret bunkers that you have to kind of work. You're going to either have to go bunker them out or get them out before you can really push the tape.
Yeah, or at least distract them, right?
Something.
Something, because this guy could try to do it all by himself. Again, I like the aggression. Still had about, when he went, maybe 8.5 minutes to work with, and it was too big of a risk too early with not enough info. But, again, he wasn't feeling much pressure for a long period of time, had already got himself into a pretty decent position, but then when he went to fully commit, didn't really know that those inside angles were occupied, and it cost him his body. So now his teammates are in a little bit of a rougher spot here.
Yeah, and it's sometimes your brain is programmed in paintball like, no one's looking at me, I have this move, let's go to the next spot.
Yeah, he's an airball guy.
Yeah.
Oh man, no one's shooting at me. I should be doing something. And yeah, well, when we had Special up here, and I know you'd agree with this 100%, but if you're playing a game and you're not being shot at, you're not shooting anybody, and you're not talking, you're not really helping the squad.
Yeah.
So you have to be doing one of those three things at all times. Ideally, yes, it's a 12-minute game, so you don't have to be shooting your gun for 12 minutes or necessarily being shot at for 12 minutes, but you really should be thinking, hey, maybe I can move or participate in some way if you're not doing one of those three things.
Right.
So this player for the Moose Crew just made the same mistake his teammate made.
Yeah.
And so he moves up into a pretty terrible position. I like that spot if the center has been already whittled down. If you've killed some people in the middle, or those players are occupied with your teammates pushing the opposite side, then that's a good move. But right now, again, with 6.5 minutes left, by himself, he moves up into the same place where his teammate just got shot. And also, if you lose your front player in front of you, when he's walking off, look at where he got shot.
Yeah.
Is it on the left side? Is it on the right side? Is it right in front of him? And it's not always going to tell you. It's not 100% factual every single time. But you're going to get a decent look at where that angle came from.
Yeah.
So if you come off and the guy's shot on the right-hand side of his pack, well, it probably came from the middle of the field.
Right.
And again, so just a couple mistakes here for the Moose Crew. Again, love the aggression. Maybe they saw the cameras like, man, I need to go out here and have a game, boys.
And sometimes when you don't hear a lot of eliminations, from your team or, for the other team, if it feels too good to be true, it is, because there's 10 guys out there, So there's going to be people that are on your zone, and these wood bunkers, people are looking through cracks. They're baiting you in a way to make moves like that, because they don't need to just have a full stream all the time on the outside of your primary bunker. They can wait for you to make that next bite, and you have to really be patient and, be double sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So now down to 5 minutes is Moose Crew going to have a hard time presenting an offensive threat here on the show tape. Probably have some more bodies in the middle and on the dark side. But it's also interesting, we're getting into mid-morning. The sun is starting to come out, and that's also going to create some interesting glare situations for guys in certain spots out there. I'm going to decrease that visibility a little bit. It is a glorious day out here, though, at Badlands. I'm hoping we're going to get some good weather. We thought that we were going to get good weather here a couple weeks ago for the NXL, and the weatherman lied to us.
Yeah, this time of year in Chicago, it's you never know. It's either perfect or it could be snowing, like literally.
Yeah, that's very true.
Especially this late in September, and 100%.
Yeah, it feels like it's San Diego right now.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's going to be like 81 today. But right now, it's absolutely perfect. Yeah, so these teams really, I'm looking for the Wolverines to maybe start doing something here. They did not send many bodies here towards the show tape. They sent the bulk of their bodies towards that dark side of the field, and they've got to know that they killed a couple over here. I didn't see anybody else walk off from that opposite side for the Moose Crew, so Moose Crew probably still has enough bodies that's slowing the attack down for the Wolverines. Oh, another body coming off right now for the Moose Crew from the show tape again.
Here comes Wolverines down this tape. They just haven't had anybody over here, but Moose Crew was able to backfill it and sort of.
Well, we had just talked about this, so they're starting to backfill into a decent amount of position. So they swing a body all the way over here. They really, I wouldn't say they ignored this side because they had guns from the center on this side, but they didn't really bring that many bodies over here. Really put the bulk of their forces in the middle and onto the dark side. But now I think they realize that this is the soft side.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably running into some trouble over there, or just enough of feeling enough pressure where it's like, hey, we're going to have a hard time pushing that side. We've shot a decent amount of bodies off that show tape. Why don't we swing a couple bodies? And we just had spoken about that. You can do that in 10-man.
Yeah.
If you realize that one side has become the weak side, filter some bodies that
Yeah.
way. Throw a couple more men that way. So now trying to commit here as the Moose Crew, or the Wolverines, getting chewed up here on the attack in the middle of the field on over to that dark side. Yeah, see, body coming off with, down to 2.5, and we're kind of reaching the part where the Wolverines have to make a decision. Are we going to try to win this game, or are we going to accept the stalemate? Because they have been basically the ones dictating the pace and the action out here in this 10-man battle, Drew.
Yeah, and these are the games like we were speaking about last game that, I would say Moose Crew maybe has 4 guys left. It's hard to tell. But these are the games where if you are Wolverines, you think that the risk reward is there to try to get the flagpole. Because even if you go back there and there's somebody dug in like a tick way in the back line, that guy's still not going to go back all the way and get your flag and hang it. So they're not going to win the game. But if this is the time where you really have to push for the win because you're in a position where it's there.
Yeah, and as Drew was just talking about, the way that the point system works in 10-man, you get points for pulling that flag.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not a full win if you can't get back in time to hang it. But man, it's a lot nicer to look up on that scoreboard when you're 5 or 6 games deep, and you knew you had a stalemate. But at least we got that flagpole. Again, if you're playing interdivision, so I'm not sure if the Wolverines or Moose Crew, I could check my notes in a bit, but if these guys are in the same division and the Wolverines can find a way to attack here in a minute 38 and at least get that flagpole, that's essentially a win. It's a lower point win against the Moose Crew, but now Moose Crew's in a tough spot, and the Wolverines will have a little bit more points on the board.
Yeah, and it's sort of a morale, loss too as a team when you feel like you're in a position to win a game and you don't try for it, and now at the end of the day all you have to show for it is the same points that the team you just basically beat has.
Yeah, and it's also depending on what have you done to this point. If the Wolverines have stacked up a bunch of wins, maybe don't need to risk it as much, but if you desperately need a win, then you do have to fully commit. So they are going to commit with about a minute left here, and yeah, they've just been feeling no pressure. 3 bodies streaking down this show tape here to try to see if they can get in and pull that flag. And yeah, so they definitely did enough work. And yeah, so Moose Crew just losing too many gunfights, too many mistakes out here for the Moose Crew. Now the question is, are they going to be able to run it back in time? Now they get the pull.
45.
What we were talking, Drew, is 45 enough?
Yeah,
45 is
enough.
enough. I think you could do a pretty decent jog and make it back in 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think it depends on the build, but you got to hustle for sure.
Like a fast jog. I mean, this is a pretty big field.
Yeah.
Pretty large 10-man field.
Oh, he's a guy, I think. No.
Just being careful. Hey, you got 17 seconds left. I think he's going to make it. He's going to be winded, and he's going to yell at his guys. I didn't want to run the flag back. You were supposed to run the flag back.
It's going to be kind of close.
It is. Did he get it? He's going to hand it off.
Okay.
You got 3. He's not going to make it.
Here you go, bud. You got
45 seconds was not
no.
enough time. Oh, that's frustrating. So, yeah, the Wolverines are going to go back and be kind of frustrated with this one because they did enough to get that. At least they got the pull, but they're not going to get the big points for the hang. And, yeah, they just needed maybe another 5-6 seconds. So that's going to do it.
Yeah.
Going to jump into this next one here. In a couple minutes, going to be Maple Leaf Chiefs and Air Assault Factory. Air Assault Factory looked awesome in their first game. 2 dudes by themselves basically ran this whole show tape and just murdered everyone. It was very impressive. So see if they can summon that spirit again here at the Windy City Classic. We'll be right back on Go Sports. Stick with us. 2023 Windy City Classic, the ICPL, the last tournament of the year. Jumping into this next 10-man battle, going to be Maple Leaf Chiefs taking on Air Assault Factory. I'm Adam Marshall, got Corey Field and Drew Templeton, some paintball legends up here to help us call this set and this battle going down on what is going to be center court this weekend here for the broadcast. So it looks like Maple Leaf Chiefs from the left side. Air Assault Factory, we're going to be losing a body here to start things out. So, Corey, Air Assault Factory in their first game, 2 guys by themselves, basically just dominated this show tape and looked really good doing it.
Nice.
So we'll see if they can summon that spirit again. How are you guys doing, Corey?
Yesterday was rough. I think we lost 2, staled 1, and won 1.
And who are you playing with
on
here?
the hyperball.
Who are you playing with here?
Far side.
Far side.
Yep. So it was a rough day. We play the woods.
Well,
So
and
that'll help us.
Well, the far side's one of the favorites, too.
Yes, that's why. Yeah. You cursed us again, bro.
Got the ICC hangover.
Yeah.
Hey, when you win tournaments, you become a favorite. So I'm just, I got to say the obvious.
I mean, we lost the Super Bowl of Mac at POC, who took second, so.
At POC, yeah.
So, so currently here. So how do you like this woods ball field, Corey? Have you played it yet?
Have not. We'll play it today. It seems like this close side where the cameras are is the dominant side. Unless you get a couple fast guys on the downward side, maybe you could do a big push. But I haven't been able to watch on the far side. But it looks like if you work together on this field on this side, you could take a lot of ground and shoot some easy kills across if you actually see it.
Yeah, so right now, currently on your screen, we're calling this the show tape, as it's the tape that if you're here presently at the Badlands, you can watch. This is a famous field. This field has been the site of many a big battle in the 10-man division in the woods over the years here at the Badlands.
Yeah, there used to be a door here, right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's how I remember it.
I had to do a triple take when I came out here, and I was like, wait, this is the door field, right?
Yeah,
Where'd the door go?
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to love the door field. But yeah, this show tape has been, it's been pretty effective. We've seen teams lose it from this side and teams win it from this side. You have to be careful as you're making your way up this field. The cross-field shots are pretty potent if they know you're there. More from both sides, but it's a little bit thicker from the side that Air Assault Factory is on, and they just played this field a few sets ago, but they came from the opposite side and were very aggressive on this show tape. So kind of wondering if they're going to do that again from the opposite side this time. Looks like they're just, and this is typical in 10-man. I mean, you have 12 minutes to work with, so you don't have to go crazy with the aggression early. Does look like the Chiefs, though, get into a pretty good position here on the show tape.
Yeah, it was a nice move. Kind of went undetected, too, it looks like.
Yeah, which is pretty crucial.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get it, that's just paintball in general, but in the woods ball format, it's huge, too, because, visibility is very difficult on a woods ball field. You really have to rely on your teammates to let you know, especially on a field that's this wide. This is a very wide field. You almost have 2 separate battles going on, especially with the little ridge in the middle as well, too. And again, with the way the Maple Leaf Chiefs, and we're looking over their shoulders right now, so he's got his front player in front of him. You're pretty much always going to see somebody in this. It's like the anchor spot. This is a pretty crucial bunker on this field. Keeping that outside contained is very important. If you lose this guy, we haven't seen too many guys get shot in gunfights from that. It's kind of a little bit of a fortress. It's not that big of a spot, but it's pretty far away from your opponents. But keeping a body in there to keep eyes on what's in front of you is pretty crucial. And now they're making a couple other moves here for Maple Leaf Chiefs. Take a little bit more ground in the center. They're looking pretty good here.
Yeah, it looks like, again, they both went undetected. Guy kind of moved back to stop anybody from the middle to shoot at him and then punctured up the middle. So these guys might be the 1-2 punch these guys need to break through on the show tape.
Yeah, that center bunker that sort of shoots this way, like we saw last game when the player moved a little kind of overextended and that center bunker caught him. On this left side, you can move up, and the center bunker on the other side doesn't really have those same shots, so you're a little bit safer to push up a little more aggressively on this left side.
Yeah, so another move coming out of that fortress to get into a better forward position here for the Chiefs. Really pushing the issue on this show tape on this bottom side.
Great job to do it together, too. It's not like they just let that one guy go up and like, oh, cool, he's making ground. It's like now everybody else took, good spots with him.
Yeah, just from talking to guys walking this field a little bit yesterday, I had a little bit, I wouldn't say arguments, but I would say a little bit of a disagreement on how much offense you can play from which side of the field. So Air Assault, again, they just played this field, and they were very aggressive, just like we're seeing out of the Chiefs, from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
But I talked to some people yesterday that said from the other side of the field, from the right-hand side, that they wanted to be aggressive on this show tape too.
Yeah.
So, but right now Air Assault not doing that. So maybe they got a couple bodies chewed up. Can't really see from our position here. Again, just all weekend, it's going to be tough for us to keep count. We'll do our best.
Yeah.
But we are on a woods ball field, and we just wanted to put some focus on woods ball, man. It's a big part of the game. 10-man has seen a huge resurgence, and we really haven't ever done a show in the woods. So, going to give it a good old college try this weekend.
Yeah, the catamaran center is nice. I like it.
Yeah, so Air Assault really starting to kind of just have to pump the brakes on this show tape. We haven't seen any offense out of them at all, and that maybe was intentional. You know, maybe they felt that they didn't want to push this side, which they did, again, from the opposite side, same side that Maple Leaf's on. But Maple Leaf Chiefs are looking really good here on the show tape. Nice, crisp moves. They're staying low in their spots. They haven't lost any bodies and putting themselves in a real good position to try to start pushing into this back line here for Air Assault Factory. Yeah, and then you look at Air Assault. These guys are just tucked into their positions as much as they can.
Yeah.
Corey, in the last set we were talking about how if you're not shooting your gun and you're not being shot at and you're not talking, you're not really helping the squad out.
Not at all. If you're like, this guy's not even getting shot at. He's looking through a little hole. Shoot that gun.
I feel sometimes, though, that does come down to knowledge of the possibilities on the field, which then come to how much have you played it, how much have you walked it, and then did you walk it? Were you crushing beers with your buddies talking about where you're going to go eat that night, or are you actually looking at the angles that you need to know? Because once you get to a certain spot, you have to make a full commitment. And if you don't know where the enemy is, and you know the angles they can shoot you when you get to your next destination, you got a problem. And that's why sometimes I feel like guys that get in the spots and like, did you not walk that angle? I don't think you walked that angle because you're in this spot, you're looking through a little crack. Your dudes are telling you where the bodies are.
Yeah, it's hard to walk woods fields. You're out there, and it's like we were talking about it last night in our meeting. It's like, you need, as annoying as it is, you need names for all these spots, and it's overwhelming. You're like, whoa, what? But you have to just do it, you know?
I couldn't agree with you more. We were talking about that was when I was walking the field out here yesterday, and I'm sure you guys have it, but every one of these bunkers, look, every team has their paintball jargon. Sometimes guys will forget that when they come up here and jump on the broadcast. Like, dude, I was at the Apple. Godzilla was shooting at me, and I was like, California, California. I'm like, bro, no one knows exactly what you just said. No one knows. I don't even know what you just said. But that's how well you need to know those bunkers. Because if you're in a spot, if you're this front player and you hear Apple Godzilla, and you know that that's the next guy right in front of you, and then the inside bunker, and then that's it, cool. I know I have the information I need to try to finish this game and get us a win. Because it does get a little scary when you're down to 4:20 on the clock, and you don't know where the enemy is, and you know you're trying to push into guns, and you got to figure it out. Of course, you could always just do the staggered attack. Just get one guy up, run all the way down the tape, and everyone that's inside is going to shoot at him.
Turn the guns.
And then, turn the guns, and then the other three dudes can make some moves. Yeah, and we haven't, there may have been a penalty on the dark side. I'm not sure. We have not. This has been a pretty clean day so far. Haven't really seen any penalties out here, which is pretty rare. I mean, I can't remember any format of paintball I've watched for 5 sets and there wasn't one penalty. It's interesting, though. That's part of the game, too. You got to know what the refs are letting guys do and what they're not.
There he goes.
Yeah, it's full commitment here for the Maple Leaf Chiefs. They try to get past that big gap, get chewed up, though.
I think he could have made that if he would have dove in a little crisper, so I'll see if this next guy sees that and tries to do it differently.
Or told this guy, hey, I want to move to, say, the Apple, right? Hey, shoot the Omaha, or whatever you're going to call it, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And this guy stands up and at least shoots that guy shooting him.
Yeah, so you can see a lot of guys just tucked down in their spots trying to hold the line right now with 3 minutes left to go as the Chiefs pushing the issue.
Chiefs lost another one in the middle, too, trying to move up.
And what's different, too, you have these people in defensive posture that, you're not quite sure. Is like, is this guy just looking through a tiny crack to wait for me to come or wait for me to bump? So you have to kind of think about all those, things. It's not like an airball bunker where he's either out or he's not.
Yep. That's why you need the 1-2 punch, right? One guy shooting all the holes, and the other guy running, right?
Yep.
Just so you can at least spray his face so he can't see and maybe get one in on him.
Yeah, closing moments, 2:26 to go. Chiefs with the advantage tactically and numerically. Air Assault Factory just hunkered in their spots, though. Well, referees running around checking some people.
Oh, clean.
Just wondering if the Chiefs are going to commit here on an attack. As we've been discussing, you do need good, 45 seconds wasn't enough last time, Drew, in that last set.
Yeah, no.
Again, it depends on who's running the flag back and how fit you are, but yeah, down to 2 minutes.
That's a long run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big field. It's a big field. You've been kind of asking everyone that's up here, Corey, gun to your head, got to make the run. How fast do you think you can run start station to start station with the flag?
Oh, my God. 43 seconds. But I need oxygen afterwards.
and an IV.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the last set, a team had broken through and had about 45, 46 seconds left. Didn't make it in time.
Oh, man.
The start station's not inflated, though, so when you dive over it this time,
well, hopefully I don't fall into Poison Oak.
What year was that? Were you full send over the
Chicago? What, 2019?
That was awesome. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, so now down to just about a minute left to go.
We're pretty adjacent to just sit there and get the body count.
And this is one of those other frustrating stales where you've kind of outplayed the team the whole game, but you don't get the, you don't have the score to show for it if they, if it goes this way.
Yeah, these are the ones that sometimes you're going to have a little argument when you get back to the staging area. Like, how did we blow this one? We had all the ground. We had 70% of the real estate on the field. We had the numbers. We just got chopped up trying to attack.
Yep. But those talks are good because then you're figuring out, well, it was this one guy that was holding me to it from this one thing, and then you're piecing together. It's like, okay, well, next game, so-and-so, go do this, right? So you're piecing together how to win it the next time.
Especially if you're playing a complicated woods ball field that is going to be the finals field.
Yeah, for sure.
If you go deep, you need to figure that stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah, those two ways those talks go, right? Either you just yell at each other and there's nothing going on, or you guys actually make up a plan and figure out and actually go back and play better the next game. So let's hope these guys can figure that out.
Depending on the team and the time, I would always be down for the arguments as long as we were giving constructive criticism while we're yelling at each other.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to do it. Going to be a stalemate here as Air Assault holds off the attack from the Chiefs. They got chewed up a bit trying to go in and then just did not want to commit any more bodies. So we're going to reset. No 10-man battle here on center court. It's going to be Machine Gun Funk, GG Factory Mech. They had a good game in their first set. They played pretty aggressive.
Yeah, GG's good.
Yeah, and we got just a couple more amateur games, and then we're going to see the pros take the field for the rest of the morning and the afternoon. Can't wait to see the best 10-man teams in the world here on this legendary woods ball field at the Badlands, a little outside of Chicago. Illinois. Matty Marshall got Drew Templeton. He's going to go out go and get ready to play for Infamous.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys out here this afternoon.
Yep.
Also got Paintball legend Corey Field up here. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Jumping into this next battle here as Fight Club Factory Soap and Team Crowley battling right now here on what is going to be center court this weekend. Yeah, I got Corey Field up here. Played on a lot of top teams over the years. He's a paintball legend, and I've convinced Jared Lackey to join us here as well, too. Jared, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good, Matty. Doing good.
From Team Damage. Who are you playing with here?
Farside.
Farside.
With
oh,
Mr.
Okay.
Corey Field here.
Yeah, so.
It's like old times.
Yeah.
Farside, one of the favorites here. A little bit of a struggle yesterday for Farside. See if they can pick it up today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Fight Club Factory Soap looking over the shoulders here for Team Crowley. Crowley had a win on this field, and Fight Club Factory Soap, we haven't seen them yet. Actually, no, they lost to Air Assault Factory, and they actually had a kind of a tough loss. In their game against Air Assault Factory, basically two dudes just ran from the left-hand side here by themselves, worked together, and shot not everybody, but they had that was probably the best I've seen this show tape played all morning. It was impressive. With just two guys. So that's what's possible. So I'm sure that they had a little discussion back in the staging area about not letting that happen again.
I don't see anybody on the left. That one guy got shot, and they're just all kind of in the back. One guy pushed up the middle.
For Fight Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see any bodies this way.
So that guy died, and, like, everybody stopped moving.
Yeah, I'm also going to be really excited when the sun continues to get into the sky and we don't have
yeah.
this glare on the netting. So we've got the cameras out there, though, but... Yeah, have you, well, you guys, because you haven't played this Woods Ball Field yet, right, Jared?
No, we have not.
Okay. Well, it's kind of good that you're watching it then, because you're now forced to analyze every little micro inch. I feel like we're definitely getting a read on how this field has been playing. It can be played aggressively from both sides, to be honest. It really just depends on if you know where the guys are that you're trying to push into, specifically from that middle. I keep watching guys making moves from both sides, particularly this right-hand side, pushing up and just completely forgetting that they can get shot at from the middle, and that's costing them bodies. So now Crowley makes it. This is a pretty forward position as we're watching battle go down on the dark side. There he is. So this is a pretty good spot, pretty forward position. I'm just wondering how many guys he has behind him.
I hear one behind him is just constantly shooting. There he goes.
Yeah, now we got two on the line.
There we go.
Yeah.
Still with the back corner, I believe.
Yeah, a couple nice moves over here to put themselves in really good spots, taking a decent amount of ground on these secondary and tertiary moves. And they're looking, well, player on the tape's looking down in front of them. They just don't have much in front of them, and they're not being shot at. The player just moved the move in the inside. He's battling into that middle. We had just talked about this, so it's good to see these guys, hey, put some guns on that middle of the field. Referee going to run in and get a glimpse at one of those players. Or maybe he's just repositioning. Is he trying to? Is there a guy crawling?
There might be a guy in the bush over there.
Yeah, there is a decent amount. So the right-hand side is thicker than the left-hand side, and there are some crawl lanes up in that position.
This tape guy might have just got shot.
Yeah, from the middle guy.
From the middle.
Yeah, the middle guy laid down. Obviously walked the field, laid down, and put two shots on that dude.
So there's your shot.
Yep.
But again, that's a tough death. We just talked about not getting shot from the middle while you're pushing up from this side. And yeah, just perfectly angled in right on the top of his head. So just a little bit too sloppy here. Cost him that body.
What a dumb way to fucking die.
So I don't think you guys could pick it up on the mics, but the player that just came by definitely, yeah, he knew he made a mistake, and he basically said to himself, that was a dumb way to get shot. Frustrating for Team Crowley because he was in a great position. They still have one more body inside, actually a little bit more forward progression for him in that position, but he's really dealing with that middle still. He can't go forward from this position with that player still alive in that spot because he's going to get shot on this side.
The outside guy would have been the push, but there's not really much he can go far. I mean, he could go to the 50 spot, but other than that, he can't come to the outside. It's too small.
Yeah, but even if he goes up into this 50 spot, I keep seeing guys get pinched out of this spot with no help. Now, if you go to that spot and this guy's dead or there's no one in that fortress, you can stay alive on this side and actually bait that center guy into engaging with you, and then you're
maybe it's that guy right there.
Yeah, and then you can get somebody in to shoot that guy in the middle. So that's definitely a possibility. But again, you got to coordinate that, and he doesn't have a ton of help over here.
No, if he would have got his gun up strong on the shady side, he probably could have got a couple kills cross field, but he looked heads up instead of inside.
The Chicagoans call that the dark side.
Yeah.
And this the show tape.
I believe it. Because it only looked like 3 people went to the dark side up top. And
yeah.
Maybe they're just kind of holding it, but then where are all the rest of the bodies?
Yeah, it's been interesting from a strategy standpoint as far as where the bodies are put. Because I've seen both sides of the field push in with different strategies. I've seen the left-hand side push strong here on the show tape, and that worked. I've seen them roll 7 bodies middle and towards the dark side, and that worked. And then also on the others, on the right-hand side, I mean, I've seen it work both ways too. I do feel like there seems to be a little bit more of an offensive punch on the dark side from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far.
It's an easier run to the 50 on that side.
Yeah,
that tree bunker.
Yes.
You get there, and maybe you pin those guys in the back on the left side. That dark, he just shoots cross and just picks these guys off.
But guys taking big bites from the right-hand side, running through, because it's a thicker spot over here. And so guys, if they're willing to risk it, have been able to take a little bit of ground. It hasn't happened a ton, but haven't really seen anybody get shot off the break trying to make big moves up into these. I mean, that's a far run. It's a really far run off the break, but it's possible.
Well, that's why you get people like Lackey.
Yeah.
Well, and I was just thinking, so now they filled this outside spot that the guy got shot out of from the middle. So, and they just moved up a guy in the middle. So now they have kind of 3 guys hard this way.
So Crowley repositioning Jared, perfectly with 5.5 minutes left to go. And again, if you're just tuning in, there's 12 minutes in regulation time. This is a massive field. It's very wide and it's very long. It's going to take you at least 45 seconds to run the flag back, and depending on if Jared's running it, maybe less. If Corey and I are running it.
Yeah, Jared's like 39.
I got to find the box.
I'm 43, for sure.
Well, we saw a couple sets ago, a team had 45 seconds. Everyone's dead. All they have to do is just run it back, and they could not get it back in 45 seconds.
Did they relay it?
They relayed it.
Wow. Oof. Was the handoff clean, though?
Right. Corey's not the relayer. He'll pull the flag and then say, here, run this in.
I thought we discussed that, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's a secret.
30%.
Yeah, no, now, if I was this guy, instead of moving inward, because you don't know where that center guy is, once they pick up that center guy, if he's far enough away,
well,
I would try to go to the
corner. But they lost that body.
Oh, he just got shot, the second guy?
Yeah.
He moved inside.
Yeah, well, Crowley has lost a couple bodies here in this as they're trying to crack through this line. Still decent penetration here in the middle, but they don't, you have to keep the outside contained as much as you can. I mean, the player, they keep getting shot coming down the sideline right now, which is making it a lot harder on their center players. Yeah, I mean, again, 4 minutes.
Because if this guy could swing back out here and get over to their corner, and then you pinch the middle guy now.
I mean, at some point, just make the run.
Yeah. I mean, you have 3 bodies right here lined up.
You obviously, you could hit maybe
you stop at the
your
tree
size,
if you had to.
Your size can just stop at that tree. Your head's up right here. That's the corner.
If that guy had made that move when we started talking about it 45 seconds ago, he could
be in there.
Yeah, he'd already be up there. Oh, wow.
Okay. That scared me.
Yeah, it scared me too. I thought for a second they were pulling that body out, but he decides to
he's coming the right way.
Spot. Yeah, I mean, he's like, okay, well, I'm not feeling any pressure. I'm just going to get across. I thought for a second we might see I don't know if there's been any penalties on the dark side, but I haven't seen any penalties on this field all morning long.
I haven't seen any.
So yeah, not
someone
feeling any
just
pressure.
Called 3 minutes, so that's good.
Well, I like it that he lied to his guys too, because they really had about 3:30 left.
Yeah.
So instead he said 3, just to kind of get the
pick
cattle
them up,
prod out a little bit.
I mean, can't say I haven't lied to my guys. So.
Yeah, so and still just doing it from the middle. This is the harder way.
Still moving inward instead of out.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Should have came to the corner.
Yeah, if he had
comes wide,
if
pulls
he
his gun.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe a guy shoots his loader or his barrel.
Yeah,
it's all about the angle.
If he had backfilled and then brought himself out towards this tape line, this show tape, and then started to make his way up there, just like you guys saying, draw the gun, increase the angle. It's going to take a lot of pressure off your center players. They can start taking bigger bites or deal with somebody else. But yeah, again, outside contain is important in an Xball match. It's even more important in a woods ball field.
Absolutely. Very much.
Yeah, Crowley frustrated here. See some of their bodies on the sideline, very frustrated with this situation. Here's 2:20.
I feel like there's maybe 3 bodies left on this side, and they just don't know it.
Oh, they're throwing paint back and forth right here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 man. You got to carry a lot of clips out there. Corey, how many pods you rolling with? Case
On
paint.
the zipper field, I shot 13 pots.
13 pots?
I was like, this is nuts.
Gonna need to get you a 114 tank.
Yo. Well, I mean,
so this is a dead man's walk here. I'm getting some information.
man.
What? Fight Club Factory. So Team
There we
Crowley.
go.
Wow.
So Team Cali dropping the ball here. They get dead man's walked. So essentially, that player is still alive, pretending he was dead. Somehow walked all the way down
walked
the field.
past us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't even notice.
I thought that was a Crowley body. We have a pretty bad glare right now.
Nice.
I thought that was a Crowley body.
I was like, is Fight Club on the right? But they weren't.
So, and here's the situation. We just talked about having outside contain, right? Just having a guy on the wire at all times. And if you don't have a guy wide, well, that Fight Club player, heads up play for him, he realizes, hey, man, there's no one on this. I'm just gonna do a dead man's walk, which I kind of hate on general principle. But, hey, it worked out for him. Heads up play.
Hey,
if
you don't see paint on that guy, you better put some on him.
Hey, tell you what, everyone else getting some bonus balls out here. When you hear a dead man walk happens, that means everyone's catching him the rest of the day. So that's going to do it here for this set. Got Jared Lackey, Corey Field up here, and we'll be right back. Stick with us. Welcome back to the 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Eddie Marshall, got Jared Lackey and Corey Field up here playing for Farside here at this event. And we'll see them out here later on today. So they're going to do some homework and help me call this game. Right now, Machine Gun Funk taking on GG Factory Mech Gold. We saw GG Factory play a pretty nice first match out here on this very interesting woods ball field, a legendary field here at Badlands. And on the breakout, going to have GG Factory Mech Gold. They're going to be on the right-hand side, and Machine Gun Funk.
Oh, man, there's a lot of people
big
on
run,
the top
big
side.
run.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
he is
Let's
running.
go.
And running and
Oh,
gunning
he
all the
made
way
it.
up.
God,
Machine Gun
there
Funk.
we go, babe.
Rolling dice.
Oh,
Got
and
him
he
out.
shoots a body.
Wow.
And he shoots a body.
That's the biggest move we've seen on this field all day long
Both
so far.
sides, too.
Good
Both
run.
sides. Yeah, I was just talking about this in the last set.
Good
I
run.
don't know if it was with you guys or with Drew, but you know, basically all the big bites, I haven't seen a guy get shot on a big bite yet. And that was a big bite. He went in there, eyes
up
up,
to the
run,
50 snake.
running and gunning the whole, like at least the last 15 feet.
And nobody was shooting either. That's another thing, too, right? In a woods ball field, find a gap and shoot it while you're walking up.
Yeah, absolutely. Put some paint in the air, man.
Absolutely.
Got 1,000
Shoot some
bullets on
tree
your
branches
back.
down. Come on.
Yeah, let's thin out this canopy a bit.
Absolutely.
Shake the ticks loose from the branches. Yeah, that was an amazing move. He's still alive. And, I mean, honestly, now that he's taken that big bite and got a kill.
And he has a guy behind him.
Yeah, but also now I'd like him to just chill for a little bit.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
If you see a shot, free kill, cool, take it. But the team should know you're there. Let us get some bodies up with you, because everyone should be shooting at this guy. He's not even really feeling that much pressure.
No.
So this is his back player behind him at this. So it's not. I've been calling it the fortress because everyone goes there. There's always a guy there, and it's kind of hard to shoot that guy. But it's not that big of a bunker. It's not like you can stand up in it. But it's a pretty safe spot. You're pretty far away. There's a few cracks in that thing, but it's pretty much
covering the canopy.
It's pretty, got trees covering. But it's a pretty omnipresent spot. There's almost always going to be a guy in that. Why? You need to keep outside contained. If you guys just joined us, you missed a dead man's walk, which are very rare, especially to pull it off the way he did. He walked right past us. I thought he was a dead body from the other team.
Yeah, for sure.
And, stole the win away from Crowley, which means everyone else is going to be catching bonus balls for the rest of the tournament, because if you hear the dead man's walk happen, anyone walking off dead's getting shot more.
As long as it's in the back and not the neck. This pink paint is nasty.
Yeah, this pink paint is nasty. I didn't even play yesterday. I was just walking around watching games, and I couldn't even get the pink paint off my leg in the shower last night.
Yeah. Yeah, the hotel towels are pink.
Now they're making a big move in the middle.
Yeah, it's our cable cam. Trying to bring you guys best Woodman's coverage we can get here. Do our best to try to keep the count. It's very difficult as far as visibility is concerned, but welcome to Woods Ball.
Yeah, I think they've only shot one person, so it's 10 on 9 still. And they flooded that dark side, and I haven't seen any bodies die from that. So,
well, the problem for GG Factory Met Gold is that when your opponent makes that big of a move early and gets the early kill, you got to figure out a way to deal. He's the thorn in your side.
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of it throws a monkey wrench into your strategy.
You need to counter punch it. Always have a backup plan.
But the thing that GG Factory did really good in their first match was they had nice secondary moves. Those second, third moves up and to get themselves into good position. But we really haven't seen much out of them yet on those secondary moves, probably because they're trying to figure out, okay, well, we got to deal with this guy at the 50-yard line. I mean, it's like 95 steps from the flag station to that bunker that guy just ran to. Maybe a little bit more.
I'd say more than that.
I got pretty long legs.
Oh, the tall joke. Okay.
Sorry, Corey. I had to get at least one in there at some point in time. It's because I love you, bro.
Dude, I don't have to take a knee, though. You have to. So.
It's harder for me to get into the bunkers, though, you know?
But, I mean, like the good teams here, you know, when you walk the field for 3 hours, you talk about this. Like, hey, if they make it to, we'll say it again, whatever bunker they call Apple, who's going to counterpunch that to get that guy out so we can start moving up?
Yeah, exactly. Right? And you have to have those, like you said, you need to have multiple plans out here.
Yeah.
You can't just go out into a huge 10-man field, a Woods Ball field like this, and have one plan of attack.
Yeah, what are you doing? Off the start box? I don't know. What are you doing? Yeah. Not good. No
I'm
way.
going as far as possible.
Yeah, that's the map Jim and Corey way. What are you doing? I don't know. I'm going to stand right here and shoot. What are you going to shoot?
And we'll
the
figure
tree
it out.
branches.
I'm going to shoot the leaves, bro. What do you think I'm going to shoot?
He's like, or he's going to say, you know, when the free kill hotline calls, I'm going to answer.
Yeah, so getting a look at the dark side over here. GG Factory. And you can tell, I mean, GG Factory, it does appear that their game plan has been, they're grinding their gears on any sort of offensive push, and they looked really good in their first match.
2 guys just died on the dark side on the left.
Oh, like for machine gun.
Yeah.
So they're down 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to put this center player who made this really nice move, a nice kill to kind of break things or to start things off in a little bit of a tougher spot. Because the more that Machine Gun Funk gets whittled down on that dark side, the farther those guys get up, the worse his angles are going to get. He's been playing pretty free in here. He really hasn't felt a ton of pressure. Everyone that plays this field, you need to have multiple angles on these important front positions.
Well, now that the tree bunker's dead on the dark side, if this GG guy walked the field, he could crawl right up to this tree and go and stick this guy.
Yes, that's a good point, Corey, because from the right-hand side, so from where GG Factory Met Gold is coming from, there's a lot of thick stuff in there.
Yeah,
and I was walking that earlier this morning and yesterday afternoon. There are some crawling lanes where you can crawl the guy up, bunker the dude out, take his spot. I mean, there's literally a lane that crawls right up into that. Now, ideally, you would want to be doing that with that guy getting a lot of pressure. Guy shooting over your head if you're the one crawling. Anytime I was making a crawl and no one was shooting over my head, you're like, okay, man, I'd really love some help right now.
That's when you look at your time clock. Okay, I got 4 minutes to make this 15-foot crawl. I got this.
Down to just 6 minutes left to go here as Machine Gun Funk had put themselves in really good positions, essentially off the break in the middle, but then losing 2 bodies from that dark side. So now their offense is not ground to a halt because this guy's still in a really good position. But he needs some help from his teammates.
There's no counter punch now.
Well, he had a body out wide, but they hadn't. They need to filter a 3rd or 4th body if they got it right up there with them, because we saw 2 guys from Air Assault Factory push this show tape by themselves in a very similar situation. So
and they have 3 on this side right now. Funk does, and then the only GG guy that I can actually see is the back right.
Yeah. I think there's a guy kind of in that 40 in the middle.
This guy.
Yeah. But he's not, like, look at all that paint on his back.
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Davidson.
I haven't seen many people. The back right's now wrapping, shooting at that 50 snake guy, but.
You're talking about Davidson with 7
look
pots on his back?
Yeah, no bueno.
Yeah, so this is that crucial spot. Yeah, see, he's popping out. Now he's looking inside. If Machine Gun Funk doesn't do anything in this game, it's not this guy's fault. He did his job.
I feel like the back guy should be asking this guy, like, hey, what are you shooting at?
So, and there is another inset guy right here as well.
Yeah. So you ask this guy, what are you shooting at?
How can you help him?
And he's like, yo, I'm just shooting at this one guy in the middle. You're like, okay, keep shooting at him. I'll just sprint up past you.
Let's double
pull
up
Davidson's gun and go to work.
On the corner guy.
Yeah. But I guess good job for Davidson to be big and scary to stop this side.
To be big and scary.
Yeah.
The one thing that we're about to watch the pros start taking the field here I think in 2 more sets, 1 more set. It's coming up. 1 more set. We'll see Ground Seer and AC Empire. I promise you the communication level is about to tick up about 5
absolutely,
notches.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I've noticed quite a bit here watching these amateur games is the comms have not been ideal.
Yeah, especially with AC, right? Like, hey, I'm in the 40, shoot the yellow, and that guy, it doesn't matter. Like, if his job is to shoot the yellow, he just automatically switches, right? So.
Well, it's kind of your job in a woods ball field that whatever position you're in, you should know not only who you can shoot at directly heads up, but you need to be able to know all the blind shots in that area too.
Absolutely.
Like we talked about before. You have and also on a confusing field like this, you should be naming every single bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to have different codes, but like you had said, Apple. Let's just say it's Apple, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you hear, okay, they made it to the Apple, and that's this crucial spot, even if you're on the dark side, you should have walked it so you can line up a tree, know if I arc my gun down low, and you hear Apple, then 5 dudes from all over the field or more can all shoot at that guy. Maybe you'll sneak one in, maybe one will, who knows? It's a woods ball field. You might get one to bounce off the branch and hit him as it drops down on top of his gun. You never know. And also, if 5 dudes are shooting at that guy's not doing anything. He's laying on the ground hiding, hoping that one of his teammates are going to step up to take that pressure off.
Make him stress.
Yeah, starting to get down here on the time. Under 3.
Finally, he moved. So the guy came over this side a little bit. He drew the GG's gun. So hopefully the back guy can get involved here and maybe they can pitch this guy out.
Yeah, coming down on time here. And Jared, we've been having this conversation all morning. You're super fast. How fast do you think it would take you, legit, if you were to run?
To go box to box?
Box to box.
Maybe 25.
25. I believe it. You're fit and fast, so.
25's it's still a long. 25 seconds is a long time.
That's a long time, but it's a big field.
Yeah, I mean, if people aren't shooting at you and you're not worried about that and you're just running, probably 25, 30 tops.
Yeah, but the situation is that we've been talking about this, and it's one of those situations that may present itself on Sunday if you need to push, because it's a difference. We're playing 10-man. Live bodies count. Sometimes a stalemate's not bad. When we get deep into Sunday, you may have a situation where somebody has to push in. It may be 6 on 4, 7 on 4. So you're attempting that push at what time? Do you need to start at 3 minutes? You still got to shoot 4 bodies.
Maybe you start thinking about where you're going to do next at 3. I would say it really starts getting crucial when you start taking chances about 2.
You also got to find where the seam is, right?
Yeah.
So if you shoot 3 guys off the top side, people that are in woods ball, right? People that are midfielders and back guys, they got to shuffle over to that side, help the front guys, and push that side, and then you go grab the flag. Even if there's 3 bodies left.
Just knowing where the people are is so important.
Yeah. Another guy dies on the left. On the shadow side.
But as we watch Machine Gun Funk now start to push the issue with just a minute left, this isn't a field where there is no real big crazy 4. Okay, a little bit of a counter punch here from GG Factory.
he gets
taken out. But this isn't a field where there's a giant landmine in the backfield. He can't really guard the flag on this specific layout. But that's something to keep in mind, because when you really have to push, you know, sometimes you come into a little mini forest or a giant bush and like, oh, there may be a landmine in here. On a field like this, you can kind of push a little bit harder when you are in this do or die moment, which is where we're at right now with Machine Gun Funk. Yeah, they only have 40 seconds, so they're not going to have enough time to get it.
The game's pretty much over. It's going to be a stalemate.
But they could get the pull.
They could, yeah. It'd be tough, because even right here near the 50 line, with body still alive.
These guys look very comfortable in just shooting.
Yeah.
Either these guys don't have clocks or...
Yeah, that would also be something that would drive me crazy, is when you have dudes that don't have watches. Come on, man. Either you're paying a lot of money to be here, or someone paid a lot of money for you to be here. So, and we're playing for money. Can you go buy yourself a $10 stopwatch? Just put it on your wrist.
I mean, how many of us have Android and iPhone watches, right? Come on.
That's why you can't die, Corey, because we just need you to keep the time.
Shoot all the time.
Big voice in the backfield, shoot up an entire case of paint. So that's going to do it here. Got next set coming up. Last amateur set before we kind of see how this field is really going to play. As Ground Seer and AC Empire take the field, and then the Maple Leaf Chiefs Pro versus Team Smoke. But next up, it's going to be the Toxic Teddies taking on the Omaha Bulls. Some good paintball names. So we'll be right back here. I got Corey Field and Jared Lackey to help us call this next set. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Jumping back into these 10-man battles going down here on what is going to be center court this weekend on the Woods Ball Field here at the Badlands. Our last amateur game of the morning, and then we're going to get into the pros. Toxic Teddies taking on the Omaha Bulls. Toxic Teddies going to be from the left-hand side, Omaha Bulls from the right-hand side, at least when we're looking at it from the show tape angle. Now, this is a Woods Ball tournament, and it gets a little chaotic out here.
One dead.
So we're looking at the show tape here on your screen, and this is a crucial fortress spot. It's not a huge bunker, but you're going to see a guy in there pretty much every single game. Who's going to get two in there?
Double
up. I just think he got lost.
Yeah.
Both these teams jogged.
These are the only two guys that I see over here.
Well, the guy in like the inside, he got shot because he was jogging to that 40.
It's gonna be hard for those guys to get out of that.
You think when his buddy jumped in there, he's like, "Well, you're not supposed to be in here with me."
What are you doing, Daryl?
You're supposed to be inside.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. I had to come this way. Think you can move up? Yeah, it's tough. From that spot, though, the next bunkers up are really small, but you can live in there. It just depends on how much penetration you have from the center and how much real estate your enemy's taking. But again, Aerosol Factory put on a clinic this morning from this side, from the left-hand side of the field, with just 2 bodies. And they just methodically went down. They knew where everyone was. It was actually the most textbook paintball I've seen all day so far, at least in this amateur division. But I'm really looking forward to seeing the pros take the field, because then we're really going to figure out how this field's playing.
First pro game's going to be lit.
Yeah, we got Ground Zero taking on AC Empire, and I think AC Empire needs a lot of wins today.
Yeah, they stale.
They went like 1-3 yesterday, something like that.
Oh, so we're not the only team, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, so they're gonna. Don't quote me on that, but I remember. I think it's AC. They're gonna have to be forced to a situation where they need a bunch of big wins. You know, they need everything has to be in the 90s from here on out for them.
And one of those was wins. Shane shot like 6 of them, and then Mark Johnson made him run the whole flag back while he's counting it down. You have 15 seconds, 14, 13, and Shane's like, yo, take the flag.
I feel like Shane might have a couple years on Mark too, right? They're both getting up
He'll
there.
never admit it. So.
So Teddy's got a third body over here, tape side. He came from the back. So you still have the 2 guys in the corner, but then they have 1 inset now. So they have 3 guys over here on the tape side.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a gun problem.
He looked like he took a little hard dive.
This is why I don't dive.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying not. That ship sailed for me, bro.
Well, maybe,
I'm not
maybe
the
the knee constructive surgeries I've had, but
yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah. I mean, we got golf to do once we retire.
Yeah, I did enough diving. We still have the Jared Lackeys of the world to do the diving now. You're up, kid.
We can do it.
You can do it really good.
Make it happen.
I've seen it. Yeah, so right now, it's pretty even here. Neither team with much forward progression. They're both kind of just probing from their bunkers. Looks like a body coming off for... Well, the Bulls, the Teddies lost a body. And I think the Bulls also lost a body as well, too.
Looks like the Teddies just lost another one kind of in the middle. They just got pulled. So, I don't know. It looked like a lot of Teddies went to the dark side, but they didn't run very far. So I don't know where they ran on that side. Not a lot of bunkers up top.
Yeah, that 50, though, is easier to make from the high side.
Yes.
And if you get there, it's a pretty great spot from the dark side of the field. We got some roving cameras out there, so be able to get a look at that other side.
Shane looks ready.
That's like a massive tiger stripe pattern. I don't think I've ever seen that one on the AC jerseys.
Kind of clashes.
Jared, you're the designer. What do you think?
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't say I didn't do it.
That's your work?
It is.
I kind of like it.
It's like my pattern.
It's like a big tiger stripe.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually a, I think Paulie calls it war paint, so it's like a, it's just like a paint stripe. Uh-oh.
There goes the QEV on the shocker.
There's his Titman.
It did sound like a Titman for a second.
Yeah. Titman ran out of air.
Yeah, so
CO2, go get the CO2.
Oh, he's got it back up and running again.
Yeah. Turn it off, turn it back on, babe.
Yeah, what is that?
I think that's a shocker. Sometimes the QEV sticks, you just turn the air off because you're shooting so fast.
He seemed to.
He
fixed it in about 2 seconds.
It's a guy you need in the back.
Yeah. He did lose a little bit of air, though, but he's going to be all right.
He's fine.
Yeah, so it's still just pretty stationary right now.
Looks like the second guy left the back corner bunker and went more inside to maybe hopefully push the middle.
Yeah, the Teddies seem content to sit on these 2 guys on this tape side here.
Yeah.
Well, we're down to 5 minutes, and neither team is really in a position to push.
This guy just moved.
Yeah, Omaha Bulls are stacking up a little bit here on your screen.
It's all part of the plan, Matty.
It's all part of the plan. We still have 5 minutes to work with. It's going to be fine.
5 minutes on my knees is a long time.
Amen, brother.
Telling me.
Amen.
Leaning back, trying to shoot this little gap. No, thank you.
Jared, how are your knees holding up these days? Because you've been doing some work as a front player for quite a while now.
I'm good to go.
Okay, it's good to hear.
I'm at the gym a lot.
Yeah, I've been doing those 12-ounce curls at home.
I bet.
Yep, but Coors or Bud Light?
I'm an IPA guy. If I had to choose Coors, Bud Light, Coors Light, I'd probably take a Coors Light. Yeah, Coors Light.
Yeah.
As long as it's ice cold. But yeah, so with 3 minutes and 55 seconds here, I mean, yeah, man, neither team really showing body. You guys tell by the body language, right? You know, this guy's looking, he's thinking about it. This guy is doing a little surgery here. It looks like he's good to go on his gun.
Oh.
He's asking for some information. What is in front of me? Okay, now we got a little commitment.
We're doubling up again.
Someone just yelled radar, trying to find the bodies.
Yeah, I would like to hear a little bit more communication today, a little bit more specific codes. Every one of these bunkers should be named, at least the ones with a lot of pink paint on it. If the bunker has a lot of pink paint on it, it needs a name.
Somebody's pretty far.
Yeah, that's pretty far up on that.
That guy's lateral
on the
shooting.
dark side. Yeah, I think that's Teddy's. Yeah, doubling up. They're pushing the issue.
So they're pushing up the top.
Yeah, they're pushing up the top side. That's the, I think that's the Bulls.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bulls are pushing up on the top side.
Yeah, these guys are done.
Yeah, Teddy's are kind of in a rough spot right now.
Yep.
But there's only there's 3 minutes, little under 3 to go. I mean, they have, what, 3-4 bodies pushing that side. They're looking for it.
Oh, just shot another one. Bulls just shot another Teddy.
Oh, ref's going to come give him a check. Yeah, Bulls with 3 bodies. 4.
There he goes.
All kind of right in the same area.
Near the middle.
Taking off. Going for that flag.
Yeah, I think the Bulls they're going to have enough time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is looking really good for the Bulls right now. Could definitely use this
There's
win.
another one, Jan.
Oh, the guy just shot both those guys in the butt. Oh man, this guy's
just
pummeled.
hiding for his life.
Yeah.
2 minutes left. They need,
on his belly.
Save me.
Yeah, this guy's in a rough spot. Looking at least 5-6 guys.
I thrive for these moments.
Yeah, they need a good Corey Field out there. Pull off a 1-on-7.
Oh, I'd get 3 of them maybe.
Hey, that's points, right?
Oh, stick him in the butt. Oh, what a gentleman. It's a gentleman's game out there.
Well, so the Omaha Bulls biding their time and stacking up bodies nicely to commit on a push on that dark side. And it worked out perfect for them. They were double, triple stacking spots, shooting guns, making moves. Already did the work. Won some gunfights to kind of crack it open a little bit. And then, yeah, enough time, 1:30, to just casually and leisurely jog the flag back.
Made the perfect push at the right time.
So looking for the thumbs up from the ref. Looks like he's good to go. So a good job for the Bulls. And now we are going to be heading into some pro paintball as Ground Zero going to be taking on AC Empire next. Matty Marshall got Jared Lackey and Corey Field up here. They're playing for Farside here at this event, one of the favorites, but they got some work to do. We'll see them playing on this field this afternoon. So stick with us. More action coming at you from the 10-man here at the 2023 Windy City Classic. Be right back.
This is Surge. It's packed with all of the latest tech from Gel Blaster, like a built-in lithium-ion battery and ultra-fast USB-C charging, unlocking hours of gameplay. Surge holds over 800 gellets. Activate full auto mode to rapidly blast gellets more than 100 feet. No cleanup required whatsoever. Surge gives you the ultimate blaster experience, period. Join in the fun by getting your Surge today. Portal has arrived. This smart target system from Gel Blaster brings a universe of gaming to your blasting experience, unlocking new ways to play, compete, and connect. The included app is loaded with games, transforming any space into your personal blaster arena. Warm up with...
Jumping into this first pro set here on what is center court here at this ICPL event. It's going to be Ground Zero taking on AC Empire, and Ground Zero starting from the right.
Big.
Yeah, so AC taking a ton of ground in that center. The second longest run we've seen out here, and on a delay, going to get a little bit farther up in the middle. That referee, though, checking out that player for AC.
Yep, GZ just got shot.
Yeah, so GZ trying to take some ground. Haven't really seen too many guys get shot off the break, but we are in the professional division, so everyone's going to be a little bit better out here.
Shot in the barrel.
Barrel shot?
The barrel shot.
Oh, that
AC
is
just lost one as well.
from the middle.
Yeah, behind him, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But they still got two up there.
At least, yes.
And we got Muddy Shane. Is that Shane right there? Oh, no, that's...
I do not believe so.
He's wearing a silver chain, so...
Well, it's a silver chain. He's got like a little longer silver chain on his one.
Looks younger than Shane.
Yeah, no, that's not Shane.
No
I think
offense,
Shane's
Shane.
wearing an EBS.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so AC taking some ground in that center early and made it clean. Did lose a body behind him, though, so that could slow the center attack down a little bit. Didn't really send too many bodies down on this on the show tape here towards the snake. Ground Zero losing their first one, trying to take some ground with a got hit in the barrel, which is unfortunate for him. It's like barrel shots and bottom of the foot, kind of like suggestions to tuck in a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, good job on the ref, though, to see it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Yeah. Eagle eyes over here.
Yeah, so...
GZ's kind of moving up. Looks like AC moved kind of on this side in the 40.
And both of these teams need a win,
Listen
correct?
to that thing, Perk.
Yeah. The machine gun.
What gun are you guys using to play 10-man?
Everything.
I think we have a good spread. Die guns, pointy guns, Luxes.
I mean, the cool guys shoot DSRs, so.
So there was a little look at Greg Pauly with a case of paint on his back.
Love that dude.
Yeah, good dude. Founder of this AC empire, essentially. I mean, they've had lots of AC teams throughout the years. There's another look at Greg Pauly. He's doing it. Listen to the comps.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always tell different. Everybody's like
talking
to each other, like, hey man, what do you need? Like Mark's talking to his front guy, like, stay inside, and he said, hey, in 3 minutes we'll try and push.
It looks like he's going to try to make the move up here.
Go. Beautiful.
Oh, nice move. Yeah, makes it clean. Now catching a little pressure inside. Got to be careful here. But he knows that angle, and he's just going to, it's a nice little move up here to take a little bit more ground. It's going to increase those angles. That makes that center player a little less pressure. Now they got to worry about this guy. I'd like to see AC filter out another body behind him, though. Unless...
Took a bounce.
Yeah, there's some good blind shots because that is such a small bunker that if you just shoot enough paint, again, sometimes it'll just deflect off a leaf and you'll get that downward trajectory and get a little lucky. Kind of need to get a little lucky when you're shooting a big crossfield shot like that.
Yeah, he's moving branches.
Is that legal?
I don't think so, but he moved the branch so he could see.
Hey, Rubbin's racing, right?
That's right. I mean, if that's kind of a ticky-tacky call, I mean, if you're just taking down like a huge log or putting a huge log on it mid-game, then okay, maybe then. But a little, put a little pod in that hole, something like that. Not going to get called on that too often.
Well, he took it down for safety reasons, anyways, right?
Yeah.
So
didn't want to get hit.
Safety reasons for sure. Oh, running referee, and checking one player from AC up in that middle who was taking a lot of ground.
Yeah, the guy's shooting from the dark side up, getting those guys.
Clean.
Called clean.
Well, that's a good call here for AC. Now, so Ground Zero and Legends in the 10-man game been successful decades past. successful recently. They got multiple squads, but these dudes have been playing 10-man, some of them, for like 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not an exaggeration. So, you know, yeah, AC's got a little bit better field position right now, but Ground Zero is going to be a tough team to dig out.
Got them right where they want them. Yeah, when you have Rosie and Mooner in, they're still in. You got to watch out for those guys.
Yeah. Pete Riley, Steve Cusano. So AC going to filter Mark Johnson, going to come across. Look, when you got 12 minutes to work with, it's good sometimes to have a floater. You know, to have a guy, you know, maybe run up, get a decent position real quick, shoot a lane off the break, get the kill, not get the kill, whatever. And then, you know, take a back position and just see where as the dust settles. And then float back and forth, making sure everyone knows, as we've been talking about, all these bunkers should be named. Okay, he's at the Godzilla or the Apple or whatever you want to call it. And so you see Mark kind of going back and forth. That's high-level paintball right there. Sometimes people get so tunnel visioned into their job, or you don't necessarily always want to fully commit one of your back players to have to be in the. Sometimes you want to give them that freedom.
Yeah, and that's the guy that's gonna see the holes, whether front guys are down, you know, looking through little holes in their bunkers. He's gonna see the holes and where to penetrate, and he fills over to that side, communicates that to his front guys, and they go to work.
Yeah, when we see Cat Factory play, you'll see like a Dave Baines or a Rodney Squires doing that job. Yeah. Corey, I'm assuming you probably do that job a little bit.
Glenn Forrester.
Yeah. Quarterbacking. You're essentially quarterbacking the situation.
Absolutely. See, perfect job. You said Mark needs to come back. Mark comes back. I think that's Mark back here. Comes back to the corner.
And they filled the spot. So
absolutely.
The AC's looking good. They're starting to load up. They had some nice secondary moves. They still have 6-15 to work with. They haven't really softened Ground Zero's lineup much.
There we go. See? He asked him to shoot a certain bunker. Shoots a certain bunker. Moves right in. Oh, looks like
So you got 5 guys stacked on this side. 4 on the tape, and then the one guy towards the middle.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that move. I feel like he should have just kept going. Because right now, both those guys in the same line from that guy shooting that floater shot on the dark side.
Yeah, AC really stacking up bodies on this show tape right now. 3 of them are on your screen, and this is the defensive position here currently the Ground Zero's at. That's a pretty good gunfighting spot where that guy just on our screen was. Now, again, 4 bodies this way, maybe 5.
1, 2, 3, I count 5.
Depends on what we want to count one of those middle guys as, but
well, I'm going to count him.
I'm going to, yeah.
So you can
still
see him.
A solid offensive line over here for AC. Yeah, and look at Fritz is feeling the pinch. So you see the pinch already. He's going to have to get out of that spot. So, yeah, as they lose a body. So, yeah, softening the lineup, and it's looking good for AC. Yeah. A couple more kills here would be nice before they have to really start launching. Yeah, this is AC here with this. What are we calling this pattern, Jared?
The war paint pattern is what Polly calls it.
Yeah, it looks like a magnified tiger stripe.
Perfect.
And I'm a huge tiger stripe guy, so.
Perfect move.
Yeah, that was a perfect move across for AC. Yeah, just they're going bunker to bunker right now. They're talking it up. I mean, this is a pro look right now for AC Empire.
There.
Yeah, like I didn't even see him.
I haven't seen. I don't know if he's even in there.
So you
anymore.
guys play Ground Zero on this field, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
No.
It's all on the schedule. It's right here.
We're not supposed to tell anybody.
Okay, I mean it's public. It's already public. Yeah, Ground Zero's in a tough spot. AC, another move in the middle. So really loading up bodies, and they're doing it perfectly. Small, little bites, good cross-field communication. Everyone knows. I mean, they really look like they walk this field.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, this guy knows his shot. He's shooting that kind of 40 middle, shooting it for them. Makes that guy go to the dark side of that bunker, and now he's just free reign to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it sounded like somebody needed to turn their loader on for a second.
And Pauly, there's Pauly coming up.
It's perfect. Again, and with about 3:45 left to go, they've put themselves into position. This is going to get a little crazy. If they can't work out 1 or 2 more bodies, with AC having the numerical superiority and all the ground, I mean, I would risk an attack.
Oh, they're definitely going
to. They have to, right? And they need, and well, not only that, but they desperately need a 90, something in the 90s right now.
They need a 93 or better.
Yeah.
And these 2 guys on the show tape for AC, even 3, right? They're talking and they're ready to do it.
Yeah, so the Ground Zero here on your screen is feeling a ton of pressure. He was just kind of tucked into that tree for a moment. Now he's got his gun up down that sideline. Looks like Mooner.
Yeah.
I think this is the only guy on this tape, actually.
Yeah, that's not good.
In the corner.
Now, Mooner is real good in low body situations, but he's in a bad spot. I mean, that bunker's fine, but he has 5 bodies in front of him.
Yeah.
So if AC launches a staggered attack, I mean, unless Mooner just has a crazy heroic victory,
Looks like
he's
there's
in
a
a
guy
really tough
in the
spot.
middle crawling through the rubbish on AC.
So AC's trying to put it together right now.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, so this is a look at AC's different angle, but it's that inside angle from our roving camera. Yeah, but that's AC Empire. They're trying to put it together right now. Yeah, turn that loader on. I think this guy's got his loader down. That's not going to help the attack. To manually load balls.
Just got to turn the eyes off.
They are, yeah, turn the eyes off. They are reaching a moment though, boys, where they're going to have to try to.
Yeah, they're getting close to the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, all the fast young guys can't just run forward because someone's got to run the flag back.
Hear that, Jared? You can't die out there, okay?
Yeah. Live.
I want to live.
Or at least one of the smaller fast guys has to stay alive.
Yeah.
But for real though, it's 2 minutes, right? They're about to launch this attack. Yeah, man. If it's one of the bigger guys having to run it back with 45 seconds, might not get that hang. If it's one of the blazing fast young kids, then probably going to get the hang.
Is that Pauly right there?
Yeah, it was Pauly moving up.
Pauly just took
Pauly
it.
Getting taken out.
Mooner, you just called it, bro. Mooner looks inside, gets that kill.
Yeah, Mooner holding it down from this back tree over here on the show tape and able to get a kill on Pauly.
Yep. But Pauly, Pauly's trying to get his guys to push up, and no one's doing it. Pauly's just
Here
like,
we go. He's gonna
oh,
run
here we
And
go.
then Rosie too. So Rosie's in the backfield hiding behind a
Uh-oh.
tree. Here comes the bunker move on the show tape, begging for a penalty. Doesn't look like he's gonna get it. I don't see a referee running in there. A couple more bodies filtering off right now for ground zero as AC with just a minute and 20 seconds left. Gonna have to commit here.
I think they're gonna get it.
Yeah, they get all the way into the backfield. And they've definitely blown open this show tape for sure. Here comes Mark Johnson filtering in behind his attackers.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, they got enough time.
It looks like Shane just died from the middle.
There might still be.
There might be a body.
I think
in the
there's
middle.
a body in the middle or on the dark side.
Yeah,
I think they're still trying to work one more body out.
Was this Tiljack that made that move?
Tiljack's on shock.
Oh,
I think, right?
That guy's big. Who's that guy?
Is that Danny?
I don't know.
I thought Danny was playing on shock.
You're right.
That dude is jacked.
That dude is huge. 46 seconds. All right, boys.
Yeah, you definitely got to be flagging now. There it is. They got it.
Okay, they got the flag.
But is it Mark Johnson?
They got 30. Well, here we go. We're going to figure out, can they get it back in 35 seconds?
Oh, they got plenty of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
He should be able to make it.
Yep, he's got
27.
time.
So he's at the 50-yard mark now.
Yeah, he's going to hang it with 8 seconds left.
Yeah. Who was that? Was that? I don't think that's Mark.
No, it's not.
Well, he's about to come into frame here. Oh, on the long run back. This is a big field, man.
Yeah, there you
go.
go.
Yeah,
8
seconds.
Nice
Woo,
call,
damn,
Corey.
Are you psychic? If you're psychic, you have to tell me. Can't be up here reading minds.
Sorry, bro. Just tell by stance. It's a law enforcement in me.
So
Strides.
AC able to get the win here with just 8 seconds to go. Great call, Corey Field.
Hey, perfect move on this side too, right? To
close that out.
Yeah, just send people to.
You had the bodies.
Yep.
Get the person off.
That was
the field.
Yeah, that was a perfectly executed attack there from AC Empire. They got it done. Still some live bodies left alive. Yeah, probably around 93 when they count up those live bodies. So congratulations. Still in this tournament here. They desperately needed that win, and they got it. Puts ground zero in a tough spot. More pro action coming at you here from center court on the Woods Ball Field. Maple Leaf Chiefs taking on Team Smoke. Thank you so much, Corey Field, Jared Lackey.
Thank you.
Best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see you guys in just a few.
Yes, sir.
Jumping back into this professional battle going down here. The Maple Leaf Chiefs taking on Team Smoke. And on the breakout, looks like a big bite on that top side. Ooh, this is a huge bite for both squads. As the Chiefs pushing the issue, I got Ryan Hoskinson here. Ryan, how you doing, bud?
Good, man. Glad to be enjoying this 10-man original paintball.
Yeah, it's good to see. I love it when I got the up-and-coming players who like playing the woods ball. Hosky plays for the Killers, semi-pro in the NXL, but he got the call. He's been doing some work for Chicago Aftershock, so it's good to see you with the Legends.
When the Legends call, you have to answer.
So here are the Chiefs.
Oh, we're gonna paint check on this guy in the corner. That looks pretty certain.
He's either shredding paint or just shooting a stick right in front of him because it was a snowblower.
We're playing on.
Coming out of the front of his. And Ryan, we haven't seen one penalty out here today. If there was a penalty, I didn't see it.
I heard the opposite for the airball field.
We saw a. Don't really. Is it a flag festival over there?
It is.
Yeah. So both teams in really good position. Better position for the Chiefs though.
It looks like both tape lines are pretty maintained.
Yeah. Taking a look at, we're calling this the show tape. Here in Chicago, they call this the show tape, and then they call the opposite tape the dark side because it's pretty dark over there.
This guy looks like he's in the sunniest spot on the field.
Yeah, the glare it's getting better. The sun is getting up there, but you can see as the light filters through, definitely it's a little hard to see out there sometimes when you get that bad glare.
I think we still got a 10-on-10.
Yeah, I haven't seen any bodies walk off. A little bit better. We're looking over Team Smoke's shoulder here, but a little bit better field position for the Maple Leaf Chiefs. They had that big run in the center off the break, and he's still in that spot.
I imagine Danny Manning is anchoring the attack for the Team Smoke.
Oh, get Danny Manning. Yeah, I think we're going to get Danny Manning up here this afternoon, hopefully. Legendary paintball commentator himself.
I think we have one guy walking off for Maple Leaf Chiefs.
Yeah, they took another big bite, though, on a secondary. So we're watching the battle.
Scott Branham.
Yeah, this is for Team Smoke. Yeah, he's on that dark side.
Yeah, so it's a 10-on-9 advantage for Team Smoke.
There's yeah, doubling up that center bunker here. And then getting back. Yeah, so it's just pretty even here, Hosky.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's made it to a bunker and they're pretty happy surviving for a little bit, at least letting the game breathe.
Well, you got 12 minutes to work with. There's no need to rush, but there is a need to get into better positions if they are available here. Yeah, I really like the positions that that Smoke has taken, or the Chiefs have taken here on this show tape. They're in good forward progression. They got two back players behind him. They took ground in that middle.
Yeah, the top side of the field has a really strong kind of command center style bunker that I think can control the downhill side of the field. Branham squeezing some shots through the holes.
Where are you playing out here?
I'm gonna be on the downhill.
You'll be on the dark side?
Yeah, I'm on the dark side. Crawling.
Yes. So Smoke getting a little bit more forward progression. Looking over the shoulder for the Chiefs. Again, I just like this position. They got the two front players up there. They took a lot of ground early. Look, their back players feeling no pressure. And then, you look over at Team Smoke side. I like that they have the outside contained, so they are presenting a threat down the sideline. You have to deal with this player. He's the farthest bunker out. You can see the tape line there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Looks like everyone brought about 8 to 10 pods.
Yeah, case of paint on your back.
Yep.
How many pods you carrying these days when you play? Because you play front. Are you our first tacker on this?
Yeah, I'm bringing 6 because you just got normally 5 is my rhythm, but you always got to assume one isn't going to make it and on the dive. And then even when I'm filling, if I fill my hopper fully, I try to close the lid and leave a couple extras for my closers.
Yeah, I was saying that at the last NXL event because I kept seeing guys load 2/3 of a pod and then just dump the other third onto the ground. Like, what are you doing?
Once you've paid a couple paint bills, you start thinking about that lid a little more.
And also once you've ran out or you had your back player run out of paint behind you before, because that guy can grab the other third pod. Sure, your enemy could too, but more of a chance is going to be your back player. That
no need to waste paint.
Yeah, so tense moments here. It's pretty even here.
Yeah, I haven't seen any big moves.
Yeah, 7 minutes left. A slightly better field position for the Chiefs. As, again, looking over their shoulder. I mean, again, this guy's just feeling very little pressure. He's standing up in this spot. Good gunfighting position. He's got 2 bodies in front of him and good penetration in the middle there to his right. We're looking down the sideline here to your left. This is the show tape.
Still a 10-on-9 advantage for Smoke.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting here in the next couple minutes, though, Hosky, because with the position that the Chiefs have, they can start leapfrogging each other or just making little small bumps up. Obviously need to be concerned about that middle. There they go. So they make that move up in the middle of the field. So, and this is going to draw guns. So now this guy's going to start getting shot at, and that's going to take a lot of pressure off the other front players that are pretty much right beside him. If they could somehow pinch out this back corner, that would be huge. It's tough because I've been calling that a fortress. It's not a huge bunker, but it's really, really hard to shoot that guy out of there.
It's uphill.
Unless he just loses a gunfight.
He kind of is the anchor of the dark side. But teamwork should come into play here. I think Smoke is going to put it together here. Oh, kill 2. I don't see the body.
Yeah, I don't see that body coming
walking to the dead box yet, but.
Yeah, good communication, though, from both squads. Seeing much better communication, obviously, here in the Pro Division than we saw this morning. I was watching some of these amateur games, and I'm like, did you guys not name the bunkers? What's going on here?
I don't think we've named them either.
You got to name the bunkers. Well, the problem is you're playing with all these guys that have been playing.
Yeah, I think they have
their
own understanding. I'm told to go get the flag and run.
Yeah, Hosky, you can't die because we need your wheels and your legs to run the flag back. So. Yeah, it's still a similar situation, but under 5 to go.
I'm expecting a big move on this show tapes pretty soon.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a big move down this show tape as well too. I mean, the issue, though, is can they pinch out this back corner? Now, you don't necessarily have to shoot him because they have so many bodies that they could just start shooting his bunker and then make a move. But not necessarily to bunker him. But, I don't know, it's really more about those center angles.
It does seem like Smoke, though, is a little more aggressive on this show tape. If this guy dies for Maple Leaf, I could see a good read and react move. They keep calling kill 2, but I don't see a second body in the dead box.
Yeah, everyone's talking about it. We're going to see it here in a second. 3:30 to go.
GoSports coming through with some great in-game audio, though. You can hear the comms loud and clear.
Yeah, so Smoke over here on the right trying to...
Oh, here we go.
Move. Here comes Smoke. The big launch is going to come all the way through.
He sticks him.
Does he get that kill, though? I don't see that body. Okay, he does. He does get that kill. But no one played off that move. That dude makes a coast-to-coast run, and no one really played off that move.
Just a Rambo. So that should be a 9 on 7 or 9 on 8. Okay. We're seeing some big fills going on. Yeah, Smoke's
now moving up.
They're taking advantage.
Yeah, so Smoke is just in really good position right now to try to close this out. But they don't have much time. It's 2:25. I mean, I like that. That guy had to die in the center, and this is now because once that guy dies, now Smoke can start filtering these bodies up and not getting as much worried about getting shot on the side.
I'm wondering who's protecting the show tape guy for Maple Leaf.
Well, he's looking inside right now. So I mean, now he's back on the safe line. I was going to say if he's going to fully commit to the middle, well, somebody could just run this guy down.
Someone's got to read this.
This is the thorn on this side.
He shot at least 8 pods.
Yeah, he's just dumping paint. Yeah, they're trying to put it together right now. Yeah, he's saying the back corner is protecting him.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that's a nice move. There's just a minute.
Russ running in.
There's just a minute and 30 left, though. He's running out of air. He's saying he's got to go. I'm running out of air. I'm trying to put it together here.
Near in a minute. About 110 counting down.
I mean, they're keeping good cobs. He's talking over to Kenny Williams. I mean, Smoke, this is a frustrating situation for Smoke. They got into really good positions early. They took ground. They have 4 guys over here. They dunked on the guy that needed to die. But the problem is they only have 48 seconds left, and this is why I keep calling this a bit of a fortress over here, because the guy stays alive in there unless he's losing
He's
some
stopping
gunfights.
4 guys.
Yeah, and occasionally that guy does die in a gunfight, but if you do not kill this guy, you have to find a way to push into this gun. And you got to kind of commit on a little bit of a staggered attack. Oh, he finally wins the gunfight, but unfortunately with just 28 seconds that they could get through. Didn't he just get shot in his loader? Pretty sure that guy just got shot in his loader.
That's a penalty.
Yeah, that dude's hit on his loader for sure. That's a penalty for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That's a legit penalty. That's like a textbook penalty right there. Yeah,
he was covered. He was covered in a bit of spray. I'll give him that. But
yeah,
you hear those and you can check those.
But so, because people are like, oh, the pros always know when they're hit. Not always. That guy for sure. If he didn't know he was shot in his hopper, that's on him. So that's going to pull off a couple live bodies. Yeah, frustrating one for Smoke. Smoke had really good positions early.
I do think they have the body advantage.
Yeah, they did everything they need to do. Yeah, in the stalemate, you want to have the high bodies. But if they had just put that together a little bit better here on the show tape, a little bit quicker, it is tough to work that guy out. Like if that guy wants to hide and you have to fully commit to run him down, but they did all the work in the center. So that was Carl Markowski over here. I should have known with the speed. It's tough when I come to these events. It's, you see all these guys, and I'm like, what team you on? What team you on? You want team? I have to memorize like 200 dudes playing on different teams.
And they end up changing teams at the last minute. It's always just kind of an
sorry.
array of.
Sorry, Carl. I saw him right before here. I knew he was about to play, and then everyone's got different camo on here sometimes at this event. It gets a little crazy. Regardless, look, it was a good look for Smoke. They just couldn't put it together with enough time, so it will be a stalemate, though that penalty, I'm not sure what that penalty was. Was it a 1-for-1, 2-for-1? Did cost the Chiefs some bodies, as that was a textbook penalty. I think that was the first one we've seen, definitely the first one we've seen on the show tape so far this morning. That's going to do it here for this game. We're going to head into the next one here in just a moment. It's going to be the Golden State Chess Club taking on MVPS Dark Ops, some Florida boys.
Yeah, they always show up to every ICPL, and they usually do pretty well. They have a good group of guys.
Yeah, so I got Hosky up here from Team Shock and the Killers in the NXL. We'll be right back here on Go Sports. Stick with us. we are jumping back into this 10-man battle here, MVPS Dark Ops and the Golden State Chess Club. Like Dark Ops, I believe, going to be on the right-hand side. Ooh, body drop in for the Chess Club from that middle here, Hosky. Yes, there's the battle going down on the show tape on your screen. And it looks like, yeah, not a pretty standard spots right now here, Hosky.
Yeah, it seems like that tree is Old Faithful for this for whoever's the best communicator.
Yeah, it's kind of like the anchor, right? The quarterback. You need a guy in a good gunfighting position, can carry a lot of paint. Guy on your screen right now, and just carry the codes cross field. Somebody, and also depending, you kind of want to have a little floater in the back if you can afford it, depending on your game plan, to keep that, you know, the codes and information moving cross field.
So Golden State Chess Club, or no, that. Yeah, Golden State Chess Club has two guys in the top side of the field corner, which is also the anchor, I think, on that side of the field.
Do you like one of the sides better?
I think
they've been winning from both ways.
Yeah, I think the far side has more moves to be made. This side's going to be, I think, a little stale.
Oh, as far as you think the show tape's a little bit more? Man, it just depends on who's playing, though, because I've seen some real methodical aggression on this side. Oh, here we go. So it looks like Golden State Chess Club making a move up. And that's a great spot. Has to be careful, though, from that inside angle, and he's starting to feel a little bit of pressure from that side.
Get his gun up.
So pretty, just standard positions. I do like that move. He's looking inside, trying to see if he can shoot that angle.
I like how the Dark Ops players are staying close to each other. Because when one guy kind of just goes rogue, it's tough to work with him.
Yeah, indeed. And he's in a bit of a perilous position up as far as he is. Doesn't really have anybody close to him. But he's still in a really good spot. He's taking guns off that wire from the dark side. So at least somebody has to keep him honest in there and can't just let him start wrapping around, try to make another move up. Because ideally, he'd like to move up one more spot if he can. But like you said, if you just, I mean, it's a similar situation. It's a principle of paintball. You would like to keep your second attackers as close to your first attackers as possible. Like you said, if you get one guy that's way up there, it's a little bit harder to protect him. Sometimes that's good, though, depending on the layout. So still a lot of time
the woods
left.
Is very interesting because one guy, if he is sneaky, he really can go blow game open. And the teamwork, all that principle kind of gets thrown out the window. But I think teamwork is ultimately what's going to win.
Looking over the shoulders here for MVPS Dark Ops. On the right-hand side here on the show tape. Sideline is right there. And he's got a body in front of him. And a body out wide. So a little triple stack of bodies here on the show tape. And
there's not many bunkers out here you can double.
No, not a ton.
Especially with the big boys.
We have seen it a little bit, though, but not a ton.
I wouldn't want someone in my bunker. I'm not too big of a guy.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same. I'm getting bigger, too, as I get older, fortunately. Happens to the best of us. But yeah, you're perfect paintball size, Hosky.
It works. There's some bunkers that I wish I could jump over a little better and head check, but...
Well, you know, if you're tall, you get angles that shorter guys can't have, but if you're tall, you're a way bigger target.
Off the break, I am ideal.
Yeah. So, little repositioning from both squads. They're just feeling each other out right now. This is that time in a 10-man match. You got 7.5 minutes to work with. The lines haven't really been whittled down too much. It's pretty even. You're trying to figure out where the weak point is in the line.
And you're trying to also put together count, you know, see if there's an advantage. The risk and reward out here is a good math equation.
Yeah, so here on your screen, this is still show tape. That's number 19 for Golden State Chess Club, he's been there for about 2 minutes now. He's just been taking a lot of pressure off of the rest of his teammates.
He's shooting to the downhill part, but I don't know if his paint's going to reach.
Yeah, but he's making his presence known, and when you are in a really forward position like this, on a woods ball field, it forces, you know, because so now MVPS Dark Ops is going to be yelling cross field like, hey, they're really far up on whatever they're calling this side of the field. And then now that guy, instead of him thinking about making his moves, and it's about exerting your will, right? And then the reason why you make those moves in this, this is the pro 10-man. This is a chess match out here. So you throw that first attacker up pretty far.
I think there's a move, though, here for Dark Ops to come stick this guy on Golden State. I mean, he's just not really protected because his show tape guy behind him is realistically just posted inside. I mean, I know he's peeking through the cracks of the limbs.
It's kind of hard from that back spot to effectively protect your guy.
Okay.
Now but we just saw this in the last set, right? Where that guy was holding off essentially 4 bodies. In the last one with Team Smoke. I mean, Team Smoke had 4 bodies over here, and they could not find a way to push into this guy's gun. I mean, they probably should have just committed. But right now, the front player for the Golden State Chess Club. I mean, he's just been in a good spot, and I like this patience. But the play needs to develop around him, right? I mean,
right.
He's kind of stuck right here. He could move up a little bit, but he's already getting shot at from the side. The next bunker up has a little protection from that inside angle. I think he'd actually be safe from that, but I can't really see from my position how far they are up on that dark side of the field, which is the far tape from us.
I still don't see anyone in the dead boxes. So I believe we still have a 10-on-10.
Yeah, I mean, the next move up from him, he could get into that spot and stay alive from at least the angle he's currently being shot at from, but I can't see if they're up that far enough or farther up. So yeah, so it's just getting down to it though. I mean, this is looking like it could be a stalemate here, Hosky, because there's barely anybody dead, if there's anyone dead.
Oh.
There's 5 minutes
left.
Yeah. Oh, did he get shot?
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh
yeah, the flinch was there.
The ref saw the flinch.
No, she's not even going to go check him.
Where did he get
right
hit
shoulder.
On his, right shoulder.
It was right or left shoulder. He flinched out to us on the show tape.
Well, I'm looking at his right shoulder. I don't see any pain
yeah.
on it. Maybe he got bounced. Did you see
it?
I saw a break?
I saw a break, and I heard it. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a professional at the gray area, but I know a flinch when I see one.
Yeah, the referee, she saw something. She
saw what I saw.
Something, but she went in to take a look, and
okay.
Maybe it broke off of the bunker.
Yeah.
And then sprayed on him. But I mean, yeah, he's good to go as it stands right now. He's going to do a little tactical retreat.
Clearly,
though.
he thought the bunker was not safe anymore.
Yeah. Going into I wouldn't say it's that much more of a defensible position. That dude's not that big, and that bunker is absolutely tiny. But he's curled up in there nicely.
Yeah, we're approaching the 4-minute mark.
So it's getting to that time, right, where you kind of have to make a decision. Are we cool with a stalemate, or are we going to try to go get the pull, possibly? I mean, there's still a lot of bodies out there, Hoskins.
Right. It realistically comes down to that quarterback on both sides of the field really putting together which side of the field is stacked, and then, kind of quarterbacking the attack on the advantage. I think the first 3 or 4 minutes of this game should just be finding how many are on each side of the field. Because it just seems like there's 10 minutes going on and everyone's still confused.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, guns are down.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to 320. There's, like I said, very little deaths have happened. Some ground has been taken. A little retreat over here for Golden State. He was in a tough spot. He was catching pressure. I get it. But you kind of have to pick if you're going to go for the win, you have to stack aside and push. The problem is they're going to a lot of guns. So this is kind of I don't know where the record is right now. No one ever wants to take a stalemate in this situation.
Dark Ops was 4-0 yesterday.
Oh, but then depending on where they're at, if they're already top 4 in their division, they could stalemate one and it's not going to be dire. Yeah. Again, no one wants to take a stalemate, but when it's 2:45 left and it's whatever 9-on-9 or whatever it is right now. I mean, have you seen anybody die?
I haven't. I heard someone call kill one off the break, but there's no one in either dead box. So we're approaching the 2.5-minute mark, and I think everyone's pretty content. I haven't really seen. Dark Ops honestly hasn't left the original bunkers on the show tape side. There's a move to be made. Someone has the ball somewhere.
Well, there is a body now walking off for Golden State from the dark side.
Got it. So.
Yeah, it's just, again, 2 minutes, 1 kill, 2 kills. It's got to be around there. So even though Dark Ops did just get that kill, I don't really see much much of an aggressive look for them, which, again, if you already have 4 wins, if you take a stalemate, that's, as long as you win your rest of them, you should be fine. Again, it's top 4 from each division, and then a wild card. Yeah, so, and it, even to get in through these guns, just to get the pole, that would be kind of, this would be a nasty minute and 30 seconds left just to fight through to get the pole. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even heard a gun shoot in 15 seconds. This is probably the slowest moving game we've seen out here all morning long, which is fine. It's woodsball, man. Sometimes that's the way it goes.
Were the games always around 12 minutes back in the day, or were they?
Oh, no. When I started playing, it was 25-minute games. 25 minutes. And then it went 20, and then it slowly but surely came to what it is now at 12. But, yeah, we used to have 25 minutes to work with.
When the field was bigger, or about the same size?
Depending on the field, but about the same size. I mean, we played on this exact field back in the day. So it does look like the battle is about to go down on that dark side. But with just 48 seconds left, it's going to be a tall task just to fight through to even get that pole. Yeah, and I mean, again, I haven't heard a gun shoot in 10 seconds.
See some running refs.
Oh, yeah, okay, so there must have been some action.
Okay,
yeah.
Dark Ops is making a big push down the dark side.
Yeah. So they're trying to crack it through with just 27 seconds left to go here.
Yeah, bodies are walking off.
On that dark side. So, so the move was made over there, and they're starting to push through. They're looking for bodies to shoot.
I don't see anyone sprinting.
Hosky, only 12 seconds left. He's thinking about it. He wants to try to go get that pole. I think he's still decently far away, though. Yeah, so that's going to do it. Oh, he was close. Oh. He was close to getting that pole. Just needed a little bit more time, and yeah, it's frustrating. But, hey, it was a really close, even match, and that's going to do it for this one. We got the Ground Zero Gold taking on the Annihilators next. So stick with us here at the Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall with Hosky. We'll be right back. We are back here, 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. Got paintball legend Will Arroyo as his boys are playing right now, Ground Zero Gold against the Annihilators. And I think this is you guys right here with the big bite up the middle.
Excellent. That's what we wanted. We wanted to cut it off on the spectator side.
Oh, man, so I haven't seen anyone get shot. He did go in high, though. He went in high, saw a body, because also the Annihilators with a pretty big move here off the break, taking a ton of ground. If he had just dove in, I think he would have made it.
100%. Yeah, he was looking for that extra kill. We just lost another one, too, out of the same spot.
That's a tough break for you guys, Will, because
if
he had dove in, would have made it. But hey, blood in the water. Sometimes because I've also seen a guy roll up to that same exact position and get that kill. So I can't really knock him for trying it.
Yeah,
it's
he's one of our slower guys too. So he should have just dove in and got in there. It looks like Annihilators have 2 kills. GZ 8, Annihilators 10. This is an excellent field, though, don't you think?
Yeah, Will. We battled against each other back in the days on this same field. It was a little different back then with the door on this side, but I do like this woods ball field. When I first saw it played yesterday, before I got a chance to thoroughly walk it, it was playing with some of the amateurs. It was playing a little slow. But then when I went out and walked it and then saw some of the games today, I like this field. I love it when you're playing a woods ball field and the bunkers are close together.
100%.
And then
you can work together.
So you can get your first and second attackers close to each other. You can have a good, solid back player that is going to communicate. You can even have a floater go back and forth to keep the lines of communication. There are big moves available off the break. We almost saw Ground Zero do it in this one. He got clipped, though, because a little too high. But, yeah, I like this field, Will. I do like this field. And I'm glad that this is going to be the finals field. We're at a woods ball tournament. Why not have the finals on the woods ball?
It's a triple OG Showtime field, and it's very crafty. But you have to initially go in with, proactive kind of like a mindset, get the job done.
Well, we are seeing that. I mean, the last set we just saw was probably the slowest developing game I've watched out here all morning, and we've watched quite a bit of games already today. But it has been typically teams are a little more offensive-minded here. AC Empire played a flawless game.
I watched that. That was a great game. Yeah, they mowed up this way for the spectators, which was really nice.
And that's kind of how I feel this field should be played. I actually got a chance to talk to Paulie while we were walking the fields yesterday, and he kind of called it. He's like, Matty, we are going to flood. We have multiple game plans, but with the way this field is, how close these bunkers are, I feel like we can stack eventually 5-6 guys and make our way up. If we got to sacrifice some guys to do it, we'll do it. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, GZ just moved up into the 40 on the spectator side, but they also lost a guy on the ridge, the far end.
Yeah, so it's the second body they've lost from that side. So
we're not looking too good, but we're at the 50 over here on the spectator side. Hopefully we can get some kills.
Yeah, survivability, a bit of an issue over there for you guys so far. That's allowed the Annihilators feeling a little bit less pressure in that middle. They're going to make a move.
Saw that.
Yeah, to get in a little bit better position. It's also from the Annihilators side, as we were just looking over the shoulder of the back corner bunker here on the show tape. It's a little thicker too, so it's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
So if you're pushing from Ground Zero side, it's a little bit harder to pick up those secondary and those third moves that happen through that thick area.
100%. I mean, this side I'm looking at it, and it's stealth central.
Yeah.
Like once you get the heads down and the guns really rolling, it's all about getting in the grills and getting freestyly. Like. Do the uncommon thing and get your ass up there.
Yeah, play some paintball.
Yeah, exactly.
Like put it together on the fly.
Yes, and that's what we used to do back in the day. We'd figure out the field, float around a little bit until we found the hole, and then went through.
Yeah, and we actually, because this side, again, where the Annihilators are, kind of getting a look at the deep dark over there a little bit, saw an entire push eaten up because they could not see. There was one player in this bunker right there.
Oh, yeah, those are Hausberger bunkers.
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
They
and
are tremendous.
He was just eating up bodies as they came through. That guy had no idea. He shot 3 bodies. They had no idea he was there because, again, it's a little bit thicker moving in there. Now, they should have known where that guy was. And that was some
I
mistakes
told
made.
my guys, listen, the key is to try to get the guys to feel like they're available to make the move up and get into those smaller 30s and 40s and 50s, because on that side of the field, you can tell, like, everything's made for a midget. Like, very low, very, like, sneaky. And the impatient player, after 5 minutes of having their head put down, will stick their head up and get it blown off.
Yeah.
Like some aftershock ball.
Well, look, you got to be aggressive, but sometimes you got to be patient. It's different.
It's
you have
12
to
minutes.
It's 12
right?
minutes. You have to change gears. That's what makes the woods really fun. And here now, move out wide by ground zero.
Yeah,
just trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. They have lost some bodies. He's going to get a ref. It looked like he might have made it in there clean. The referee's going to get stitched up, actually, to come and check him out. They opened up on him as he was getting in, and it looks like they were able to get a shot. The first part of the run was clean, but it looks like they picked him up. So that's just good head on a swivel here for the Annihilators. But yeah, Will, it does look like for your boys a little bit of survivability causing an issue, because with that death, he had to filter out wide.
Yeah.
You got to get somebody into that spot.
It's a street fight for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Annihilators on the left-hand side.
Oh,
right?
is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
So we rule, baby.
Sorry.
We rule.
Right.
We've been thinking that GZ was on the left-hand side getting chopped up. It looks like GZ is on the right-hand side.
Okay, our bad.
Doing the chewy chop karate
So
fight
you guys are
style.
actually looking outstanding here. My apologies.
No, I was down. Me and you were saying,
Yeah, I thought the same
GZ,
thing.
go
I was
home.
going. I figured. I'm like, yeah, for sure. If Will thinks that those are his guys, it's got to be guys. It's
Yeah.
a little hard to see out here.
Yeah, especially with the dark jerseys as well, which is really cool. Yeah, GZ rules, man, straight out of Brooklyn.
So what do you guys need to do then here? 5:42 to go.
Travis Baskin moves up. He's taking a big goblin bite. He's at their 40 right now. He's played this field with the Blasters back in the day.
Yeah.
So they know this field really well. Christian's right behind them, I think, which is the Soul Brother Power unit that we have on GZ Gold.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
This weekend.
That dude's built.
Yeah, but
he's
Trav
a specimen.
Trav is also a beast.
Yeah, every time I see Christian walk around with a shirt, I'm like, can you put your shirt on, bro? You're making the rest of us look bad. Yeah, and so GZ, again, apologies, a little dark out here. But, hey, they're in a really good spots. So they were the ones winning those gunfights.
Yes.
And then now they're trying to close. And they have 5 minutes to work with. So they got a lot of time to work with.
And GZ just is making a really power push on the non-spectator side. It looks like they broke through. And there goes another one going up the middle as well. Here it is, man, gang fighting at its best. Annihilators against GZ Gold.
Yeah, they're trying to close it out intelligently, but aggressively at the same time. It doesn't matter how much time. You don't get points for a time, but you get points for live bodies.
Yes.
So you got to be careful
crispy
about
cream,
what.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to be nice and crispy clean as well.
Indeed. Yeah, and they're communicating well. They're just trying to figure out, do it smart. Again, 4:20 left to go. That's a decent amount of time, plenty of time. They have overwhelming numerical superiority right now.
Yeah, we got another guy going through the non-spectator side. The great thing about it is before this game started, Maddie, I told my guys, listen, we're going to need floaters. We're going to need guys that are just looking for that opening, because this field is masterful in the fact that if you have knowledge to play the field really well, you can find those openings in the holes.
And well, here's Henry Sense with a nice move to back up his boys to try to figure out how to close this one out right now.
He's been playing amazing, I got to be honest.
Oh, we just
Even
commentator jinxed him. We just that was our first
that's
commentator
my first
jinx.
one. I never did that. I heard it plenty of times on GoSports. Everybody, make sure that you subscribe and jump in on this awesome classic stuff, because it's
a blast.
Historical as well.
Yeah, it's historical. It's just there's a lot to it, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it. There's so many different ways to play this game, and you know we're a supporter of Woodsball, 10-man, 5-man, Xball, whatever it is. We just love this game. So yeah, it was a great game.
Yeah, 100%.
By ground zero as they were able to get it.
You can hear my voice, like as we thought GZ was losing, I was talking kind of quiet. But as soon as I found out GZ was winning and we accidentally picked the wrong sides of where GZ was, I got super hyped,
Yeah.
which is awesome.
I know, he almost kicked me out of my chair over
There
here.
it is. I knocked out a coffee. I ate a piece of pizza from Maddie. I was like, I'm back at home. Here we go.
Yeah, so Ground Zero is going to get this victory, and they looked pretty good doing it. That was a pretty
sweet,
authoritative victory right
Come
there.
on,
They got
Maddie.
those
Come on,
early
give
kills.
that
Hey, you
love,
guys look
baby.
good.
Give it
Yeah, you
up.
guys are getting those early kills.
Yes.
A nice finish here through the through this the show tape. Excellently done. So we're going to take a quick break. Be back here. More battles coming at you from center court.
Thanks,
And
Maddie.
right now, Chicago Aftershock and the farm, and yeah, Will Arroyo, paintball legend. Love seeing you around, bud.
You're the man.
Yeah,
I
for
love
sure.
you, bro.
All right, we'll be
Peace.
right back.
That was fun. That was fun. Man,
We are back here, 2023 Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Henry Sense up here, star for Baltimore Revo. Currently playing with Ground Zero Gold, East Coast Legends. Henry, how you doing, bud?
Good. You know, just another fun day at the ICPL.
Yeah, and a nice win. You guys had a nice win. I'm going to apologize ahead of time because even though I had Will Arroyo up here, for the first half of the game, we were calling you guys the Annihilators.
That's because we were annihilating.
I know. Well, it was just tough. Anyway, so apologies when you go back and watch it, but it was a great game. Also got Patrick Nylons up here, far side. How you guys doing?
So far we are 1-3, so we are not doing well on the first day. Just didn't come out hot. Game starting here,
yes.
And we'll go from there.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit more about that here on the breakout right now. Chicago Aftershock here on your screen. I mean, this is their field. This is Rennick Miller's legendary Badlands Paintball Park, and they have played countless games on this field. So if anyone knows how to play this field, it's Chicago Aftershock. And they are also a favorite to win this tournament. They're taking on the farm. So Chicago Aftershock, body drop in right now as we're actually looking over the shoulders here, legendary Rennick Miller.
Yeah, you would probably say these guys have probably a generational experience on this field. So it should be fun to watch them play it.
Yeah, so Shock on the right-hand side and the farm on the left-hand side. And Shock making a nice little secondary to get out to the show tape here. Not a ton of ground taken for Chicago Aftershock here on the show tape. It looks like they're trying to push the middle and the dark side a little bit early, and they're going to lose one of those bodies from the center. So it looks like, I think Shock's only lost one. They shot a body from the farm, so it should be around 9-on-9 here currently.
Yeah, they shot up that snake corner off break.
Looking over the shoulder, talk about legends. Todd Adamson, inductee into the Paintball Hall of Fame, first bout Hall of Famer. Now getting a look here at the farm. So it doesn't look like either team trying to run reckless early. Another body coming off. No, is that a tactical retreat or a dead body running off? Looks like it was a tactical retreat just to get back a little bit better eyes. But yeah, this show tape really not being pushed much at all. So Henry, your guys' strategy worked out really well for you. You were playing from the same side that Chicago Aftershock's playing from. You won a couple gunfights early in the middle towards the what the locals call the dark side over there.
Yep.
And then you kind of went to town, and then you broke it open, though, through the show tape.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about what went down, and what you saw out there strategy-wise on this field.
I mean, for us, it's like we wanted to take a little more chance because this field can stalemate very easily, and we don't want to have to play a numbers game going in the late afternoon. So we kind of saw it as taking a little more risk-reward, send some bodies deep, and then just try to win with pure numbers. I mean, obviously, it's me, Steven, and Shorty playing on this side with two very fast guys in front of us. So we're just trying to exploit their athleticism with our experience and gun power. And it's working out because they're able to draw the guns and we're able to clip hoppers. But, in our eyes, like the show side's the winning side for us is how we're seeing it. The other side is just a ton of bunkers that are very small and hard to make bumps out of, and you can just get pinched out.
I totally agree. When we saw AC Empire, I feel like AC, you guys looked really good. But you were playing from different sides in different games. So from that side, you guys looked really good. AC Empire from the opposite side,
yes.
But you guys pushed the same side of the field.
Yes.
And it's this show tape. I agree with you. All these bunkers are so close to each other. Yes. You can stack your first attackers and second attackers close and keep a back guys in really good spots.
Yeah.
It's also really thick on the side that Chicago Aftershock's playing from. It's a little bit thicker on the show tape.
Yes.
So it's a little bit harder to see backfills and movements across. So if this side is getting loaded up, where Chicago Aftershock is, they could filter bodies this way, and the farm may not know. So all of a sudden, because you guys kind of burst out with 4 or 5 bodies all of a sudden, and they didn't really have an answer for that in your last set you guys just played.
But it was surprising for us, a team like Annihilators, which is several guys from the ML Kings, that they chose to stack bodies on the other side, which was, again, smaller bunkers, not as many bunkers, and basically tried to power 3 guys against our 6 on the side. And it worked out for our game plan, but I was kind of surprised that they forfeited the side, essentially.
Well, then, Patrick, you guys are actually playing Ground Zero on this field here coming up in a bit. Is it Ground Zero you're playing, or
we played far side.
Okay,
on
so you play the farm, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you guys play the farm. So hopefully you're doing your homework right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I decided to hop up here.
Yeah, I know. I always tell guys, I'm like, hey, you're going to get a bunch of camera angles, not a lot of people see. You're not standing looking through the netting on the sideline. Yeah, so Chicago Aftershock starting to push the issue here on the show tape. with, I believe, Billy Saransky. Yeah, it's Billy Saransky, legend. Just everyone on that Chicago Raptors a legend. Love that he's still rocking the autocrocker. Ooh, Billy almost getting caught, though. Feeling a little bit of pressure, has to look back in. Yeah, I'm trying to look there. There's no one in the important fortress. So with Billy on your screen, Billy Saransky, and in front of him, there's no one at that important, crucial fortress back spot on that tape line. And that's going to give him a lot of freedom. If there's a body in that bunker, it's a lot harder to roll down this show tape.
Did you ever play with Billy or Todd back in the day, Matty?
I did not play with them, but I played against them many, 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 many times.
Okay. Yeah.
And on this field, too. Todd
is still ferocious, even in his older years.
Yeah, Billy, too. Is Billy making a big move across? You know, Billy's still really active. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt.
Yeah, he's pretty jacked.
Yeah, he's in really good shape still, and he's in a really good spot. He's catching a lot of pressure, but this is perfect for them. If he can stay alive, so Billy Saransky, he's talking to Todd. He's like, hey, they're on me, bud. Yeah, inside of me. Still some time to work with, 6:37. It was funny. I tried to get Billy. Billy hates doing the webcast, just because, you know, likes to be a little bit more of a quiet guy, be the silent killer. Anyway, but I was like, no, you get to watch all these angles. He's like, Matty, if I don't know this field by now, I'm never going to know this field.
Yeah, how many tournaments have they won out here on this field?
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to play a team like Shock on a field like this because they already know all the moves.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure they went and walked it a little bit more, but just to kind of keep it fresh. And they're just closing kind of like how you guys closed here, Henry. And this is a very similar situation.
Now you got Bruno joining the club over here.
Yeah, it's, again, just this legendary trio of Billy Saransky, Todd Adamson, and Mikey Bruno all on tape together. It's great to see.
It's like watching Trauma Head Sports back in the day.
Back from, like, or Push or Sunday Drivers from 1999. Yeah, so Billy is just playing this excellent, man. He made a big bite to get across, staying alive. He felt pressure. He tucked in, let the bodies get up with him. He's got Bruno next to him. He's got Todd inside. They're going to get a little bit more help as well. So 4 bodies stacked up on this show tape here for Chicago Aftershock, and still 5.5 minutes to work with. Yeah, Patrick, for you guys, not a great scouting look for the farm because Shock's kind of cutting through them like a sigh right now.
Through them. Just moving right down the field, right down the show side as we see here.
But it is a good look at how to properly play this field from this side. As, again, Chicago Aftershock has more reps on this field than anybody does, and it's not even close. Yeah, I think that's Meter Ninos also filtering up in here. So they are just a 5-stack of bodies here on this show tape. So they definitely agree with you here, Henry, as far as the strategy to be implemented.
Yeah.
But then look at this backfill. So Meter's going to go all the way back to probably give a little bit of help. So we may not be seeing it, but maybe Shock lost a body from that bottom side. Oh, Todd Adamson's going to have to do. Yeah, so they're catching crossfield shots here, Mikey Bruno. So there's somebody from the farm is in a really good spot over there.
Yeah, I think they blew open the top side because Todd retreated as well, and Meter ran all the way back. Now Todd's running back again.
Todd's finding a place he can actually live. So Meter's still alive. Todd is still alive. Meter's all the way on the other side now, trying to find a way to stop the bleeding. See, I agree with you. Something bad must have happened to Shock on that side. They were looking spectacular here on the show tape with a 5-stack of bodies and about to turn the field, and then all of a sudden the farm really putting a lot of pressure from inside. So Mikey Bruno calling another kill.
It is kind of funny, Matty, to see Mikey, Todd, and Billy being the front guys and Meters the back center. Somebody that's 30 years old.
Yeah. I'd love seeing guys like Billy out here playing the 1 and looking good doing it. And, I mean, Billy's got to be 50, maybe?
Yeah.
Some choice words for... Yeah, he's being greedy. He's taking everyone from over there. Yeah, so Billy and Mikey are pretty frustrated right now because they had all these attackers to work with, and they are up real far spots. And all of a sudden, both Meter and Todd were kind of, they may be angry, but they were forced to move back. They had to get out of those spots.
A lot of big personalities over here.
Yeah, lots of charisma.
Yeah.
The charisma is just dripping off of these Shock players. Yeah, so and they're running
What's
down on
the time
time.
on
Yeah,
this?
under 3. There's
Two.
Todd Adams. So Todd Adams on the other side of the field now. Still kind of towards the middle, but really worried about what's going down on that dark side, as we've been calling it. I'm calling it that because that's what the Chicagoans call it. So
okay.
It's like local knowledge. You got to call it the dark side. Yeah, Mikey's catching a ton of pressure across field here, and he's been in these really tiny spots, and Billy's just been curled up with really no place to go from that position.
Yeah, Billy's got to be miserable. He's been laying like that for 5 minutes now.
Yeah. Well, Todd is now trying to push the middle of the field. Todd Adamson and Meter all the way up on the other side.
Yeah, they're pushing on their side now.
So Mikey's going to get out of that treacherous spot and just make a big commitment to run all the way back to the middle. Here comes Todd Adamson with a full commit. Ends up getting taken out. Here's the farm. Who's this, Knight? Knight is just holding the line right now.
Two of them next to each other there.
That's Billy Saransky wearing Gary Noblet's jersey. So it looks like they're still trying to close this out. Maybe another body left for the farm as Todd Adamson's walking off dead. Billy Saransky sprints down the sideline. Mikey Bruno's going to commit in the middle. And yeah, definitely still some more gunfighting over there to do to try to close out in these last bodies. So here's the on your screen going down. Yeah, there's a double stack of farm.
They are not going to submit.
Oh, Mikey Bruno.
Oh, Mikey caught it.
Yeah, Mikey might have caught one right there. Oh, so the farm trying to turn the tables here with just a minute left to go. Those two bodies still staying alive. Looks like Mikey might have caught one.
I think Mikey is dead.
So, but is Billy still alive?
Billy might have just died. I think that's Billy walking back at us now with Mikey.
Yeah, Billy, last time I saw Billy, he disappeared into the woods.
Farm is charging down.
Yeah, Farm is running down the other side now.
So Farm in a bend don't break moment.
Oh no.
Yeah, something bad must have happened to Shock on that on the dark side because they had to take bodies. I mean, it was looking awesome here on the show tape.
And now Billy and Dodd are just ripping each other.
So the Farm,
they're going to get the pull.
They're going to get the pull. I don't think they're going to get the hang.
But even if out here, Matty, like just getting the pull is essentially a win.
Well, and also you're playing the home team favorites right now.
I mean, yeah.
On the field they made.
Yeah. If there's any team I didn't want to play on the woods, it would be Shock.
100%. Yeah. So not sure what this is going to do to Shock's record. I watched them play a couple games yesterday. They looked pretty good. I know they dropped one, and I think stalemated one. So this is going to be another stalemate. Well, loss really though because of the pull. So yeah, tough situation here for Shock. Was looking really good on the show tape. Interested to see and talk to him later to see what happened over there on that dark side.
You should try to get him up here right now. He's probably got a lot to say now. He won't be quiet.
You should grab Mikey and he'll just be all heated.
Maybe put Todd and Billy up here together for this one.
Yeah, I have to take a cattle prod to Todd Adamson to get him to do any shows. So I already tried. So yeah, that's going to do it here. We're going to take a short lunch break, and then we'll be back with more action coming at you here from center court, the Woods ball field. It's going to be far side and ground zero coming up next. Patrick, Nylons, real quick, want to tell me, or if you could tell me, thank you so much, Henry Sense. Good luck. So you own a field?
Yeah, I own a field in Janesville, Wisconsin, just 20 minutes north of Rockford. We've been out there for about 30 some years now.
Wow.
I've been a business partner with the guy for 17 years now. Just been growing a program from putting turf down 4 years ago, and we've had Midwest Tribe is one of our home teams. They were just on the webcast, taking second place in Division III.
Oh, nice.
We're having a hard time taking down. Yeah, that's one of our.
Great, yeah.
And that was actually one of the guys playing was in my jersey. Actually.
Yeah, because we were talking about off camera. That's awesome.
So
man.
and then just growing a program. So if you're ever in the area and you're looking for a place to play, we've got a great field and opportunity for teams to grow there.
That's awesome. Yeah, man, it's all about those, if you build it, they will come situations. Sounds like it's been there for a while, but still trying to make it better after 30 years of business.
That's the exact thing. Just trying to keep it fresh and keep it growing because, just if it gets stale, you know how it is. People just don't want to keep coming back for it.
100%. Well, best of luck out there as Patrick going to be taking the field here with Farside in a bit. Again, going to take a quick lunch break. 2023 and ICPL Windy City Classic going down here on Go Sports. Matty Marshall. See you in just a few.
This is Surge. It's packed with all of the latest tech from Gel Blaster, like a built-in lithium-ion battery and ultra-fast USB-C charging, unlocking hours of gameplay. Surge holds over 800 gellets. Activate full auto mode to rapidly blast gellets more than 100 feet. No cleanup required whatsoever. Surge gives you the ultimate blaster experience, period. Join in the fun by getting your Surge today. Portal has arrived. This smart target system from Gel Blaster brings a universe of gaming to your blasting experience, unlocking new ways to play, compete, and connect. The included app is loaded with games, transforming any space into your personal blaster arena. Warm up with single-player modes to dial in your accuracy. When you're ready to compete, go head-to-head against other players with one of the many included games, bringing competition and scoring to your blasting experience. Easily connect multiple Portal smart targets to create a mesh network, unleashing complex game modes that will leave your favorite consoles gathering dust. And with multiple mounting and power options, get creative by spreading out portals to make challenging battle zones. With endless combinations of target placement and epic game modes, show the world what you can do with Portal. Gel Blaster. Go play.
It is not often that a series can be determined by a singular moment in time, where, had it gone differently, would have likely changed the outcome of the entire match. But we saw such a moment at this year's NXL Mid-Atlantic Major and the finals match between San Antonio X Factor and Tampa Bay Damage. There were, of course, many other moments throughout this series that could have turned the tides for X Factor, but none were quite as impactful as the bounce shot onto Keith Brown in the overtime point. My name is Steven Von Peterson from SVP Paintball, and to help me break down this and many other impactful moments in this series, I'm joined by the coach of the New Orleans Hurricanes, Mike Bianca. What you're about to see is a snippet of our conversation discussing this series, but if you'd like to see the rest of the conversation, be sure to let us know down in the comments below. Enjoy. So then going into this overtime point, we can talk a little bit about the breakout here, but I'm really curious to get your input on this key moment in the series where I feel like everything fell apart, ultimately for X Factor, but I mean, I don't know, what you call it, the shot of the century or something? Like the shot heard around the world?
I would call it the bounce of the century.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? A bounce here, a penalty there, a missed shot there, a ball break there. All of that, that's what makes paintball so difficult. It's so important to make sure these things happen. You can only control what you can control. But this is an excellent example of chess with guns. The reads and counters during the first few moments of this point are textbook, and both teams really show out. You could almost call the breakout for both teams here, right? 5 minutes to play with the average time per point at this point, I guess would be, 2.5 minutes, right? Because of the last point. So Damage has seen success with Chad on the D side. He's had a high survival rate. I don't know. A great success with Edwards backing him, right? We saw it in the last point. X Factor is going to gun for the snake. So you pull Keith short. I kind of like that call, right? You pull Keith short with Rainey to ensure their guns are in the match. X Factor had shown a propensity really to play short a little this match with excellent secondary planning. And you're seeing that here. I like this call by Ryan. Again, risk reward factor. They double the gun for Keith Snakeway with Colt in the pocket on a delay out into that spot bunker and get Billy into the snake corner. But even better is they get Danner up in that small lay down brick to double Parrish's gun to contain Chad.
Who gets plucked out on on a crazy shot, by the way.
There it is. Right? See, to me, now they've just removed a major chess piece. On that board. And they get Billy in the snake. You get Colt into position to support him. You keep Keith out of the snake. This is well executed. But again, good read from Damage, or rather the Edwards brothers here, as not only had one made the corner early to support Chad, but with Chad's elimination, the other gets out of home to plug the hole. And support the gun in there. So that stops the bleeding, that stops the hemorrhaging there. It was a good move, but eventually what happens? This is what I was saying in the previous point. Keith gets into the snake. So that's how you counter that. So Keith gets in the snake, but X Factor, they're aware of it now, but both Billy and Colt are in front of him, but his presence there, that's significant. So they have to contend with that. Where is he? What is he doing? What's eventually going to end up happening here is Colt's trade is textbook, but I think you're about to I think you're about to see what you were talking about.
Yeah, so I wanted to take a pause here because there is a lot of moving pieces. I wanted to focus in on the TJ Danner moment as well as this Parrish Keith moment. So TJ Danner gets an incredible shot onto Chad, plucks him out. As immediately as that happens, Edwards' brother fills to the corner and keeps filling and goes and goes. And you can actually see here when TJ shoots Chad, he pulls his gun short. I don't know if it's because he got flinched, but he pulls his gun short, likely communicates with Parrish, hey, Jacob or Jason is going to go. He's probably wanting him to shoot down the wire. But good thing for Parrish, he does stay on the cross. He stays disciplined on the cross. It allows the Edwards brother to get up here to that Dorito 2, we'll call it. I'm not sure. But this shot, this shot from LJ Parrish, he is doing his job. He's doing exactly what he needs to. He has all the presence in the world in the snake. Those guys are going to win him the point so long as they don't let Keith match. And it is so unfortunate that either Keith gets shot in the foot here or it is a bounce, like you said. Obviously, it's such a far shot from the camera that you can't see, and there doesn't appear to be any hits. But that shot, I mean, obviously LJ is saying, hey, he's hit, check him. But that shot and not killing Keith there, had they killed Keith, it'd have been a 5-on-3. There's no doubt in my mind that X Factor would have won that point right then and there. But him not being eliminated from that shot, ultimately it led them to drag out the point because now Keith's presence is there. Like you said, Colt has to run down Keith to then free open the snake, which he does eventually. The point draws out for quite a while, but Colt puts together that Keith is close by, so he's starting to read and react, figure out what's going on. Ultimately runs him down, and even still, you know, that mistake or whatever you want to call that bounce shot that saved Keith's life almost gets neutralized in a way through this run through, right? So that Colt runs down Keith, neutralizes the threat in the snake. They now have Billy in the snake to still do what Colt was doing, and yet somehow they aren't able to close out the point. What, in your mind, what happened here? How come X Factor wasn't able to win off of this?
Well, I think what you're seeing is you're going to see the Edwards brother, and he's just going to be dumping. I mean, he's living behind the gun. I think is there a can here?
There is a can, yeah. So right now there's a Dorito corner shooting cross. There's a can shooting on the Doritos, and I'm not sure where the other body is right now.
Right. The can is Rainey. I'm almost positive. Rainey does not have to engage.
Yeah.
Right. Rainey does not have to engage. He can sit there and do his job and never. But because he's not engaging, Billy has to be at least cognizant of it. Right. Mm-hmm. He has to respect the fact that there's an asset right in front of him, and they're just going to keep throwing paint all in that. Like I said, you can play tight and just keep shooting the bounces. Doesn't matter if I'm not giving you the shot, and in order for you to get the shot, you have to come into a bounce. You have to come into a zone. Mm-hmm. You know, so that's the thing. You can get stalled out here, and that's what happens. They get stalled out because I believe, you know, Parrish has to stay on that cross. He has to stay on that cross. And this is just my basic analysis. You don't have both Edwards over there in the positions they are. All you got to do is get one of them, and it's over. But now Parrish doesn't want to go aggressive D side. Where's Keith? Plus, you got Rainey on the cross. So it's the unknown, and that's what made the snake so powerful at this event, right? So I've got to keep eyes on, because just like the snake, the unknown, you could turn the field very quickly on the D side. If I can make it to that Dorito 3, Snake doesn't have anything on me.
Yeah, so, I was just going to say, it almost felt like the moment that they kill Keith there, it feels like it should have launched Parrish to go heads up, because like you see, the Snake side's completely halted, and Bernaccia ends up, I think, trying to do too much. He tries to do a lot of heavy lifting here and gets a little overzealous, and then unfortunately, I mean, congrats to I don't know if it's, again, Jacob or Jason, I'll figure out here towards the end of it, but like this crossfield shot over the top of the brick is the game staller, the ultimate thing that absolutely halts their entire progression. Now, certainly they were stalled here beforehand, but this, in my mind, this death from Billy is what makes this point a tie game, going into the one-on-ones, because that death right there, now Ninos can't do anything. Like he just doesn't have enough leverage in the snake anymore. He can't pluck out the Dorito corner. He's not going to kill Rainey in a heads-up fight, because Rainey doesn't need to challenge him. But if Billy could have stayed alive here and LJ go and play heads-up, if, like you said, if they were able to get even one of the Edwards brothers out of the Dorito side, I think X Factor wins this point. Again, even after all the bounce shots, even after all that we had talked about, the neutralizing the threat from Keith, it was just so crazy to see this point stalled out from just these micro, like just the smallest details. I feel like when I watch these games and I don't do this type of analysis, it's easy to say, oh, well, they got into the snake and the other team didn't. But as we've seen time and time again in this series, and as I've said time and time again, even getting into the snake 50 does not guarantee that you win the point. point, you still have to be able to pluck out those bodies that are shooting that cross shot, or be able to apply pressure to pull somebody out of the back center or something, something like that. So
you have to respect the gun. You have to respect the guns of Damage, just like Damage is respecting the gun of X Factor. I think, like you said, when Jason cleverly retreated back to home, he almost picks off Ninos right there. He retreats back, then he almost catches Ninos. It's very close. Had that happened, Damage wins in overtime. And to your point, if Keith gets shot earlier, X Factor wins in overtime. In our opinions, right? I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda, we don't know.
Yeah.
But long story short, I mean, you're right. This is a game of not inches. This is a game of centimeters.
Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing play out here, right? You're seeing a game of centimeters, and I do feel like either one of these teams could have won it in the last 20 seconds if one of those two different things had happened. But
yeah,
we end up going to one-on-ones, and of course we all know how that ended up.
Yeah, going into one-on-ones and everyone's favorite spectacle in this beautiful sport of paintball. So, okay, now you've you've qualified plenty enough for people to know we weren't in their position. It's hard to know, what information you have at the time. But if you are X Factor, do you send out Tom Guest? Because Tom Guest is an excellent player. There's a lot of excellent players on X Factor, and there's a tendency that Tom Guest tried to leverage a lot that I think is what led to his downfall. But again, if you're X Factor, do you send out Tom Guest, or why do you think they did that?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I'm going to preface it again.
This is just to pause you for a second. This is a massive caveat to say these are some of the best teams on the planet right now. So all due respect to every player on that team. It is not to say that Tom Guest is not up to the task. Yeah. It's just from a coach's strategic perspective. What do you think on that? I almost felt like they know Guest has a high survivability rate. Or something would be my guess. And they want to get it was Jacob, right? Jacob Edwards. They know they're going to send him out. Yeah.
And they're thinking, okay, let's put the high survivability guy out there and get Jacob take him out of the equation. Right? Get him out of the equation. And then we're going to throw either, a meter out there or a Colt or something, right? Like that, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think of. I don't know. I don't know. If you are wearing an X Factor jersey, you're a good paintball player.
Yeah.
You're one of the best paintball players in professional paintball. There's only approximately 200 people in professional paintball.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
So and basically we're looking at 20 of them roughly, 16 to 20 of them approximately here with X Factor and Damage. Edwards is going out there. Guy's a monster.
Yeah, he did it once before for them, so he has all the confidence in the world to do this. And my speculation, which again, based on very little information, and with no knowledge of how Tom Guest is in 1v1s at practice or in any other situations, this field felt like you had said, very whack-a-mole-ish. There's a lot of over-the-top shots you can get, and one thing that you see Tom do from the very beginning of this one-on-one is that he tries to play the over-the-top all the time, and it's really hard. It feels very oppressive as a short guy myself playing against tall players who can play over those Aztecs or over those bricks and just lob paint down onto you. It can feel very difficult to get pressure back, but you'll notice that Tom relies on that throughout this entire 1v1, which he eventually dies from an over-the-top shot. And so it's interesting to see that, whether or not Tom is the best 1v1 player on X Factor, again, they're all incredible players. And certainly Jacob is an astounding 1v1 player. But you can see right here, Tom Guest comes up over the top because that's really the only angle he has. He can't really go to the right unless Jacob wraps on the outside of that Dorito. But he comes up over the top, he sprays on the inside, and still prefers that over-the-top shot, but then ultimately gets picked off from that angle that he had shot at originally. So to me, it all came down to tendencies. If I'm Jacob and I see Tom Guest coming out on the field, I know Tom's going to play tall over the bunker because he's a tall guy. To me, that's probably what he's going to do to beat me. But I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are on player tendencies in this 1v1.
Here's the thing. I don't have a lot of data on Tom Guest. I don't have a lot of data on X Factor per se. And if I did, I'm not going to say it out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, on that point, I think you're right. I think you make an excellent point. I think, hey, Tom Guest is going to utilize his strength. It's whack-a-mole. He wants to keep visual acuity on one of the best gunfighters in the game. I want to know where he's at. The only problem that, in my opinion, is that Edwards is one of those guys. came from this past weekend, the Hormesis 1v1. So I was talking to Ollie about this. I was talking to Billy Trucker, a lot of these guys about this format. And now it's completely different. It's an 80-foot field. There's no arch. I mean, it's laser beams out there at 80 feet, right? But in this instance, you had two types of fighters. You had the guys who wanted the visual acuity, wanted to be over the top, and they wanted to step on your head. And then you had those guys that were crafty, who knew how to play low, who knew how to do level changes, and would get that snap and knew where to put that ball over the top. You can't tell me that Edwards hasn't fought tall gunfighters before. And I think he comes out there, he unloads. He doesn't stop rolling his gun much, if at all. Neither one of them really do. But he shows the aggression. He gets into a good spot. Tom seems to be comfortable in the Aztec, like you said, and I think it's just a matter of when Jacob's going to shoot him over the top.
Yeah, and certainly it was an incredible 1v1 to watch. I know everybody was excited that it came down to that. Obviously, big congratulations to Tampa Bay Damage for pulling out that win again, based on a 1v1. Unbelievable. And good job to X Factor for taking second place. It was nice to see. I love Dynasty, but it was really fun to see two different teams in the finals this time around. I'll be really curious to see what teams make it to the finals this next event. Mike, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute blast. We've got a lot of good stuff to cover here in the future events, so I appreciate having you on. I'm sure I will have you on more in the future, as you're one of the, I think, regarded as a very analytical coach within the space, so everybody appreciates your approach to the game and your insight. Be sure, if you guys aren't aware, to go check out Zen Paintball, his blog. It's awesome. If you ever have any questions about, hey, why did you guys do this or that, that's the source. That's the primary source of information you go to figure that out. But again, Mike, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless everyone watching, and y'all be safe.
Thank you.
Hey guys, what's going on? Tony from Lone Wolf Paintball. Check us out online or in store. LoneWolfPaintball.com.
My name is Todd Boyer. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I play for Kansas City, Missouri All-Stars. Started the team about 4 or 5 years ago. Started the D4 season playing MSXL. We won the series in D3. We are now playing semi-pro. Back in May of 2021, I opened up my own field. I took a huge risk, spent my whole life savings on building the KC Sports Complex. I wanted to build a high competitive atmosphere for people to come out and learn from some of the best in Kansas City, and I believe I achieved that by building the field. January 2nd, I went in to get my shoulder surgery. I had been having issues for about a year. I went in and we ended up finding out that I had a bicep tear, labrum tear, my AC joint had to be cleaned as well. just dealing with that during the off season was very mentally defeating. Obviously physically as well, not being able to lift your arm up. The mental thing was crusher. I'm getting off my surgery and getting PT, and I'm going to be in the gym, 3-4 days a week, getting after it, just trying to be in the best shape I can. One of the goals for the Missouri All-Stars this year for me and for the team is making it onto the pro field, winning first in front of everybody. We've started doing 3-day grinds, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've been doing drills. It's just one big, giant, cultured family, and we love the vibe that we got going on.
Paintball Fit and Blast Camp faced off in the semi-pro finals match for the third time in a row this year at the Mid-Atlantic Major in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To get there, both teams dominated in the prelims, conceding only 4 and 5 points respectively. The rivalry between these two teams has only heated up since the first event of the year, as most of the conversation around who will take the pro spot has revolved around these two teams. Blast Camp looked poised to take home the gold this time around, and they likely would have had it not been for a disastrous 2v1 blunder, a telegraph snake push, and a pivotal containment dropped in the overtime point. How is it that Paintball Fit has managed to win 3 finals in a row? What does Blast Camp need to do to take home a win? We'll cover this in a moment, but first, let's recap the series. Point 1 saw a battle for who could get into the snake and survive, with Paintball Fit's Brody Lukau taking the position first, while the team managed to eliminate Blast Camp's Cody LaPapa as he tried to match the move. Over time, Brody's presence in the Viper allowed for the rest of his team to punch open Blast Camp's defense and win the point. Blast Camp responds in point 2 by sending Cody into the snake via the snake corner and John Soap Chapa up the middle to lock down the Doritos. Soap shoots Jonathan Chavez in the leg as he moves from the baby to Dorito 2, but Chavez manages to get rid of the hit. This could have been disastrous for Blast Camp, but fortunately for them, their unmatched presence in the snake allows them to score some Dorito side kills and win the point. With the series now tied at 1-1, both teams reset their strategies. Fit risks Scott Stewart into the snake off the break, who manages to survive, while Blast Camp's LaPapa quickly responds by matching the move. Cody shoots Scott in the loader, and in response, Trenton Mason dive bombs into the snake in hopes of equalizing the exchange. In doing so, he draws a major penalty, which pulls all but Chavez, who's left alone on the Dorito side fighting a 1-on-2. It's now Blast Camp's point to win, but things take a turn for the worse as Nathan Appelhausen accidentally throws his body away, and Chavez lands a cheeky blind shot over the Dorito wedges, catching Soap by surprise. After that devastating loss, Blast Camp changes things up by risking 2 bodies wide off the break, with Nathan into the Dorito 2 and Zach Hogue into the snake. They manage to draw a minor penalty out of PB Fit, which pulls Fit's entire snake side. With nothing stopping him, Zach gets to the Viper and plucks out Fit's back center, ending the point shortly after. With things all tied up once again, both teams opt for a standard breakout. Blast Camp loses Soap going to the Dorito corner, and Paintball Fit loses Stewart going to the snake, making it a 4-on-4. Shortly after, Cody LaPapa's gun goes down, halting his snake side push. From From there, the match becomes a 3-on-3 with Fit's Colt Lukau doing massive damage in the midfield. It's not long before Blastcamp loses another body and is forced to concede the point. With a little more than 2 minutes left in the match, the pressure mounts as Blastcamp is in a must-win situation if they hope to tie the series. Paintball Fit opts to triple stack the home, trading field presence for heavy guns. This leads Trenton Mason taking a delayed route into the Snake Can, which Blastcamp picks up on. They eliminate Mason, but lose 2 bodies after. Now, in a 3-on-4 situation, Soap goes big in the middle and eliminates both Stewart, Chavez, and possibly the last 2 Lukau brothers, almost single-handedly winning them the point. With 55 seconds left on the clock, neither team can draw a major penalty, as doing so would lead to an automatic swing point and likely end the chances for a comeback. Point 7 sees both teams risking bodies, with Fit going to Dorito 2 and Blastcamp going to the Snake corner. Zach makes it to the corner, but dies shortly after as he tries to move into the Snake too quickly. Chavez and Colt make big moves to open things up, but Blastcamp manages to hold them off by shooting Chavez. Soap responds by pushing the Doritos, but is eliminated by Colt, who was waiting for him to go. Colt goes for broke as he attempts a massive run-through on Blastcamp's Dorito side and nearly draws a major penalty, as there's some speculation as to when he was hit. But what do you think? Should Colt have gotten a major penalty? Let us know in the comments down below. The point eventually goes to full time with no penalties thrown, which takes us into overtime. With the series effectively reset, both teams are in prime position to take the win. Paintball Fit opts to double stack the home as they've done all series long, whereas Blastcamp takes a massive risk by sending Nathan to the Dorito 2. Nathan survives and even eliminates Chavez, who is Paintball Fit's only Dorito presence. Blastcamp is now in the driver's seat as they have superior positioning on the field. All they need to do is contain the Snake and Dorito moves. Despite all odds, Johnny slips past Soap and Cody's containment. This eventually leads to both of their deaths, which forces Nathan off of the containment he had on Scott, allowing him to get into the Snake. The moment he does, the series is over, and Blastcamp's hope for their first win of the season dashed. So, what happened? Well, first, it should be noted that in the point that Chavez won his 1v2, it did take the refs quite a while to fully assess the penalty, which left a roaming Lukau to do some damage before he was pulled. How much damage is unclear because of the broadcast's limited point of view, but even if all he did was cause uncertainty on what was going on in the Snake, it's no wonder that Nathan tried to run down Chavez, as he likely felt pressured to flip the field quickly. Regardless, if Blastcamp had won this point, they would have led the series 2-1 and be in a more comfortable position heading into point 4. Second, Blastcamp seemed to inadvertently telegraph what they were going to do on the Snake side of the field. In every point that Blastcamp played Zach Hogue, their strategy seemed to be to get into the Snake quickly, whether it was a direct route or around the Snake corner and in. We don't know for sure, but it's pretty safe to assume that every time Paintball Fit saw Zach on the field, they knew Blastcamp was trying to get into the Snake off the break. This show of hands mattered in a crucial 3-3 point before overtime, where Zach ran to the Snake corner, made it alive, but tried to move into the Snake too quickly, getting clipped and lowering their chances at a win in point 7. Even if their strategy remained the same, had Zach stopped at the corner and slow played the Snake, who knows what might have happened. At the very least, it would have been a 5-on-5, and perhaps we would have seen a Blastcamp victory. And third, had Blastcamp not let Johnny slip past their Dorito containment, I'm positive they would have won that overtime point. Blastcamp had superior field position. They could have pushed the Doritos hard or contained the Snake and swung on that side of the field. Either way, they were in the driver's seat. Johnny getting to the Dorito tower eventually led to Cody and Soap's death. Perhaps in a heads-up battle, I'm not sure.
And welcome back here, 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. Stoked to have Matt Davis up here from the Misfits to help me call this set, and we are awaiting the presence of Rocky Cagnoni. He should be joining us at some point soon. Matt, how you doing, bud?
True rock star fashion. Fashionably late to the party. There he is.
Oh, there, right. We can finally get a Rocky Cagnoni back. So it does appear that Far Side and Ground Zero are locked and loaded and ready to go here on what has become center court. Lots of other fields here, but we are trying to focus on the Woods Ball field. This is a Woods Ball tournament, and this is a legendary Woods Ball field. Badlands Paintball Park, a little outside of Chicago, Illinois. Rocky, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing fantastic, Matty. It's good to be back in Chi-Town, bud.
It is good to be back in Chi-Town. Good to be calling a game with you again. So, yeah, Far Side, Ground Zero. You guys got any favorites in this one? Matt, what do you think?
Man, I'm going to tell you. Both those lineups are star-studded.
Yeah.
And GZ's got some killer speed, but Farside's got that brain behind him with old John Dresser and Rathbun.
Yeah, and Ground Zero played a great game out here the last time that we saw him play. So not, they have multiple teams out here, so we'll see if they can summon the spirit again. But they did a really good job of pushing this, what we're calling the show tape. The tape that's closest to us. It's a, if you're just joining us, this is again, classic layout for this Woods Ball field. Here on the show tape, the bunkers are a lot closer together than they are on what we're calling the dark side. Dark side's the far tape. The bunkers are a little bit more sparse over there, but there's some really good spots. This field has been won all over the place. It's been won from the dark side. It's been won from the show tape, both sides of the field, right and left side. So, and this should be a good test here for both Ground Zero and Far Side. Both of them have had a lot of success in this format. Both of them legendary teams. Ground Zero coming out from New York, Far Side, Midwest strong.
That's one of the things I love about the classic format, especially being in the woods, is the ability for different teams to be able to walk the field, see things differently, and execute a plan and really bring it together. Dark side show tape right up the middle. That is just something that is really unique to woods ball. Here we go, boys and girls.
All right, so jumping into it, here's Ground Zero. They're going to be on the right. And, man, it's kind of tough to call which is the better side at this point. I've seen, teams. It really just depends on the team and the strategy and the game plan implemented. And it does look like Ground Zero not taking a ton of ground over here.
I expected way more ground from them.
Yeah, they didn't really take any huge risks, and it does look like the Far Side boys do get a little bit of penetration. Also, it looks like some secondaries up on that far side as well, that dark side, and a little bit of ground in that middle.
I was just going to say right here, just shy of the 50, we have somebody just set inside, a nice little bump.
And they shortened the field a lot this year.
We've got Far Side losing a body right here on this right tape and the show tape. 10-9.
A little bit of an early death there for Far Side, and they do take this kind of crucial. I've been calling it kind of the fortress. It's not a huge spot, but it is such a crucial spot, and it's kind of, if that guy doesn't engage in reckless gunfights, it's really hard to shoot that guy out. Not a ton of crossfield shots on because he's all the way on the tape line. It's the farthest out bunker on this side. It's just a really good position. So if you can make it out there and keep a body in there, it really can slow down an attack. We saw in a previous set where one body there basically shut down, I think it was Team Smoke, Brimstone. And they had 4 bodies this way, and they just could not find a way to get that guy out.
That guy is absolutely crucial. Definitely one of the things we thought about when we walked this field was having that wire on lockdown and just the inability for those middle shots to come through to him if he's tight.
So looking at Ground Zero, so they did take a little bit of ground on this side. You can kind of see dead center of your screen there, and then their back. The back player is the player closest to you on your screen, and it's a fortress. And but you know what though? When the last time we saw Ground Zero play this field, they had a little bit of a slower roll to stack bodies this side. They didn't do anything crazy.
Got a nice bump here to fill that old spot where they got shot from on Far Side.
Yeah, and that's a crucial move because he's really going to slow up the attack here on the show tape. So now Ground Zero.
Here he goes again.
So Ground Zero did lose a body on that far side and on the far side, on the dark side. Far Side though making a beautiful move. So now he's in an incredible position.
Great
He owns
Those
this
are
wire.
great 2 bumps right there.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to try to push in and up out on this show tape here currently with Far Side this far up. That's just a stellar job of making that position and getting up there very quickly. I mean, we still got a ton of time
early in the
left.
game.
So now they're going to take another big
crawl
bite.
move right through there. They own the 50. Far Side owns the 50.
Yeah, they own the 50 more in the middle, but because of that position, the real estate taken is in the middle, but with the angles they have, man, just great crossfield shots from the middle player, and then the one shading a little bit more towards the show tape is really going to put a lot of pressure on guys trying to streak up the side of the field. So yeah, this is tactically excellent here so far for Far Side.
Absolutely, and that's going to make this back right guy here on the show wire have to think a little bit as he's floating around. There's not a great bunker back there when you get these type of angles. If this guy has any gunfights to play, he might give him a little trouble.
It's a little thicker on Ground Zero side here on the show tape, and so it's a little bit tougher to see the players as they start to stack up this way. But yeah, they have 2 big thorns in their side with just amazing secondary moves here. Very safe. They stayed low. They didn't get greedy. They're in their spots, and they're not even really catching a ton of pressure in these positions currently. Yeah, a couple guys here and there shooting at them, but those bunkers aren't getting peppered mightily.
Nice move up here from Ground Zero to fill up in just to split these 2 Far Side attackers. He's going to be out on their 35-yard line.
So we got our cable cam here, which splits the field at the 50-yard line. Now we're getting a look at the defense essentially for Ground Zero currently, because with Far Side that far up in the middle of the field, Ground Zero's going to have to think long and hard about the moves they're going to make. And the fact that there's 2 of them up there can kind of help protect each other a little bit if they both look inside. But they also, again, they have this back player in the back corner bunker, so Far Side's locked up and looking pretty good right now.
Absolutely. They own the show tape pretty hard. I don't know if we saw this this gentleman fell down here inside that back fortress, as you called it, just stepped inside. So they got 4 bodies here in pretty key positions. I think one more support guy right there a little bit further deep in. I can't quite make it out. I believe he's at that stump bunker back there, shooting some blind shots on this wire. I saw some paint moving this way. It may be a floater.
Yeah, so essentially we have about 3 bodies. 4, if you can't really include that center player. That's
Fair
the center
enough.
spot. Well, we got one right, farthest up here on this side. Really, again, forcing Ground Zero to pump the brakes. They did lose a body on that dark side. Did you guys see? I didn't see anybody drop for far side yet.
We have one drop.
Okay,
One drop.
the first kill. The first
kill was from far side.
So it might be 9 on 9 here.
We just lost another one. Oh wait, there's it.
That's
sorry about that, cameraman. I apologize. That is one thing about the woods.
You shoot everything.
That's right.
That's what I do.
No rabbits left unrascaled.
No.
Yeah. How are the Misfits looking at this event?
We are 2-2-1. Had a rough game against Armada. They held us up on the airball field. We have some improvement to do here on the woods ball field.
You know, there's been a lot of the pro teams have dropped some games.
Yes.
A few of them are looking okay. I would have to go back and look at see how it's sitting here after the past couple hours, but almost all the top teams I've talked to, everyone's kind of struggled here or there.
It's Chi-Town. It will steal your soul. Chicago's always been a rough tournament.
To win, yeah, it's always tough.
You know?
The one thing, and a knock on some wood, but typically you have to deal with heat or rain. We just were here 2 weeks ago for the NXL event.
That was fun.
And even though it looked like it was going to be nice, it ended up raining all Sunday morning, of course.
We have the bad guy from far side here who's just swung far towards the show tape. It's kind of a support gun back behind the fortress.
Yeah,
and Ground Zero's made a nice move up here into the 40-yard line to kind of counter far side.
Yeah, it's always tough for me to tell which Ground Zero team it is because these dudes roll with an army.
Exactly.
There's like 40 dudes here. Like, hey, if you guys just, again, public service announcement, I throw some of these out here sometimes. Do not get in a team fight with Ground Zero. Period.
Absolutely.
Because you're going to have to fight 40 dudes.
110%.
Rosie, Mooner, they'll come along with it.
Yeah, and then they bring an army. So
Yes.
Lane Wright and I had a conversation once about the people we want to fight least in paintball, and both those gentlemen arrived somewhere close to the top of that list. So,
100%. Yeah.
Along with LD and Ryan Northrup.
I've had a lot of arguments with the Ground Zero guys over the years and never wanted to get in a fight with them.
No.
I wanted them on my side, to be honest.
So if you see Ground Zero, buy them a beer, become friendly.
Yeah, since this is some OG paintball telling OG stories, but man, you want to hear some crazy stories from back in the day, just go talk to a Will Arroyo or any of the dudes on Ground Zero that have been around for 30 years and ask them what practices used to be like in New York back in like the mid-90s. Crazy stories, I'll just put it there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so right now, it's again, similar situation. Once Farside has taken all this ground in the center, been content to chill in these spots and kind of see if they can work some of the Ground Zero players out. But we are down, boys, to about 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. So Farside with this great position, what are they going to do with it?
Yeah, they've really not exploited that, have they?
Yeah, well, ideally, if you're the front players, look, you guys did your job. You're in great spots. Could they move up from here? Probably not.
We got a nice bump out here.
So I was just going to ask, so when is everyone else going to filter up with them? And sure enough, they got a nice little bump, nice little secondary move out here to spread the guns a bit. Referee goes to run in and check out one of the players from Ground Zero. Looks like this is good to go.
Looks like we lost another one out of the middle for Ground Zero. Here we have one walking back, and we have a fill closer to the center into the big TP bunker by far side. So they're really starting to move bodies on this lower tape.
That's a good kill and a bad death for Ground Zero. They're on their heels a bit here as Farside has been dictating the pace of the action with those early moves and then now some secondaries. The guy out in the back corner bunker, he's not going anywhere. It's going to be up to the rest of these guys getting these kills and try to soften up this line a little bit.
Yeah, if we can get this, far side puts this guy to work here at the bottom side, makes another bump, there's a potential another shot out of the middle against Ground Zero that could really move the sticks for them.
Yeah, and
here they come.
They need some right now. They got 320.
Far side's bumped out of the middle. Sauceman, looks like Sauceman has moved up.
Yeah, Sauceman, great player to have behind you. Big voice, big gun.
And a smile.
I don't think Farside has picked up his Ground Zero guy in this front bunker.
I like this crawl. He's thinking about crawling up to this next spot.
I like it.
Well, I like that crawl. We have not seen this crawl yet today. We're on your screen looking at the opposite side of the field, though. Ground Zero trying to hold the line, but Farside's making moves here.
Ground Zero guy, they didn't pick him up, and there you go. I told you.
Yeah, but here comes the attack. So, but they use that as a distraction.
Yep.
And they launch. Does he get the kill? A body coming off right now for Ground Zero.
Oh, we have a Farside player hurt.
Farside player injured, limping off. Never good to see. Who is that from far side?
Potentially Adam Farage.
Oh.
Looks like.
Hate to see it.
Oh, and he got lost another one for far side as a move up the middle happens.
So ground zero is eating up these far side bodies, trying to push in. Can't knock far side for trying to, get that pull and that hang, playing offense with 2:27 to go, but getting chewed up here on the attack.
And they just shot the wire play for ground zero from that fortress.
That's a huge coast-to-coast shot right there. That's a pretty long gunfight. Not insanely long, but that's a tough death for ground zero.
Absolutely. We have another player swinging from the back for far side. It looks like Corey Fields making the move up this tape. He is going to take over the fortress position.
Corey catching a little pressure, has to dive in. So definitely at least one more body here on this side with now down under 2 minutes. Down under 2 to go.
All right. We have an attack coming here. We got 3 far side players. Looks like Sauceman, Corey Field, and I can't make out this third player.
Well, the link in the chain was this bunker right here. Once they shot that guy out of that spot, it really loosened the offensive reins up a bit. Now here, full court press all the way down on the show tape. As far side trying to capitalize with 1 minute and 36 seconds left to go. They are pushing mightily into this back line. Only got to be just a couple bodies left alive right now for ground zero.
All right, we got Corey going through the middle and Sauceman going through the middle, kind of collapsing the bubble on him.
Yeah,
it looks like there's one more battle back there.
So this is ground zero. Looks like he's shredding some paintballs too as he's trying to hold off this attack here on your screen. Yeah, ground zero's got to be down to just a few bodies left alive. And their far side loses another one. That last player for ground zero gets pinched out here. So that should, with a minute left to go. Yeah, they had just pulled the flag, and that is definitely enough time.
Yeah, that's enough time for this field for sure.
Good game by far side. Lots of good attacks.
They got it dialed in with those bumps and those crawls right at the end of the game for sure.
Yeah, so Rosie from ground zero just came over here and yelled to Rod, our official scorekeeper, hey, we got a guy down, need to call a medic. So it looks like he might have blown his knee out, and that was far side that actually, so that's just a good look from Rosie. That's his enemies right now, but Rosie, a good dude. Yeah, and the player was able to crawl off, but he's on the field right now and being attended to. So, man, thoughts go out to him. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Definitely looked like a knee, potentially. He was able to make it off under his own power, but the second he got off the field, collapsed in pain. We'll figure out, try to find out if he's going to be all right. So that's going to do it here. Congratulations, as far side was able to crack through the line for ground zero. Next up is going to be AC Empire and the Maple Leaf Chiefs. I'm up here with Matt Davis and paintball legend Rocky Cagnoni from the Misfits.
Yeah.
And they have some news to break too, so stick around for that. We'll be right back after this. Stick around. Thanks. Jumping back into this next battle, going to be AC Empire taking on the Maple Leaf Chiefs. I'm Matty Marshall. Blessed to have Rocky Cagnoni and Matt Davis from the Misfits. They got some news to break. Got some awesome products that they're working on in a bit. But right now here, as we are in the Pro Division, AC Empire, they look, boys, out of all the teams I've seen out here play so far, today and yesterday, they look the best in their last game. I mean, they just methodically murdered everyone on this show tape. It was a textbook clinic on how to play this field. But it was a slower developing move. It wasn't balls to the wall right away. They made some secondaries. They eventually took ground, and they made it work.
That methodical bump.
Yeah, so
take a little spot, take the next one, take the next one after that.
Yeah, and sure enough, next thing you know, they had 5 bodies in great positions over here on the show tape. So as it stands right now, I believe this is AC Empire over here on the left. And they took essentially all the spots they took in the first game, at least that I can see. They got into the crucial the fortress on the tape line over here, which is just absolutely massive. You have to get to that spot if you're playing that side of the field. It slows the attack down of your opponents because if no one is in that spot, it's actually relatively easy to start working. Not easy, but it's easier to work your way down here on the show tape.
Trying to see where we took a little bit more up the middle. Looks like AC's got a little bit more penetration up the middle at this point, with 2 guys right in front of us here. Just inside the fortress on the show tape, one leaning more this way and one towards the middle.
Yeah, they have a decent penetration. That's kind of been the go-to move here, if we're looking at it from AC Empire's perspective. Everyone that's been playing what is the left side for the most part, it's a little bit more of the high side to start out. And the penetration up the center, it's just a little bit easier to get to those spots. It's a little thicker from the side where the Maple Leaf Chiefs are from. So it's a little bit harder to see for AC to see your opponents as they start to make those moves. But it does appear to be a little bit easier to make those big, bold moves up the middle of the field and also to get the 50-yard line on what we're calling the dark side, because we're in Chicago. The locals call that the dark side, and this side is show tape. So we're going to stick with the local knowledge. And here comes these just beautiful secondary moves from AC Empire. This is almost exactly how they played it last time. Those were coordinated moves. They made those moves at the same time, and they both make it in there alive. So again, just a straight textbook from AC Empire. They did not have a good day yesterday, so they need all the wins they possibly can get.
We just saw the Maple Leaf Chiefs a moment ago before AC bumped up. They swung out to mirror this wire. So we have a Maple Leaf Chief down here on the wire kind of mirroring up that fortress bunker. AC has swung another body over out of the middle, just inside the fortress bunker. So now if I count it correctly, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bodies this way.
Yeah, move being made by the Maple Leaf Chiefs to try to answer a bit in the middle, getting a little bit more forward progression. Looks like a running referee might be chasing one of the boys down over there, though. Let's see if he makes a type of call he's going to make over there. But yeah, man, AC Empire is just kind of on cruise control. 2 games I've seen him out here. I was just trying to look for the scores. Oh, man, yeah, AC Empire needs every point they can get. They did look amazing in the 93 points they put up in the last game we saw them out here. But they won their first game, they won their last game, but they stalemated all 3 other games. Oh, wow. So yesterday they went 1-3, essentially. Now sitting at 2-3. And in that bracket, Annihilators are leading the way. Annihilators have 4 wins and 1 loss. Chicago Aftershock 3 wins, a stalemate. 2 stalemates, so it looks like they got pole. MVPS Dark Ops is looking pretty good, 4 wins and a loss. So yeah, it's getting a little bit crazy in that bracket.
We saw a shift over here from the Maple Leaf Chiefs trying to bring a body this way to stop the potential onslaught of AC.
Oh, I think that
the fortress just
took one in the head.
Oh yeah,
that is
that was a huge shot right there.
And that's a tough death. That's a tough death because it's a fortress you are fighting from there. So we have seen guys die out of that spot, but with the position they have in the middle, it's going to make it a lot harder for AC. They're going to have to refill this spot.
Yep. And I believe Greg Pauly's out there. Is he controlling the boys?
Fill in the fortress now.
Yeah, Pauly, I don't know if he's out here for this game. He did play the last game. But yeah, so just like I said, AC needed to refill that spot, and then they immediately put in that spot. There's big Greg Pauly.
There's Pauly. He's the controller, baby.
He's quarterbacking back there, shooting a case of paint.
And using the patented Todd Adamson version of shooting, which is
the little hip
straight
shot
from the hip.
Another body coming off for the Chiefs, it looks like. Oh, and that's from the show tape. That's a tough death here for the Chiefs. That's going to make things a little bit easier for this guy right here. For AC Empire, he doesn't really have essentially a mirror as the closest guy to him out there on that tape line, that sideline. This is the show tape we're looking at if you guys are just joining us. Crucial section of the field. A lot of the offense does come to the side. But this is a diverse field. You don't have to win it from the show tape. We've seen what we're calling the dark side, the far side. Lots of games have been won from over there, too. The middle is incredibly important on this field. It's a good woods ball field.
This is a good one. And a classic woods ball
And a
field.
classic. I mean, there's no door field. I mean, there's no doors still on the field, but this field is legendary, right?
Yeah, Rocky, you and I have done some battle on this field before.
Right, we have. I still get the chills when I drive in and hit that gravel road, and I literally
Welcome to
get chicken
Badlands.
skin.
Me too.
you
Yeah,
know?
me too, man. Lots of stories out here, and we're gonna write some history out here this weekend. See who's gonna win the last 10-man battle of the year.
Looks like the Maple Leaf Chiefs have moved somebody up on the dark side. He's got a nice blind shot coming in over towards this show tape. At the furthest forward, AC guy, he's taking some paint from the inside at this point.
Referee checking out one of the Chiefs in this back corner bunker here on the show tape. Looks like he's good to go. That would have, and he comes right back out and almost gets shot down the sideline. Whoever this is lasering some paint in right now for AC in this back corner for him. And they kind of need it. It would be a huge kill for them if they could shoot another one off this side. They already got one kill off this side, and they've softened up the lineup a bit. Maple Leaf Chiefs have lost a couple. We're down to 5:43 left to go. And AC, just like we saw in the last game, very much controlling the action in this one. But as we were talking about just a few moments ago, when you look at the scoreboard, they desperately need a win here. They can't. Their mindset right now, having already dropped 3 games, they cannot drop another one. They need to get 3 more wins in the 90s. You get points for live bodies, points for pull, points for kill, and then points for the hang. A little more diverse on how we score things when we're playing 10-man.
It's the classic format.
That's where we started.
Yep.
The Chiefs with 4 losses there.
Oh, body coming off right now for AC, though, from the dark side or the middle. And then we're looking at the Chiefs having some problems with their gun, it looks like. Not ideal moment for the gun to go down. Still peeking out. So this is the farthest player over on the show tape here for the Chiefs. This guy is the linchpin. He has to stay alive. If that guy dies, I can't see who this is for AC Empire, but man, he filled it perfectly. Got a kill from there.
He's starting to edge that side. We got another bump up here from AC, taking a little bit more ground on the show wire. Looking like we have a 4 stack over here, one edging towards the center. So they're stacking up to do some work over here.
Yeah, Matt, he is catching some of those crossfield angles. I mean, that's basically the biggest worry for this player in that position, constantly getting shot at from that crossfield shot. He's tucked in there nicely, though. It's looking good. Got his 2 teammates in front of him. Yeah, AC, it's a little bit more of a slower roll. They're grinding their gears a little bit more than the last time we saw them play this field. But, Jesus, that was the best game I've seen anyone play out here so far this weekend. So I can't really expect them to play another perfect textbook game.
Right.
2 games in a row.
2 perfect points in a row or 2 perfect
I mean, that would be if they could do it. It was, they did lose some bodies, but this is a field. I really don't think at all this weekend we're going to see 100.
Right.
I don't think we're going to see 100.
Yeah, it's a hard field.
You're going to get chewed up. Like you
Yes.
have to figure out a way to push into guns every single time, even when you have high body situations. We're not going to see hundreds out here.
Bit of war of attrition.
Yeah, for sure, Matt. It's going to be more, even when you're doing really well, like a 95 would be an awesome score out here.
We just saw another AC guy bump up in the rough, running in to check him.
Yeah, I think he sees now. I was going to say, that guy's been there for a little bit, but hey, we want the refs checking, guys.
AC just lost one back here.
Yeah, see, this is, it's tough. That's tough death right there in that situation. They're trying to push the issue. They need wins. I'm not faulting anyone on AC. When you've lost 3 games in this type of situation, you have to try to run a little bit reckless out here because you need, again, to put up wins in the 90s. And they got 3 minutes left to work with. They're trying to push the issue, and it's starting to cost some bodies. Looks like it's Mark Johnson walking off.
Yeah, Mark Johnson walking off. We got Greg Polly swinging this way, out of the middle, coming from the dark side all the way into the center at this point, edging his way towards the show tape. Clear that AC thinks this is the way to go.
It looks like the Maple Leafs are pushing that bottom side.
Boys, it's getting down to it. 2:30 left. Maple Leafs would love a win too. Let's see where they're at.
They have lost 4 with 1 win. They're 1-4. It's 1-4. It looks like.
Yeah, no, yeah. So they desperately need a win as well too. So both.
And I think AC lost another body on that bottom side. Maple Leafs are pushing that bottom side.
Maple Leafs coming through the dark side apparently.
Yeah, let's get a look. This is the dark side here on your screen. looking at the Maple Leaf Chiefs on your left. And, yeah, you see a couple heads poking out. There's somebody in both these spots, and they're chewing up AC trying to make moves.
Just lost another one here crawling on the show tape. So he shot in the neck, and he got another one on the goggles there.
It's all coming from the dark side.
Yeah, Paulie was able to make it out here in his back corner bunker. That's a nice fill, but they've lost too many bodies. We're down to 1 minute and 37. Both these teams desperately in need of a big win, and it's not looking real good right now with this much time for either squad to put a hang up. Maybe even a pull. I mean, we're getting to the point where somebody's going to have to make a big commitment on an attack to even get a pull.
The player closest to us is still taking that same cross shot out of the middle from that or towards that dark side. So it seems like Maple Leaf did their homework.
Yeah, Maple Leaf Chiefs, they look pretty solid. I mean, again, with the way the AC blazed through that last game, so methodical, so aggressive. On paper, I had to give this one to AC, but the Chiefs holding strong. They're winning some gunfights, and they're catching AC making some mistakes out here. They definitely, like you said, Matt, they did their homework. They know this field, they know the angles.
To your point about war of attrition earlier, we continue to see this right side of the field be able to chew up this left side of the push.
Yeah, now down to just 41 seconds to go here.
Yeah, there's not even going to be a flag pole for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be another stalemate.
I
don't know if that's coffin nail for both. It's probably coffin nail for the Chiefs, for sure, actually.
Absolutely.
With just 196 on the board and 4 losses. Yeah, they needed to win, and they needed to win big here. For AC Empire, if they can win their next 2, maybe. But we're taking 4 out of each bracket and a wild card. And Ground Zero, Dark Ops, and Chicago Aftershock and the Annihilators are leading in this bracket.
Sounds like we're out of paint here in the Fortress. Coming to the final seconds here. There's the game.
There's the game.
Yeah, that is going to do it. Another stalemate here, which is going to be very disappointing for both of these squads. So we're going to take a short break. Coming up next, we have Team Smoke, who played really good out here on this show tape, taking on the Golden State Chess Club. It's going to be the next battle going down. Got Matt Davis and Rocky Cagnoni up here with me here on Go Sports for the Windy City Classic ICPL, the last Big Ten man of the year. I'm Andy Marshall. We'll be right back. We are back here, 2023 Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall, Rocky Cagnoni, and Matt Davis. Misfits going to be taking the field in a bit. Right now, though, as jumping into it's going to be Team Smoke and the Golden State Chess Club. Looks like Team Smoke, they played really well from the other side that they're currently on. They're on the left side right now. They took a lot of ground. They got some speed demons on their team. It looks like they are going to be, I think, losing a body from that dark side or in the middle here off the break. That might have been attack for retreat. Yeah, I don't see the body walking off dead, so maybe they could be at full strength. And then they're playing the Golden State Chess Club right now. Golden State Chess Club, they are in desperate need of a win. 2 wins and 3 losses for them. Smoke is also in need of a win. 3 wins, 2 losses, so they're on the bubble right now. This is a huge game for Team Smoke.
Smoke's really making some good bumps down here on the bottom. They're flooding much like AC did.
I think this is Carl Markowski, which would not surprise me.
No,
but
it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Pretty sure that's Carl. He's still got the wheels, man.
He does.
Used to be the fastest man in the game.
Uh-oh, we got a check going in here, opposite the Fortress. Golden State, it looks like he's clean. Golden State Chess Club just flooded up the middle a little bit, coming up out of that back spot. Getting his gun in the game, going to take some of these cross shots towards our show tape.
Yeah,
he's the one dumping some paid in on Carl.
Yeah, man, I still don't see anybody walking off for Smoke. Have you guys seen anybody walk off for Golden State?
Have not seen a body drop at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a 10-on-10 unless somebody snuck off from that far side, that dark side. Yeah, and Rocky, since we got you up here, I've been hearing some news that you guys might be dropping some products, bringing something back. To be honest, it's a mystery. I've been hearing rumors, and since I might as well just go to the source. I heard it at the last of them. I'm like, this really happened? And you're like, yeah, it's happening, but I can't tell you much more. What can you tell us?
Oh, Booms, what can we tell
Not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Well, I mean, it's definitely pretty much out there that Dark is coming back, right? And
that's huge news, man.
And this time he's bringing friends with him.
Okay.
So that's a hint, but it's good. People are thinking small. It's coming back huge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait. Keep me updated, please. But yeah, I mean, Rocky, Dark was a really cool label back in the day.
It was.
Some amazing angels and autocockers, and you know, I know that Free Flow had done some cool stuff with kind of touching on that nostalgia, and there's just a big marketplace for that, man. So, and everyone loves you. You're a beloved person. So,
well, you know, retro's back in, right? Everything old is cool again.
100%.
I mean, I hopefully it always stays like that.
The return of the dark. It's perfect because we got the dark side. Dark's coming back.
That's it.
Exactly. It's kind of all written in the cards.
If you're going to World Cup, you're going to walk around, and you're going to see a couple of those feather flags around the World Cup site. Make sure you get your phone out and scan that if you want to know what day the darkness drops.
Nice.
So some of the things that we're working on, obviously, as the Misfits, we've been with Di for a very long time, always taking good care of us. Taking Buddy, working with Buddy Bauer, he and Ed. And that marriage has really been beneficial. If you ever want to work with a good guy in the industry, Buddy Bauer is a fantastic individual, along with Chris and those guys at Di. So. But don't think small, think big, and everything we do is going to be extremely unique, one-off type of stuff. And so if you want it, you better get it when you see it. It won't be there again.
I can't wait. So this is perfect. I'm so happy you're doing that, Rocky, and Matt's perfect. So, yeah, man, Carl Markowski is just dominating over here right now.
That was a great bump.
He's got a teammate right beside him, but, I mean, to be honest, after watching, he needs a little support. He does have a body behind him, and they have some time to work with. They still have 8 minutes. But so we've had 4 minutes go down, and Carl's essentially on their side of the field already.
Yep.
So, yeah, Golden State just really hasn't had any pressure on Carl. I don't even know if they know he's here because no one's shot at him since he got into this spot.
There is a shot from a laydown directly into Carl's bunker. If they knew he was there, one of the standard breakout bunkers there, edging towards that dark side, has a great blind shot over here.
From this,
look at Carl taking the bunker.
Carl's going to take off. He's going to come and bunker out that player. Does he stay alive? If he got him, that's a great sacrifice.
Yeah, Carl Markowski doing Carl Markowski things.
Still got the burst speed.
He got him.
So that's a huge kill. But like you said,
Good
they need
move.
to. And they still have a body in good position. But from that side of the field, from the left side where Smoke just came from, that's one of the best individual performances I've seen out of anybody this weekend. Great job by Carl Markowski. Puts his team in a really good spot because now his teammates in a good to keep them from refilling this spot. Keeping outside contained on it's a principle on every paintball. I don't care if we're playing 3-man or 500 on 500. It doesn't matter. And on this layout right now with the way this woods field is, it's huge.
Fortress.
So then Smoke's going to launch, get a body up. They're going to, commit. Oh, he commits into his zone, though. He's got to be careful. He kind of ran out into that, but it makes it clean. So a little good, little lucky. Need both to prevail out here.
Rather be lucky than good any day.
Whoever was shooting, and twice on Sundays, whoever was shooting that lane is going to want that shot back, because he was shooting at that guy as he made that bump, and he just did not. He just missed a shot. He was shooting all around him, but not at him. Yeah, they got some good communication going on.
We got a nice, we got a running referee on the far side. We got a running referee on the dark side. On Smoke, they're pulling a body over there. I see that walking off.
Penalty or just a kill?
Could not see a flag go up here from Eddie. I don't know if we had a Tweety Bird or a Cardinal go up. Looks like we have another guy dropping out of the middle for Smoke, coming to reinforce the show tape. They're really starting to make some good bumps here with 5 deep this side. I haven't seen much out of the Maple Leaf Chiefs on this side of the field.
It doesn't seem like paint's really coming in from anywhere.
As we all know from years on the woods, a stagnant field gives you a great opportunity to exploit the air being empty. And
yeah, with the triple stack, they got a triple stack of bodies. Smoke has really been, the games that we've seen out here, they are putting a lot of offensive pressure on their opponents from this bottom side. Now, the last game they just played out here was a very similar situation, but they could not find a way to break through. So they ended up taking a stalemate in that one because they couldn't get through this line, even though they had all the bodies. So kind of in a similar situation here, but from the opposite side of the field. Last time they were playing, from the right side. So we'll see if they can crack it. They got 5 minutes to go.
And they got 5 people on the show tape.
I just saw one of the Maple Leaf Chiefs swing deep on this show tape. So they are reinforcing the show tape in anticipation of a push, it appears.
Yeah, and Smoke needs this. I mean, yeah, they basically only have one. Yeah, Smoke needs this one, and they need it bad. They essentially only have one score in the 90s. They've had a bunch of stalemates where they technically won, quote unquote, meaning they had more bodies than the other team had, but they are on the bubble in this bracket, and they absolutely need to get a pull and a hang to stay in this tournament. And I know they know that, so we'll see what they do here in the next. You get it, 4.5 minutes. They need. Okay, yeah, they know they need to start making the moves. He's going to full commit, but runs directly into a lane. Where was he going?
I don't know where he was going.
Have no idea where.
Why would he not just try to dive out into the back corner? Is there somebody in that back spot still?
I think the Chiefs have swung one wide right here. There's also a guy got an eye on him. He's deep in the 50, the dead center of the field. He has a great lane here.
Sorry to interrupt. I think he was trying to go to bunker that guy out. So in that chaos, actually Smoke did get the kill. So as Todd Brown was trying to come through, we didn't really know where he was going, and here comes Golden State to swing another body this way to stop the bleeding. But you know what, that move did work out for Todd. He did get cut in half, but his sacrifice enabled them to get that gunfight win.
And everything started with Carl making that move right in the beginning of the game.
Carl made it a lot easier for him, because that's another, just like the fortress over here on the left, that's a hard bunker to shoot out. Smoke pushing the issue. Smoke losing bodies, though, in the center. As they drop one, that forces a body to swing on over, stop a little bleeding for themselves. He's going to have to take a long look at that dark side. And that's their dead body running off. So they still have a triple stack of bodies over here. They're really pushing the issue on this bottom side, this show tape.
Clever move by Josh Baschke there, trying to run over and show he was coming this way while he was dead the whole time. Distract his opponents.
Maddie, what are we under? Under 4?
Under 3 now. 3. Actually, 3 minutes exactly here on the clock. So it is do or die time for Team Smoke. They need to win. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They still got a couple bodies to shoot. They are going to get that inside kill. That's a huge kill at the right moment, and that's going to. They dropped a body.
Smoke getting shot in the hopper there.
I thought for a second that was a kill for Smoke, and ended up being a death for Smoke, and now that puts them in a really tough spot. They still have to roll the dice here. They still got to just try to make something happen. Yeah, so they're going to put. Look, I like how Team Smoke. They're really trying. They're trying to do what they need to do to have any attempt at a victory here. That's a nice move across. He got some help from his teammate, but they still have a couple bodies to work out, boys, and it doesn't look good for them right now.
Well, Smoke's filled that fortress, which is nice to contain that line.
Well, they're just on our screen was who they're trying to attack, and then here comes the bunker move on the opposite side. As the battle going down here, Yeah, so that was the opposite side. We're looking at the tape. It's still this side of the tape, but the move came through essentially the highway here on this show tape.
It was a good move by the Golden State chess player. I don't know if that's going to open up too much of a door where Smoke's going to be able to push the issue.
I think it just opened up this whole tape.
Well, they got 1 minute and 48 seconds left. But, look, Golden State needed to win too.
Yeah.
So just hiding in your bunker and waiting to get bunkered is not necessarily the best move. Sometimes the surprise works. It didn't this time. Noble attempt. But it does look like Team Smoke is going to get all the way through. Oh, still a little bit more. They got to get another kill, it looks like.
Looks like Smoke's pushing the dark side as well.
And they're trying for it with 1 minute 20 left. Yeah, still one body left in that corner.
That's enough time to do it. They can definitely get it back.
I see Smoke running a flag, it appears.
They got it.
Yep. Smoke heads back. Good job. Continued aggression paid off for them there.
Yeah, they were just funneling bodies here to this show tape. They're just, all right, well, Carl, let's get you in a good spot. Use your wheels.
Yep.
He made a couple nice moves and then bunkered out the crucial linchpin over here on this side.
Crucial. That was a huge
And then
move.
they just kept funneling bodies and funneling bodies. It definitely took them pretty much the entire time to do it. They only had 49 seconds left, but who cares? That's perfect. That is exactly what Team Smoke needs to do in this situation. War of attrition on the show tape. This was a fun one to watch. Which every game was like this. They're not always that good, but just an excellent job here for Team Smoke to stay in this tournament. They still need 2 more wins, as it does look like Aftershock, Annihilators are not running away with it, but 4-1. Everyone else, it could get pretty interesting here. They take the top 4 from each division. But yeah, so going to take a quick break though. But do you guys have do you guys have a website yet or any information? Like where can people go, or does everyone just kind of got to sit on their hands and kind of just wait for more information?
If they find us, if they're here, they can scan our shirts, and that will take them somewhere.
Okay.
And then from there, they got to look for clues, and now it's going to take them somewhere.
Oh, it's getting mysterious.
I'm part pirate.
It's
so
and it's almost Halloween.
I like to chase the booty.
Is there like an invisible swordsman that we have to summon? Do I have to solve a riddle?
I will have a book of 3 hymns you and your friends must sing. Just don't shoot the invisible swordsman.
In the right key?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
I try not to ever shoot the invisible swordsman.
Like everything else, it's Dark's coming back, but I want to make it fun. I want to make it a little treasure hunt.
Of course you do. Yeah, you got to send them on a pirate treasure hunt.
That's right.
Kind of like if you feel like if you're in the dark, welcome.
Welcome.
Love that.
You're there.
All right, guys. Well, hey, big respect to all the things you've done and are continuing to do. Good luck with the Misfits here. Not sure if I get you guys for another set, but stick around as the next one coming up is going to be Dark Ops taking on Ground Zero Gold. I'm going to get Will Arroyo back up here as well, too. Here on Go Sports, Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. I'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Thanks for having
welcome back. Jumping into this next game. Here, the 10-man battle's going down. It's going to be MVPS Dark Ops taking on Ground Zero Gold. I'm Matty Marshall. Got paintball legend Rocky Cagnoni and also Justin Fleety. Justin, you had some good points out there at the last event.
Thank you.
Are you playing in this one?
Yep, I'm playing with Louisville Asylum in the amateur.
How you guys doing?
Good. We're first in our bracket, so getting the bye.
You guys done?
We are done.
Nice. Yeah. You're not suited up. So
I'm not suited up. Yeah, we got.
But you are covered in paint.
I am. Yeah. It's messy out there, covered in pink everywhere. It doesn't wash off for weeks.
Yeah, this pink is absolutely nasty. I love it though. It's a great field to be shooting in a woods ball tournament.
It's awesome
to keep everyone honest out there, which is kind of hard sometimes. But yeah, MVPS Dark Ops and Ground Zero Gold. Dark Ops has been looking awesome out here. They have they're sitting at 4-1. Kind of ruling this bracket here so far, and they're in a bracket with Shock. Shock has dropped 2. We'll see how they do in these next couple. And then Ground Zero Gold is also looking pretty good, but you take 4 out of each bracket with a wild card. So I think Ground Zero Gold, they could probably stalemate this game. If they can win their next couple, they'll be all right. But this is still an important match here as we're kind of getting deep into the prelims. And Ground Zero Gold here on your screen.
Yeah, in this field, I think it's been playing a little bit slower than the others. We've seen a couple of stalemates out here. It looks like both teams are 10 alive at the moment. I haven't seen any bodies walk off for either side.
Yeah, neither have I. So, which, man, when we have 10-on-10 breaks and then no one gets shot for maybe 5 minutes, this field gets a little crazy because this is a very playable woods ball field. I really like this show tape here, what we're calling the close side here, Justin, because you really can go bunker to bunker to bunker. And we've seen some teams really utilize offense. Looks like a body drop in for Dark Ops from that middle. It is also interesting, too, that a lot of the bodies that are dropping out of gunfights early are dying from that middle. See another one?
Yeah, 2 are walking off there on the screen. You see them here. I think that's...
So that's Ground Zero then.
Okay, so 2 walking off Ground Zero.
Yeah, we're looking over the shoulders here. This is Ground Zero back bunker here on the show tape. The Chicago people call this the show tape, and then they call the opposite side the dark side.
Yeah, I haven't even been over there. I've only played on this side of the field.
Well, I do believe this is where we're playing the finals, and since you guys are in your division, it's really good you're watching this field right now.
Yeah, that's why we actually play it. That's why we came over here.
Absolutely. I want to say it's 9-up for both Ground Zero and Dark Ops.
Yeah, that feels about right. Still a ton of time here on the clock. 12 minutes in regulation if you're just joining us. You got 12 minutes to work with, and it's different scoring system here in 10-man. You got bodies, live bodies count, dead bodies, you get points for that. You get points for kills, points for hang, and points for the pull as well, too. So a little bit more diverse on the way we count points for 10-man. Are you digging it? Justin, you play a lot of 10-man?
Not a lot. This is my, I guess I played 3 this year. I played the Pittsburgh Open, then it's my second one with the Asylum guys. I don't fully understand, I'm not even sure what live or dead bodies are worth, to be totally honest. But
it's a lot of math. You don't have to worry. Let the captain worry about the points. You just go out and play your game. That's pretty much how it works out.
That's what I've been doing. I don't even have a timer on my, everyone's got timers.
You don't have a timer? Bro,
everyone's got timers.
Well, you're a front guy, so you're probably not alive at the end of the game anyway.
Yeah, usually not.
Yeah, front guys, everyone should have a timer, Justin. Yeah. But if the one guys that can get away with it are the fast, aggressive front guys that aren't going to be alive typically at the end of many games.
This is true.
Yeah, especially on this woods ball field. So, Justin, Rocky and I were just talking about this. That Matt Davis, one of his teammates and cohorts and coworkers up here, talking about this. But on this specific layout, man, if you win with 4 bodies alive, that's a good win.
Huge.
This is a war of attrition out here. I don't think we're going to see any hundreds, meaning you didn't lose a body, you shot everyone, you got the pull and the hang. It's called a max. We haven't seen one yet. Don't think we're going to see one out here all weekend long because this is a bloody, nasty, trench warfare type field. And I just don't think we're going to see it.
I'd be shocked if we did.
It's just typically because there's a lot of makeable spots. There's good, not easy, but easier types of secondaries to different spots, and then you kind of just have to make a solid push, hoping that your opponent's lost some gunfights to soften the lineup, but you're still risking it when you're running in there. So, yeah, man, it's been a little crazy out here. I think the most bodies alive we've seen has maybe been 6.
Okay.
Probably the best, and that that was sketched when it happened. So, yeah, I think a 93 is a really good win out here.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Man, are there no bodies on this show tape. I feel like I don't see anyone over
Yeah,
there.
which
There's
is
one guy there.
Yeah, so there's
In the
two.
back
There's
right.
you got the big tree, and then the outside back spot. I
This
don't
is-
see anyone inside.
It's kind of tough to see here because you have the sun, and then it goes immediately to shade. So you kind of.
Yes, welcome to our world. Jeff.
Yeah, and everyone is in black or camo. Like
they're wearing outfits designed to hide
Yep.
themselves from their opponents. Luckily, we have all these glorious cameras out there. But yeah,
Ooh, here comes
it's
a
welcome
kill.
to Woods Ball.
Who's that?
Yeah, body dropping for Dark Ops. I believe that's Dark Ops. And then referee checking out the back corner bunker here on the show tape for Ground Zero Gold. Looks like he's still good to go.
And this is a tough event to ref too, because the way these stick piles are set up, you can just get splattered to death, and you can be completely pinked but not be shot. And the ref has to discern, what's going on there.
Yeah, that's a tough call for the refs a lot of the times, because you do, like you said, you get sprayed to the bejesus, right?
Down to 6 minutes left to go.
Is this another body walking off here? Or was
I think
the
that was
same
the
body?
that was the same body, the same
Okay.
Dark Ops body that walked off.
All right, we got a move going.
No, Dark Ops just lost one here on the show tape.
Oh, is that
Another
ref
one.
pulling a penalty? Yep, he is pulling a penalty.
Wow, we haven't seen too many penalties out here all day long, and that's a penalty really going to be affecting Dark Ops as they had dropped a body. Ground Zero trying to make the most of it, moving up here on the show tape and getting to, this is a pretty crucial spot.
And he took it at the right time.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's important. Dude, if they're going to give you a gift, you better take it,
Yeah,
especially on this
that window doesn't stay open for long. You got to go through it right when it's open, or it closes fast. You got to make the moves when you can.
Yeah, Rocky, looking forward to seeing your guys' team play here coming up. The Misfits I think they're on deck or in the hole. So 3 games, but Misfits on the bubble. So that should be.
we need both games. We always have a tough time in Chicago. I mean, it's a grueling tournament. It's the way it is.
Your next 2 games, Rocky, are on this Woods field here?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough field to have to win 2 on.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for the best.
You've got to come out to it. When I first saw this field yesterday and watched it played a little bit, I was a little scared because I saw a lot of stalemates.
Yeah.
But we've only seen a handful today. A decent amount, but it's not a stalemate field. Here comes Ground Zero. They're going to full commit. Ground Zero.
They're going big.
Yeah, they're pushing the issue. Here on the show tape, all the way get it. This is a crucial spot. He is catching some pressure though, so it's good that he checked off into that bunker. He's trying to figure out where this last body is in front of him.
Ground Zero always makes pretty big moves when they see the opportunity.
Well, it's interesting because historically you would have a little bit more methodical aggression, like out of the East Coast teams from, say, the Philly Americans, All-Americans back in the day. They would played a little bit more of a tactical style of paintball, but the New Yorkers were always just balls to the wall, crazy,
always.
just super aggressive.
They're New Yorkers.
Yeah, which as a Californian I love because we also would pride ourselves on the West Coast offense. But yeah, and the style has not changed. They still like to push the issue.
Yeah.
You can't it's in their blood. But yeah, they're in really good spots. They got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to work with. Ooh, got to be careful, man. He's catching a ton of spray. That did look like spray off of that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call from the ref. Justin, you were just talking about this.
Yep.
Though. You know, you get into one of these positions on these Woods ball fields, you're completely covered in pink. I think this is Christian Collins here, who's
he's wiping his face off. And so when you're playing this bunker, in the standard, there's a hole here, and you can shoot through it, but it also gets peppered, so you're just getting sprayed. So he's kind of, oh no, he's taken out.
Oh, tough death here. I can't tell if that's not.
Man, where did he get that from?
That is not Christian. Look, they need a win. Both these teams need a win right now. Well, Dark Ops would need a win to solidify a top 4 position. Ground Zero, though, slightly on the bubble. Yeah, I mean, this would be their 4th win. They've dropped 2. They do not want to stalemate and drop 3.
I think he might have took one right through that.
Yeah,
hole.
running referee. Checking him out.
Well, looks like he's good.
Man.
That could be huge here for Ground Zero, but he's still in a tough. He's in a
he
tiny
is.
little stick position.
Yeah,
He's catching
that's
a ton
hard
of
to
pressure.
battle out of.
Who's behind him though? Do they still?
Well,
Do they have any more? Like Ground Zero might need to flood another body this way. I don't know what they have left on the dark side, but
Yeah, I don't see anyone here to our right side backing up Ground Zero.
They got Ground Zero's got the 2 guys right up here, but they got their heads down. They need someone over them, supporting them, and controlling this whole situation.
Well, they are in that moment, boys, where there's 2 minutes left. You need about 40 seconds to run the flag back. So if they want this win and they want to get that pull and that hang, they're going to have to roll some dice right now.
Yeah.
Or be content. Now, again, with Dark Ops' record, I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy with a stalemate here. This is an inner, obviously you're all in the bracket together. So if you make a mistake and give the other team the win, it will hurt you. But because they already have 4 wins, I mean, it's the Annihilators and Dark Ops, and it's pretty close. Well, Dark Ops does have an 18 on there. Yeah, they kind of need this one too a little bit.
Oh, he's getting pulled out.
Yeah, it's crazy though. It's good to see. I love when there's a lot of parity. When we do see even the top teams having to drop a game or two. I know they don't. When you're playing, like when I was playing with Cap or any of these other teams, you hate dropping those games. But as a fan, it makes it a lot more interesting as the prelims are going to close out this afternoon. And it's just all pros. There's nothing but pros out here on this field. So we're going to see the best of the best throwing down on what is going to be the finals field, which I like having the finals at a Woods Ball tournament. This is the International Classic Paintball League. Why would we not have the finals on a Woods Ball?
It's for the finals. This field will be a train wreck. I guarantee it. I guarantee it's going to go crazy.
So that's Dark Ops losing another body there from this show tape side.
I think we're under a minute right now.
Yeah, down to 45. Yeah, I think stalemate.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
It's going to be another stalemate here. Yeah, just no one's in a position to get that pull. Obviously, Ground Zero's been pushing the issue, so Dark Ops has just been holding the line by the hair of their chin for a little bit, but doing it well.
Yeah,
I mean, they really sucked up the attack. Ground Zero was pushing the issue nicely, but losing a body here, losing a body there, slight little mistakes, and not even crazy mistakes. They're just you're on a Woods Ball field, you're pushing into guns. It's tough. But it does, just 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to see a stalemate. That's going to make this division even more interesting because this is going to put Ground Zero gold with a 99 and 99. Dude, 2 99s. Nice work, boys. 97, but then an 8 of 14, and then whatever this is going to be. Dark Ops is sitting on three big wins, and then an 18 and a 15. So now another stale. So it's just going to, again, top 4 from each division and a wild card. Move on. To give us 9 total teams. So yeah, it's tough to call at this point in time.
Definitely.
Obviously, we got some few favorites. Annihilators look really good. Shock still in there now, but these are the other 2 teams that had a decent amount of wins. Smokes all over the place. They have essentially 4 stalemates, a 43 and a 93. They need to win their next 2 and win by a high 90 score. Chess Club's had a rough go of it. Farside's been mostly miss, less hit. Yeah, it's really close. This is still to be determined as we, continue. We'll keep you guys updated on the scores, but yeah, so a little stalemate here, and we are going to be moving on to the next one. It's going to be the Annihilators, who are the best team in this bracket so far, taking on Shock.
Yeah.
That's going to be a game.
Good one. This is going to be a good one. So stick around. That's coming up next here, 2023 Windy City Classic, the ICPL last Big Ten Man of the year. Matty Marshall, Justin Politi, and Rocky Cagnoni, and we will be back.
Peace out.
Welcome back, 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. Stoked to have Eric Hunter and Blake Yarber from current Cap Factory, but 2 Dynasty stars. One from back in the day, one current, but jumping into this one. This is a big game right now. Annihilators, huge. Yeah, this is huge. Annihilators taking on Shock. Annihilators actually have a better score up right now total in the games they played than Shock. Shock would love to get this win against the Annihilators, not just as a statement to the Annihilators like, hey, this is our field. We literally made this field. No one knows this field better than Shock. But the last game that Shock played on this field, so it looks like Annihilators, I believe, on the left-hand side and Shock on the right-hand side. But the last we saw Shock play out here, they played amazing on the show tape, but then they lost their middle and on the dark, what they call the dark side. That's what the locals call it. So they had to reposition a lot of guys, ended up stalemate in the game.
Interesting.
Interesting. Losing their bodies.
Chicago Aftershock.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
You nailed it.
Okay, so,
yes.
you're right. Oh, this is their home field.
And these divisions right now are a bloodbath, so everybody's got to win.
Yeah, it is crazy, Eric, because, when I'm looking at these scores, it's getting a little crazy. You know, you guys are
down to place 8 can possibly still make it in.
Yeah.
On both brackets. So everybody's got to win, and this field's been super stalematey.
Yeah, so right now, again, Shock, Annihilators just kicking things off as we had thrown 12 minutes on the clock. And, yeah, you guys are still looking okay, though, right?
Yes.
Blake and
Yeah.
Eric?
Yes. We're in really good shape.
You know what I like is coming from ICC, which they reduced down to 10 minutes. They went back to 12 minutes for these big woods ball fields. I like the extra time. You
need it.
Yeah, you need it. You can get through the paint. You can really dissect the placement and go do your homework.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that they added a little bit of time. When they started, I think it was 8 minutes first, 2 short, 10. I love 12. 12's good. When we started playing back in the day, we had 25 minutes to work with, and then it went to 20, and then 15. It just slowly but surely, because more teams started playing paintball, and they needed the time.
How many 10 ball tubes did you go through?
That was a little before my time. We actually had constant air back then. I think this is actually Shock on the left.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is
so
Shock.
The scoreboard's a little switch. But so, yeah, Shock on the left. And so the last time Shock played, they were playing from the right, and they just completely mastered this bottom side, lost their middle, lost the dark side. Now they're in a good position in the middle of the field. They have really good ground, and that's kind of how we've seen this field play. From the left side, the top side here, the middle, it's a lot easier to make it closer to the 50-yard line, but now you're starting to push into stuff that's a little bit thicker. You can win from both sides here on the show tape. It really just depends on how many bodies get softened up early, where those kills come from, and how everyone knows their angles. So, yeah, it was Billy Saransky, who played. Billy was so angry after the last one because he played he's a master Hall of Famer. First bout Hall of Famer. They got a couple, actually, guys on their team that are first bout Hall of Famers. But he played amazing over here. Yeah. He was so angry at his guys because he was all the way up on their side, and everyone's just dying, and he's losing all his back players because they're backfilling and having to move around in the middle. So,
I mean, that's where after Shock needs Billy. They need him angry because he plays better.
100%. 100%, Blake. Yeah, so Shock's in some good spots, and then now we're looking over the shoulders here of the Annihilators. Again, though, on paper, the Annihilators heading into this one, at least from what we've seen at this event, you could say they're the favorite, which is crazy to say. But, again, it's pretty even. But the Annihilators have only dropped one game. They have a 93, 95, 92, 96, and they had then a 6-point, whereas Shock's dropped 2. So, but one of the ones they dropped was a 36. So it's getting a little bit interesting. Top 4 from each bracket, and then a wild card move on. And these teams just feeling each other out right now here as we're looking over their shoulders on the show tape. There's Billy Saransky here on your screen, Eric.
Yeah, Annihilators. I predicted they were going to be top 4 before any of the games started.
Are you
psychic? They have a good squad. No, I looked at their roster.
Okay.
I think they got Connor Kelly on there. They got a couple.
No, you're right. They got some studs.
They got some good players on their team.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Isaac, and I was like, it's going to be Shock. It's going to be Annihilators. It's going to be AC, which I was way wrong on that, and I thought Farside was going to be way better than they did, but Farside's having a rough tournament.
Dude, Connor Kelly's so good. I watched him play on the zipper field. He ran to the 50 off the break, but he ran with his eyes up. He dives in, and he looks back. He's like, there's 4 in front of me. So he ran with his eyes up, read all the bodies diving in front of him, and was able to give an accurate call of how many bodies were on the top side within 15 seconds.
Yeah,
he's really good.
He's on fire. He played really good for Heat at the last event.
Yeah. He actually got the start over Konstantin Fedorov.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
I watched everything. I was like, this guy's playing really good.
Well, it's good to see you back, Eric.
Yeah, I love these things. These things are so fun.
Eric is a neighbor of mine. We live a mile away from each other in San Diego, so I'm glad that he still loves the game enough.
Yeah, no, this is great. I get to see all my old friends at a little vacation. And, couldn't do it without Justine holding it down at home.
Yeah, get away from the kids for a couple days.
I miss them so much.
Of course.
Are you saying we're friends?
Yeah, we're friends.
boy.
Yeah. So it's a pretty similar situation right now. Shock has really good positions in the middle. Billy's in a good spot as the anchor over here on the show tape. Annihilators, yeah, these are kind of just two heavyweight boxers just kind of circling each other right now, looking for probing for weaknesses, and really haven't seen any yet. And but we're down to 4:44 left.
You can see right now these guys are all kind of hiding behind their bunkers. It looks like they're not doing anything, but you can see through all of these bunkers. That's what makes it so hard to break open this field is every bunker, you can see the entire field through it. You don't have to expose yourself, and it's so hard to make a move because as soon as you do, the guy peeking through the crack's going to either shoot you through the crack or come over the top and blow you to pieces. So it's you got to really commit when you need to break a side open.
And you guys are up here, but not for a while.
We got a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time. Great, I get you guys for a while then.
Yeah.
Actually, the whole squad's here. What's up, Dave? Yeah, we got a Cat Factory just rolling deep over here in the commentator booth. But yeah, man, two heavyweight teams battling it out right now as Annihilators and Shock both leading this bracket. Top 4 move on. They're looking good to move on. Neither of these teams wants to take a stalemate, but it's starting to look that way. Neither team has softened up each other's lines. There's only 4 minutes left to go. Billy's probing. He's talking communication back and forth now, looking at the Annihilators. Annihilators here, the opposite side of the field, as we got our roving cam out there over people's shoulders. But, yeah, I mean, guys, do you see something I'm not seeing? Looks Shock's in good position in the middle. Annihilator's holding the line, but not a lot of offense going on right now for either squad.
I'm trying to see the dead box to see if anybody's been shot on the other side of the field we can't really see as well. Is the dead box is now behind the start station?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Because we would be there on
one
of our feeds.
I thought maybe nobody was dead on either side, but
that could be though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I haven't seen anybody on our side get shot.
No one on this show tape has been shot for either squad that we've seen. Now it is the woods, so somebody could have slipped out, but I haven't seen any referees running around. It's kind of just been again, it's like two heavyweight boxers just circling each other, just throwing little baby jabs, seeing if somebody's going to break. And so far, everyone's just done a really good job of staying alive. No one wants to sacrifice the bodies.
Yeah. And both these teams are in good position. They both, I think, they only have 1 loss or 2 losses.
Yeah. I hope this is not indicative of what we're going to see on Sunday afternoon, though, where it'll be like a 8-on-9 final after 12 minutes of regulation. One team wins with 4 points.
I agree, but
that could be that way.
I think it could definitely
be that way.
When you've got everybody counts, you're going to have teams doing the same thing. We shot 2, and we're going to hide for the rest of the game.
What do you think, Blake?
I think that Aftershock has better position right now. They have that body deep in the middle.
Well, we hear somebody killed somebody.
Yeah.
But now down to just 2:23. This is going to be a stalemate. There's still just way too many bodies alive. And when you're looking around, look at everyone's body language. No one's really getting froggy out there. No one wants to jump. No one really wants to make a move. This guy's thinking about it, and then getting checked back in, wants to shoot a lane. I mean, these guys are just locked up in a position where, Shock still has a really good position in the middle. So with that body in this forward position, middle towards show tape, back and forth, he's a turret there. It's really hard to move up on the side with that guy in that spot. So the Annihilators are really not going to be able to move up on the show tape with the positions that Shock has in the middle. But then Shock didn't really get much help on this show tape either as far as offense was concerned. Billy gets out wide, but he doesn't have anybody with him or behind him. I think they're trying to start to make moves on the dark side.
Yeah, I see Bruno's tucked in pretty tight there in that turret bunker you're talking about, and so they must be pushing that tape over there with the Annihilators.
Yeah, I think so, because look at Billy. So with 1:30 left,
and
Billy's just chilling. He's chilling in his spot, but he's the only body over here. They do have the closest body to him that's forward is the middle position, essentially, 2 middle bodies for Shock, and they've been there the entire game. I'll tell you what, though.
Here we go.
So now... I think that's Bruno going to make a move up. Down to a minute left to go. He's just probing, man, thinking maybe if I move up another spot, I might be able to get a kill. These guys, the team that knows this field the best is obviously Aftershock. I talked to Billy, actually, and I was like, hey, you want to come do a game? And you get to see all these angles. He's like, Matty, if I don't know this field by now, I'm never going to know this field.
Right.
Because I've been playing this field for 30 years.
Well, it'd be nice if you had come up here and give us a little insight. That guy's playing wrong. That guy's playing right.
It's a little Alamo bunker they've got doubled up.
Yeah, so
that's at the far side of the field.
Yeah, so this is Shock. There's Hosky. They've doubled up that spot, but they're just 36 seconds left. Hosky's thinking about making a move, but I think they're just kind of content to just give up the tiny amount of points on a couple deaths here or there. That's it.
Yeah.
And just go in with the high-bodied stalemate, which. And again, they have enough wins, but there's been a lot of stalemates out here, man.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, even the best teams in 10-man are dropping games out here this weekend.
It's a tough field to break open, for sure.
If the break is if the break is the way we saw it and no one makes mistakes, then yeah. And also no one's willing to risk, too.
Right. Exactly. They're both teams are playing really conservative because they're both in the driver's seat in their bracket. Yeah. So they want to keep it that way.
Well, it does appear that we've ran out of time, but there's... our clock must be a little bit off because we're down to the end of regulation and they have not called this game. Interesting.
That is interesting.
It doesn't even sound like Aftershock is trying to push.
I don't think they are.
Bruno gets up and dives across deep over there.
Oh, they lost the body out of the middle. Shock did.
Yeah.
But the game should probably be.
It should be. Again, it does. We must have had a mistake on the clock because it does read 0-0-0. They're still playing. There can't be that much time left at this point, though. It does look like Shock maybe lost Todd Adamson, or is he just...
No, they pulled him out.
Okay.
So he's walking back. But it's a very, I think, high bodies on both teams.
Annihilators are going to work down there.
That's yeah, I see that. I see. They're on those trees at the far side.
Yeah, there's got to be like a minute left maybe then. It can't be that much
I see this
time.
guy fishing for paint.
Yeah, I mean, Billy, the plan must have been to push the center and the dark side because they sent Billy out to this island, took that ground in the middle, and then we didn't see them filter any bodies this way.
He had no intention of moving.
And that must have been a set
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, right.
Because they didn't lose any bodies early. So if they wanted to push this side, which they did from the opposite side. So Shock, when they played this before, heavy bodies this way, and it worked out great for them. They just lost the center and they lost the dark side. Now, different strategy for them. Didn't really work out. But again, I don't think a stalemate here is going to be bad for these two teams.
Time counting down again. Is that?
Okay, so now we must have the clock set, right?
Okay.
I'm hoping this is going to be the last bit because I don't see anything changing.
I'm hearing timers going
Okay,
off
there it is. All right, so that's going to do. It's going to be a stalemate, which that doesn't crush these teams' chances at all.
No, that's fine.
The Annihilators are now going to be 4-2. Shock sitting at 3. Kind of, with 2 stales and a 36.
A high stale.
Yeah, high stale. MVP, Dark Ops is looking good. Smoke's in there too. Ground Zero Gold. It's going to depend on what happens in the next couple of games, and then if there's the fifth, whoever the fifth team is, where they're going to be on the wild card.
Right.
Because the one wild card comes, but that could come from either bracket than the top 4. So we'll still have to wait to see. A lot to be decided here. So stick around. We got the next match coming up right now. It's going to be the Farm taking on Far Side. Matty Marshall got Blake Yarber and Eric Hunter from Team Dynasty and also Cat Factory here at this last 10-man battle of the season. We're at the Windy City Classic here on Go Sports. I'm Matty Marshall. Stick with us. And we are back here, 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic, jumping into this next one as Farside going to be taking on the Farm. Farside going to be starting from the left-hand side and Farm from the right. At least when we're looking at it from the show tape here. 10 versus 10, throwing 12 minutes on the clock. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Ryan Brand and Blake Yarber here to call this set. Ryan, looks like you're playing for Cat Factory at this one?
I am. Just we'll switch it up a little bit.
Is calling you a traitor or what?
I got called Benedict yesterday.
As a Cat Factory guy myself, I'm glad to see you. We got a mastermind on Cat Factory squad. So yeah, right now, jumping into it, doesn't look like a huge break for either team. No one really risking anything right now, as Farside desperately needs a win. They've already dropped 3, so they really need to put one up here.
Farm guy walking. You know, it's funny that you say that they called you Benedict, because I love guys named Benedict.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll take it.
Works
I'll
out.
take it. All right, so Farside's in this crucial TP bunker.
Yeah, from this left-hand side, Ryan, it's a little bit easier to get forward penetration in the middle and even on the what we're calling the dark side. So the locals call this the show tape, and the dark side is the far side. You can push this show tape from either side. It kind of really just depends on what the guys do and if the lines get softened up a little bit. The early kills, for the most part, have been coming out of the middle. As a general rule, not always. And then most of the teams I've seen take big bikes, particularly to this TP bunker in the middle, almost every time makes it clean. The only time I've seen a guy get shot, now they're gonna. It looks like Farside's gonna fill that. Nice little fill here for Farside. But yeah, I mean that spot's. It's not quite omnipresent. They're not there all the time, but more often than not, a guy's gonna be in that spot, and it's a crucial bunker. It really can kind of help dictate the flow of action here on this show tape. And then there's the other middle bunker is easily makeable, but this part over here on the right side where the farm's from, it's a little bit more. It's a deeper, darker woods over here. It's a little bit easier to hide bodies if you decide to stack up. So if you come out a little shallow, a little soft, and then pull bodies and start loading up on this side to start push this side. And Aftershock did it amazingly, actually. Aftershock stacked 5 on the side from where the farm is. And the only reason they lost that game is because their middle died and they lost the dark side, the far tape. So it's actually been a really interesting field, depending on who dies and when. It hasn't been a one-dimensional field at all.
You know, different strategies and how you match up, and if you want to try to overload one side and you get it wrong, they override the other, you kind of play ring around the rosy a bit with the other team.
Yeah. Your Texas boys, AC Empire, probably had the most textbook amazing victory I've seen from where Farside is fighting from right now, the left-hand side, by eventually, after a couple secondaries, stacking 5 bodies and just methodically pushing down this show tape. It was beautiful. They ended up dropping their next game from the other side of the field, but yeah, so it's been done different ways. I've seen both sides push nicely here on the show tape. But definitely the middle it's a little bit easier to take a little bit ground from this high side. It's just what do those guys do? Because a lot of times these guys, they get to those middle bunkers where Farside is right now, don't produce kills, and then kind of end up, I wouldn't say getting stuck there, but no one filters out around them, and then they have decisions to make when crunch time comes.
Making some moves here on the show tape.
Farside is putting it together. It looks like the farm has really gone soft on this show tape, which is allowing these Farside guys to get deep in these bunkers.
Yeah, we're looking right now at Farside after a couple moves, moving from the middle on over. Now 2 bodies this side with that 3rd in the middle. So this is a pretty traditional spread. This guy's going to get up to this next spot. He really has to. He's looking show tape, but he really needs to worry about the crossfield shot. Whoever gets in this bunker, whatever team we're watching, typically when catching it, there's a really good shot crossfield on this bunker, which needs to be attended to, but it doesn't look like anyone is shooting that shot right now currently for the farm. It's going to make this guy's life a lot easier. In fact, he's catching no pressure, and he's going to try to continue to move up. Yeah, there he is on your screen. So you can see that inside lane from the far side of the field, that dark side. He's not catching any pressure from there. He's laying down because he wants to crawl up, and he's trying to get some comms with his boys. He's yelling at I'm trying to hear what he's yelling to his back player.
And it looks like Farside might have dropped a body. I see someone kind of making the long walk backwards.
So Ryan and Blake, this back bunker here on Farside, which they've had for a while, is a crucial anchor spot. You can tell by how much paint's there. You always can tell when you look at a woods ball field where the crucial spots are after playing it for a day and a half, because you have bunkers that are just completely spray painted in pink. But this bunker's huge. I saw one guy hold off 4 guys.
I bet.
Yeah. again, he has to play smart, and it's not. I've been calling it a fortress, but it's like a baby fortress.
Right.
It's not a great. It's a great spot, but it's not a very big spot.
Yeah, 2 big moves from far side. Like they're loading up to 50 on the show tape now.
Yeah, they're loading up to 50. They're slightly past it. Might have caught one inside, maybe on his pack. I didn't see anything break out. I think he made it clean. So referee's just going to bird dog him a little bit. No big deal. Everyone should know where he is right now. I mean, we definitely want refs checking people for sure, but as Farm should know where that guy is right now. As these guys make their way up on these spots, anyone that knows these angles from the center can really start putting a lot of pressure on these guys. If these bunkers are named and the communication gets across the field, these guys just start hugging the bunkers.
Yeah.
And as long as you still have bodies out in front of them, it kind of slows the attack down a lot. But Farside's looking really good right now. They have 6 minutes left to work with. This guy looks like he knows his lanes. I mean, he's ripping those crossfield shots right now with, with a very specific intention. He's not just blindly shooting and spraying a ton of paint over there. He's shooting very specific lanes. Yeah, this guy's taking a lot of pressure off everybody else right now. The tough thing is that this guy eventually has to commit. So this is why stacking 4 or 5 bodies over here is great. If you start to get, if you get yourself in a position where you have this guy in a really good spot, you have the center and it's occupied, and this guy needs to start calling over, hey, send me bodies. If you can send me 2 bodies, we could go through here. You have to start sacrificing them right here. The far side's if they get 1 more body this way, they're in a really good position to just start bullying this side of the field. The one bunker I've seen start torching people though is that bunker, the 1 bunker inset from where this current player is. I don't think they have it. I don't think he's hot right now. Yeah, that's the back.
Okay.
That stand up right there. I
saw. I see. Okay.
One guy was just from the left-hand side of your screen at home, just torching bodies from that spot. So, again, having comms and knowing where everyone is in front of you on the show tape is absolutely crucial in every single element of paintball. I don't care if you're playing 100 on 100 or 2 on 2. Oh, they still got some time to work with though, boys. Little under 5 to go. Far side looking real good.
Yeah, they're definitely just really loaded up. In the center, I think they probably have a lot of bodies up there too, because I've seen 5 different players play that TP, and I haven't seen people walking back. So as they advance, someone else takes it. So they should be kind of heavily stacked there.
Farside going to commit another body at and past the 50-yard line here in the middle of the field. And the farm is just holding strong right now. I think the farm's been whittled down a little bit. They really haven't controlled the zones much at all. Farside's done a great job of getting that forward progression, but they're reaching a breaking point.
Right.
Like somebody is going to have to start sacrificing bodies. And when we're in these moments, whoever capitalizes on the sacrifice, that's the crucial thing. And here goes now.
The farm lost their snake corner.
That's huge.
That's
That's
corner,
massive.
and so now they're
So this is Farside's game to win right now. That's the linchpin. Once that guy falls, it really gives everyone a lot of breathing room over here.
I mean, the unfortunate is that guy doesn't even necessarily have to play the game. He could just sit in that bunker and change the outcome.
Yeah, it does seem like they have another guy on that tape lane, so someone maybe filled it. Or
The guy is coming from the back center.
And this guy's in a really tough position. He's on the ground behind a tree, feeling the pressure. Yeah, Farside's looking really good right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is pretty textbook of how to play from the left on this show tape. They stacked it. Notice how it didn't happen until about 6 minutes had elapsed, and then they really earned all their moves. Nice crisp moves through. But this is how AC Empire won their game too. I mean, it was just like this, and it looked phenomenal. A win on this field with like a 93-94 is a really good win. Like you're gonna get bodies shoot up going into those last few.
A farm player just filled from the center up towards the center of the field, and he just doesn't realize how far up they are in here. So he could probably shoot some of these guys, but he's gonna get shot because he just doesn't know how far up they are.
Yeah, Farside's just trying to find a way to crack these last couple kills. They're gonna full commit. Love this. Streak that body all the way down the sideline. Just run them right down the tape. Draw the guns, and then here comes the staggered attack up the center. Yeah, man, this is like right out of the Paintball 101 textbook. Farside played this amazingly. 10 of 10. This is at least as good or better than the AC Empire game. That's how this is done right there. And they didn't even lose that many bodies. Again, like a 95 on this one is a really good win.
I mean, you got to give that guy that was in front, dig into the next bunkers, getting low, getting that extra territory, given what they're allowing them, because that's, in my opinion, what broke this game open.
Yeah. But we've seen a lot of guys not take the initiative in these situations as far side's going to get the pull and they're going to run it back.
And I believe the farm still has somebody alive.
Well, they got 2 minutes to work
I saw
with.
someone on camera, but the way some of these far side guys are, they're just walking around like the game's over, so might see something cool here.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many we saw a dead man's walk earlier in the amateur games. And Fight Club literally walked right past everybody, walks all the way back, pulls the flag, puts the flag in his pocket, walks all the way back, hangs it.
Wow.
And once I heard that, I was like, well, that means all the dead people are getting extra bonus balls for the rest of the tournament.
You're right.
But it worked out. So yeah, no, it was just a well-executed game by Farsight. Are they got it back yet? What is taking them so long here?
There's live players, and the way they blew this tape, I didn't see the tape runner. I don't think he should be moving forward. Yeah.
Are they not going to get the hang here?
Like I got shot on his move.
Oh no, they still got a minute.
Yeah.
They're okay. Yeah, just they had one tick to dig out, one last body, and should be okay here with still 53 seconds and a bunch at least 5-6 bodies left alive. That was a pretty solid close. But a lot of times we'll see, so the way that Farsight made those moves up in the middle, and then that kind of sets the pace, right? Okay, we've taken some ground. No real answer from Farm. And then slowly but surely, not feeling much pressure, making your way into these crucial spots. Very wary of those crossfield angles. They knew those angles, so they're putting their own pressure crossfield. Back player commits. I mean, yeah, that was just paintball 504, actually, right there. That is how it's done. So nice job for
Moved up quick from 101 all the way to 504.
Well, I thought about it a little bit more. It was
best game you've seen all day.
Well, other than the AC Empire game, and they came from the same side. From the opposite side, Chalk probably played the show tape the best, but Chalk had some big problems in the middle that they had to deal with, so they ended up stalemating that game, which made it for an entertaining yelling argument for them as they were walking off, just cursing at each other pretty much nonstop for 5 minutes. Yeah, so that's going to do it here, I believe. And we're going to take a quick break, get back after it with this one could be good too. We're going to see All-Americans take the field for the first time. They play these fields great, so I really am interested to see how the All-Americans are going to. That's a team we could see deep on Sunday. Taking on the Misfits, and the Misfits are on the bubble. They're not looking bad, but they have essentially 2 losses, a stalemate, and 3 wins, so they're in a must-win situation, which means they need to push forward.
Yeah, they had a good day yesterday, but they've had some rough matches today.
They're going to have to commit, and this is, again, a tough nut to crack sometimes, especially when you're playing a team of the caliber of the All-Americans. And the All-Americans are also on the bubble. They have dropped 3 games. They're 3-3. So we're going to see some offense.
Yes.
They have to have offense, or they could be all going home. So anyway, stick around here. More action coming at you from the Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall here with Ryan Brand and Blake Yarber. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome to the Ryan Show. Ryan Hall, Ryan Brand. It's the Misfits. I think All Americans coming from the right.
I don't see the Misfits out here in this corner that everyone's taking on the left side. Kind of conservative break it, I guess.
Didn't take too much ground, yeah. Are they in the teepee over there or no? Yeah, I think the Misfits broke out really soft.
Oh, there is a player right here in the corner. He's just shooting through the
Okay.
through the log pile.
Through the hole.
He hasn't shown himself yet.
Yeah, so big game right here. These teams would love to get a victory. It's crazy. Everyone's dropping games out here. This is getting really interesting.
It's getting tight.
It's getting tight.
Yeah,
it's a tough field, especially one side of this field. I mean, really small bunkers coming uphill. It's tough.
Yeah, I got Ryan Hall up here and Ryan Brand representing Cap Factory and Infamous. And you guys just had some craziness over on the airball field, you said?
Yeah,
right?
a little craziness over there. Some inadvertent horns, a little early stoppage, but that's how paintball goes sometimes.
Which side are the Misfits on?
Believe they're coming from the left.
From the left? Okay. Yeah, and not much forward progression then. You know, typically, man, the center is crucial. And it's interesting because most teams are risking bodies up here, and I'll wonder if this is going to change on Sunday. Maybe people can find a way to shoot that angle. But no one's really dying going to these middle spots from the left. Middle for the right is totally different, but yeah, I got some arguments going on over here on the. It's getting a little crazy here as Saturday's competition starting to. We're not drawing to a close yet. We still got a ton of games out here on center court to find out who's going to be moving on to Sunday. But we're starting to get there's some pushing going on out here. I don't know. Anyway,
it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's getting crazy.
I don't think I've seen the Ultimate Ref Andrew Howe animate it like that ever.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yeah, this is the most angry I've ever seen. It's pretty chill normally. Well, and yeah, Jason Trojan's over here. Anyway, there's argument going on from that last set apparently, but we're watching the All-Americans take on the Misfits. All-Americans, have dropped 3. So if you're just joining us, they're 3-3. They need a win. The Misfits also have dropped 3, so they're even heading into this match.
Yeah, so you got both of these teams that want to win, but at the same time, they would rather have a stalemate than lose because that's the team you're fighting to get in.
Yeah, I was going to say, so break that down. So we got this, we're talking to Ryan Brand right now. We got Ryan Hall up here as well too. But Ryan, you're one of the masterminds. You obviously have coached X Factor brilliantly. You guys are one of the top teams in the world right now. But you've also been one of the 10-man masterminds too, formerly with Infamous, now with Cap Factory. But somebody has to play that tactician standpoint for a team, breaking numbers down, letting guys know heading in, hey, we can stalemate this game, that's okay. Or, hey, we absolutely need to push and risk things. Break it down for me a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the scores, but right now they're going to take 4 teams and 1 wild card, and that bracket that they're in, and we are, and Infamous are all in together, it's getting pretty tight down there. A lot of teams have dropped either 2 or 3 games. These teams have both dropped 3 games. And you're kind of sitting there looking at the math and going, all right, well, all Americans are playing the Misfits, and if it's not looking good, you'd rather stalemate because the Misfits could be the team that winds up knocking you out if they take the win. But if you roll the dice and say, all right, let's just play for the stalemate, we both get a stalemate, someone else might knock you out because they got to win. So it's getting late in the prelims. I think most of the teams have 2 games left. But you really kind of got to make that decision. And on this field, you probably need to make that decision with 8 minutes left or you're not going to have time to close.
Yeah, and neither team initially taking a ton of risks, but the All-Americans are in a really good spot here on the show tape from the right-hand side, and now they're going to take another secondary bite. So this is pretty textbook again. This is how it's done. These are not spots that are very easily makeable, even with big. I haven't seen anyone. Actually, I have seen somebody take this spot off the break, and he made it, and I have seen that spot taken, but this is the safer way to do it. So they are playing like they need to win. But yeah, like Ryan just broke down, you can't just go crazy every single game. When you get deep into the prelims and you're sitting on a treacherous 3-3 situation, somebody has to be crunching those numbers and having those conversations.
Yeah, the good thing, and we've kind of looked at this, is that all these teams in this bracket play right here, so you can kind of watch the whole story unfold. It's not like one of these teams has a game on airball or something like that where you could just have a total blowout. But I think there's 6 teams right here within 40 points of each other.
That's great.
And that doesn't even include the top 2 teams in the bracket.
Yeah,
so
that's going to make it really interesting
yeah,
on here on what is center court.
A bit of an advantage for the teams that play a little bit later as well. You know, like if this game stalemates, that changes the strategy for both Infamous and Cap. If one of these teams win, it might adjust the strategy for both of us too.
Yeah.
So a stalemate, me and Ryan are sitting here, and we wouldn't mind if this clock keeps ticking another 6 minutes.
Yeah, because this is both y'all's bracket. Yep. And yeah, Infamous is looking pretty good, but you've dropped 2 with 2 to go. Right. And then Cap,
we've dropped 2 as well.
Dropped 2 as well.
Yeah.
So
See, you're looking at 329, 321, 316, 315. Those 298 still in reach, 283 still in reach.
It's neck and neck. And a win, and this is a bloodbath field, man. Like, teams are not winning. If you get you just joined us. We talked about this with Ryan Brand on the last one a little bit here, Ryan Hall. But if you win at 94 is a great win out here. Anything in the 90s is a good win on this field. No one is winning with 99. No one's winning 100. Like you're not blowing teams out on this field. Even if you're dominating, you're making all the moves, you're getting all the kills, you're still getting eaten up on the finish, and you're going to lose probably 4 or 5 bodies doing it.
Right.
I'm trying to think the highest score I've seen out here. I'm not off the top of my head. It's probably a 95 or a 96. So that's the situation.
Yeah, and that probably had more to do with the team that lost making big mistakes than the other team playing that good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, All-Americans here have taken some ground on this show tape, and they're playing smart. There's only 5 minutes and 13 seconds left to work with. Another thing on this this is a huge woods ball field, and it does appear now after watching all day yesterday and all day today that you need about 45 seconds to efficiently get that flag back. Depends on who's running it back, but if you're sitting in a situation where you're pushing into guns, if it's a 7-on-4, you need to start launching that attack around 2.5 minutes. Hopefully a little bit more time, to be honest, but 2.5 minutes is that's on the edge. So we're heading up in about 2 minutes.
Ooh, Always had lost a body, and they just lost another. They've lost 2 in the past 15 seconds, so that's big for the Misfits.
Yeah, that is huge for the Misfits. And as they were letting the All-Americans control the action here on the show tape, but starting to win some gunfights, and that is really going to make it a tall order for the All-Americans to try to push in these guns with just 4:20 left. Yeah, there's a really decent chance we're going to see a stalemate here.
Yeah, and especially the side that the All-Americans are on, it's very tough to win on the far side of the field away from us right here. So them losing these 2 guys up here on the show tape is really big. It takes away a lot of their offense.
Yeah, and that is the offense on this side, on this show tape. I mean, they still have 1 body in a pretty good spot, so they have offense, but they're kind of, at this point with 3:55 left after getting chewed up a bit, they're really hoping somebody steps up and wins a gunfight. Win a gunfight, and ideally if they can kill this back corner. These outside contained on this show tape is massive. It really makes it easy to push this side. If you can shoot, you can get, sucker a guy into a gunfight. And you have to be very careful if you're the player from the Misfits on your screen who's trying to hold off this attack. Good communication, though.
They filled out to this snake corner. They always have, or show tape corner, and they have the other guy in there. And they shot a Misfit just now. So
that's huge. That's exactly better, we just talked about this. Somebody needs to win a gunfight right now because you're coming up on 3:10. You would love to get at least a pull. At least a pull would be great for either squad. Sitting on the bubble, 3-3 records.
Yeah, it's this guy, Misfits show tape corner bunker is the linchpin.
Yeah,
100%. He'll be best served just to not do anything. Yeah. But if he lives, it's stalemate. He dies. Big advantage to the LAs here.
Yeah, I mean, we were just looking at how much paint's on that bunker. I mean, I've been calling it a fortress just because there's always a guy there. He's hard to shoot out, but it is not a fortress to play. It's not the biggest spot.
It's not big. There's some holes in there too.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, so you have to be very careful. We have seen guys get shot out of that spot, either unluckily or getting a little bit too greedy on gunfights. But that dude has to stay alive. If you want to win the game, the guy on your screen right now, that guy has to stay alive. Essentially, you almost have to get bunkered out of that spot. And it's a hard spot to run on because there's holes in it. So, yeah, but Ole's trying to push the issue here. They got 2:07 to work with. They are starting to go. Here comes the launch in the center. That looked like it might have been Frank. Oh, he's getting pinched out, though, from that dark side. that opposite sideline.
And they're calling an all-A out. Not Frank, but a player that was just to the right of him.
Yeah, all-A's getting chewed up a little bit on the attack. Yeah, calling stalemate here. It's going to be a stalemate.
The all-A's are trying, though. They're definitely stacked up at the appropriate time. At 130, they're doing everything they can. They got their back guys already crossed 50.
They're trying. They put themselves in good positions, but they had lost those couple early bodies.
Sam Monville's making a move.
If those guys had stayed alive, though, so the 2 early bodies that the All-Americans lost, if those guys stay alive and they have 5 stack over here, and then we'd probably be in a different situation.
The All-A's do seem like they're going for it.
All-A's are pushing. They're pushing the bottom side here on the screen, that dark side. They just down to a minute. Again, you need about 40 seconds to run that flag back safely. Again, depending on who's running it.
And this is where it would be nice to have those 1 or 2 extra bodies just to play the trade game.
Yes.
Like you're not going to get the guy clean, but you can spare him.
The trade game is huge on this field because if you have that, it looks like Frank just got shot out of that spot. Yeah, if you have those, if they have those extra bodies, you can play the trade game. Run this guy down with 2 dudes. Make sure that you have staggered attack. One guy runs, trades, or gets shot, and then the other guy gets him, and then now you don't have to worry about this corner, and then you can swing it. But
Misfits are still pushing too as well.
They lost that body though. Yeah, so they're trading bodies back and forth in the closing moments of this match, but they are running down on time.
And that is the correct move. When a game is going to stalemate, you want to get as many points as possible, even if you're trading bodies. So, at least they will get a high point stalemate for both teams here.
Yeah, so that is going to do it. Good old-fashioned stalemate here. Yeah, All-Americans, they were pushing the issue on the show tape, but they lost too many bodies. I mean, they're pushing the issue in the middle. The All-Americans were playing on the offense. They just lost too many guys. So good bend-o break moment here for the Misfits. It will be a stalemate. Both these teams still in it, but still on the bubble. Oh, look, the All-Americans are yelling at each other right now. Ooh, Sam Monville giving a piece of his mind. Not sure who he's yelling at, but...
I think he's yelling at Frank, and Frank's a whole lot bigger.
True. No, that's not Frank. That's somebody else.
Oh, Frank's 23. There. That's Michael Jordan in paintball.
No, it was the other. It was
the other guy.
Yeah, it was the other guy.
All right.
I was like, yeah. Regardless, of course, I'd be frustrated too. All-Americans are a top team. They're a favorite to win any 10-man, but they are on the bubble here currently. So, next up, going to see a British team take the field, the Mayhem Tigers. Oh, that's a legendary 10-man team from across the pond. They're going to be taking on Rogue. Rogue in desperate need of a win. They're probably going to be out no matter what. And the Mayhem Tigers have lost every single game. So, but this is a fun one then because, you're just kind of playing for fun and some pride. Might as well go out have a good time. I'm Matty Marshall. I'm here with Ryan Hall and Ryan Brand, and we will be back here at the Windy City Classic. Stick with us. And we are back here, Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Ryan Hall from Infamous and Arc Anodizing, and Ryan Brand, who is the coach and leader of San Antonio X Factor, doing a masterful job over there, and also a 10-man master as well too. Typically with Infamous, that's kind of interesting, but now with Cat Factory and also Project Paintball. And we still got a lot of paintball to play this afternoon as we're getting through the prelims, but it is starting to get really interesting as we were kind of breaking down in that short break. Right now we got the Mayhem Tigers and Rogue. No real Sunday implications in this one, but this could be a fun game to watch because neither one of these teams, they're out for sure. So these guys are going to be going home. They're not playing on Sunday, so they can play with a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, hopefully they want to go out there and have some fun.
Yeah, so there's Rogue on your screen. And on the breakout here,
that's the Tigers right there.
So I think the Tigers are on the right-hand side. Oh, this is a big break.
We got a Doug little core sample over here on the show tape.
Yeah, but he made it clean.
Yep.
Yeah, again, we just talked about this during the break. Almost everyone I've seen take a big bite makes it. I haven't really seen
he actually got shot.
Wow.
Commentator curse and Matty Marshall. Never happened before.
This is the big bite I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's a standard bite. Like,
Yeah.
that guy, I'd say 60% of the time that bunker's taken off the break. Maybe 70. But this is a pretty big bite.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think this is Rogue here on the left.
Right. Yep. And the Tigers, they filled the bunker that they lost, which was a good, crucial move, but still early in this match.
Yeah, a lot of time left. Only minute into it. But I do like to see that, again, it's just, most of the times when guys are making big runs, it does work out. Ooh, running referee, though, in the middle of the field, heading towards the Tigers side.
Deep. They pull them, and so the Tigers have now lost 2.
Yeah, that's going to make things a little bit easier here for number 27 for Rogue as he moves up into a pretty crucial position. So from that spot, you do catch a lot of, you can catch a lot of pressure if they've got some penetration on that dark side of the top side of the field, but he's not feeling any pressure from that side. He's going to get some help secondary up into that crucial middle bunker. It's one of the most important bunkers on the field. Almost every successful team has taken that spot, at least from the left-hand side. I haven't seen Infamous or Cat play today, so I'm actually really looking forward to seeing you guys play. I didn't see you guys play yesterday. I was trying to find, go around, try to look for some of my favorite teams, some of my friends, and
You didn't get to see our 8 talking penalties in one game?
No, I heard. I heard the story, but and it sounded horrible. What happened, Ryan?
Well,
big deep breath.
Yeah, Blake Yarber shot a guy coming down the field that was playing on, and then while he was yelling at that player that the other player was playing on, he got eliminated as well. Then he told the ref that they should pull a penalty. They did pull the penalty, but they put a penalty on Blake for talking as well because he was eliminated and said you need to pull a penalty.
Apologies, few technical difficulties, but we are back. So, yeah, Ryan, apparently the ref from that other field just ran over and cut our power real quick.
Yeah, he did not want me to finish that story. I'm a little concerned to continue, but I guess long story short, he went to pull a penalty. Our player said, "I'm not hit. What's going on?" Just like you would when you're getting a penalty, some confusion. And he said, "You're talking." Pull the next guy. The next guy said, "Oh, well, hold on. You already pulled him. Penalty." They pulled me. Well, they didn't even pull me. I was just standing. They said out, and I still have an armband on or whatever. And I see that they've already pulled 3 of us, and they start running to pull Dave Baines. And so at that time, I thought Blake must have wiped. So I said, "No, sir, you already pulled 3." And then they pulled for me talking, so that was the next one, and just went like that until we had no players left to pull. a very interesting thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've been doing this
Yeah.
for 30 years, literally, and I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, it's the first ever A for one. It's part of history.
I heard you guys got an A for one. I'm like, did somebody bring out a pocket knife and like slit the throat of a
Yeah,
referee
yeah,
on the run
someone's
out
got
to
a
the
real
bunker?
gun
Yeah,
shooting
What
bullets.
happened, man?
Yeah.
And again, just when you think you've seen it all,
Yeah.
something new happened. So yeah, back into this one here, 7:50 to go. Rogue really pushing the issue here on this show tape, and they're doing it nicely. And they've stacked the bodies across the field. They've made some really smart moves up. They really seem to have walked this field. And unfortunately for Rogue, it is not looking good for them. They only have one win. It was a 98, but they're going to be out. But they look really good right now. They probably hoping they played every field or every game on the Woods ball
And
field.
this is an Ironman player, correct? Who is this? Is this Hughes?
If it is Clay Hughes,
Oh, it's
then
Clay, yeah.
Is Clay? Yeah, Clay's great, man. Clay's real good. So we'll see. I mean, potential rising star. It's been a rough year for the Ironman, but Clay has had some really good looks out there for him. And he's in a really good spot here, and they have a lot of time to work with. So
I think he might have found a lane on somebody. He's shooting something.
He better hope he connects
he
with that shot,
yeah.
because if he starts coming back at him, he has nowhere to
Correct.
go.
He's got nowhere to hide, and so he's shooting over the hill there. And if someone sees the paint coming down and we're all shooting a white ball, and they just put it right back the way he was shooting it, he's giving himself away.
I love even though when you're playing it's rough because then you're just going to have pink stained hands and body for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But the white shell is really easy to trace. It's a really easy ball
Yeah.
to see. It's really easy to read the streams when you're shooting a white ball.
Yeah, and you need this bright, violent pink shell.
Violent
to
is a
help the
very
refs.
good
Yeah.
adjective to describe it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there was a couple years on with Infamous that we actually won tournaments shooting yellow paint, yellow break in the woods, and I thought they should have given us 2 trophies for all those.
Should have got should have got a patch for that one
Yeah.
or something, some sort of a Medal of Honor award. Yeah, the pink is really hard to wipe, and it's really easy to see from really far away. Man, Rogue is still, with 6 minutes to work with, stacking up on this show tape and looking really good. They got at least a 4 stack of bodies this way, 3 in really good positions, really far up. But they're kind of reaching a moment where they're going to have to commit in some way, shape, or form, or really hope that somebody on the Mayhem Tigers wants to lose a bad gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to me that they think they're killed 4, so they either have the count right, and then they got a lot of time left, and they're not forcing anything too much. I would say with 4 kills, they got maybe about 2 more minutes before they're going to kind of be at an impasse unless they just go for it.
Yeah, they are going to have to commit at some point in time, and it does look like just be content to be in your spots and not die dumb and work angles for a little bit more time. Yeah, while I got you guys here, Ryan, you guys got any project drops coming up?
Yeah, so we did a new Project G3 CS3. We had 120 of them in stock last week, so we dropped it, and they sold out in 2 minutes, 120 guns. It was pretty cool.
God bless you.
We had 350 people trying to buy those 120 guns, so I think we got the other 70 landing in Austin on Monday, and we're going to get those ready and probably sell the other 70
in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
or probably 30
hopefully
seconds.
less.
Actually.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's been great. So things have been rolling.
He has been cranking out some beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful stuff, Ryan, arc anodizing. I know it's tough because you guys are like a huge backlog because you do such good work, and somebody wants the prettiness to the guns. What does somebody need to do if they want to get some arc anodizing?
Shoot us messages, Facebook, Instagram, arcanodizing@gmail. Hit us up. Like you said, we kind of do dabble in kind of everywhere in the industry. So we do wholesale, retail, a little bit of everything. And there's some cool stuff that we've done for Cup for a few manufacturers, and we're pretty proud of that. Have our work, factory raw anodized stuff for manufacturers, which is cool.
No,
as a paintball fan, it's cool to just be able to do stuff.
I've always been a fan of awesome. I remember when you first got into it, I just love awesome anodizing. That's part of this too. Like you see, how guys have been coming up all day showing me their awesome guns. Oh, it looks like some action going on here.
Yeah.
Is Rogue trying to crack this one open?
Yeah,
Hughes is going to move up.
Yeah, he got that crucial kill in that little inset bunker there. They've kind of now blown this tape a bit.
Well, you're Ryan Brand. Yeah, for sure. This was a crucial moment. That's what they were waiting for. They were playing smart and waiting for somebody to make a shot where they didn't have to start to play the trade game. And so Clay gets that kill, and then he moves up just beautifully into the next spot. So it looks like he's really good at the woods ball too, and he's got a lot of help. Bodies just stacked up behind him. So if they need to do the staggered attack trade game in this close, they can do it. But keep seeing this, guys will kind of, and teams will get in this situation, and they're starting to put it together, and you are going to have to commit to the trade game at some point in time. Meaning, hey, we're going to have to risk bodies. How are we going to cut the seams and attack together?
Oh, wow, that was sad.
Yeah, that's a tough death right there.
Yeah, the player had he had a good lane. If he would have just.
There goes another one right now.
Yeah. Well, and Clay plays are smart. He goes down the tape too. You streak the tape. You don't have to. If you're the first guy, don't cut the inside if you don't have to. You go wide, let the guy behind you cut inside, and they have an army over here, so they're fine.
Yeah, that's gonna be a high point win right here.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, how many wins is that for Rogue now?
It's only 2.
That's 2.
And with a lot of points.
Yeah. 3 maybe could squeak it
if they. This is
if they have
a
high
brutal
points.
bracket. I mean, everyone has dropped games.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It really depends on what happens.
If
to
every
a
other
couple
game stalemates, then it'll come to a points battle.
It's possible.
And on this field, you can't count that against it.
A win like that on this field, with how things could potentially go this afternoon, with a bunch of potential stales, with a lot at stake. Yeah, that's a big win for Rogue. They still, on paper, have a chance.
Yeah, they do have Image in here later, and so you're going to give that.
Tough one. Image is playing well this weekend too.
They are. They've only dropped 2. They're 4-2 here currently, looking pretty solid. We have not seen Image, and Image is playing Tigers, and Tigers are not doing well. They haven't won a game yet. And that's another thing too. Again, on paper, if you're Rogue, you're playing the Mayhem Tigers. Mayhem Tigers have yet to put a win on the board. You need a win like this. And with Image, if they can come out and do a similar thing with the wins they've already put up, that's going to solidify themselves easily into the top 4, not having to catch the wild card. So that is going to do it here for this one. Still a decent amount of paintball coming at you here from the Woods Ball Field at the Windy City Classic. Next up is going to be Armada taking on Fight Club, and then Adrenaline and Enemy. I'm Matty Marshall, got Ryan Brand and Ryan Hall up here helping me call these sets, as both Infamous and Cat Factory. Still a decent amount of games to go before you guys are up, but that means we're going to have some good ones here in the afternoon. Some of our top teams taking the field to close out the prelims. We'll be right back. Stick with us. are jumping back into this next one here. Mayhem Tigers and Rogue. Or is it Fight Club and Armada? Yeah, our Fight Club and Armada. We just saw Tigers and Rogue. Yeah, so Armada and Fight Club here. And I think this is Fight Club on the left. I'm going to try to have to find out here at some point.
I think it's Armada on the left.
Is it Armada on the left? Yeah, it is Armada. And really good field position right now, too. But see, again, another big bite and another guy that makes it clean. So I really haven't seen in 2 days anyone that takes big bites catch it. It's been mostly success in taking ground on this field, which isn't really a surprise given the canopy in the situation here.
Right.
And it doesn't happen enough for people to focus on it.
I was talking to Mac Jackson. He said, they went out and walked the field, figured out where they wanted to go, kind of had their primary spots, and they just ran with their eyes up. And they said all the guys on the side of the field went further than they thought because they just kind of ran until they saw somebody and then bailed in a bunker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Might as well just keep running, and then when somebody opens up on you, you can definitely bail into a bunker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, as always, everyone would love to get a win. Armada sitting with 195, and the rest of them have either been stalemates or losses. So, but again, when you're in that situation, you got a couple games left, you think you already might be out. Like, okay, if they win these next 2 games with some high bodies, maybe a chance, like we just saw with Rogue. But you should be playing with a bit of freedom at that point in time.
Absolutely.
Why not, right?
Is that a legit max score right there for Rogue?
Oh, wow. They finished with 10. That's crazy. I was saying that I didn't think I'd see one out here this all weekend long.
I didn't think it would be possible out here.
Yeah, I didn't think it was possible. And, yeah, just a beautifully played game. That's incredibly hard on this field to get a full-out max 100-point score. First one I've seen out here in 2 days. So, yeah, shout out to Rogue. They got a chance. If they can put another one of those up, now, again, that's kind of a big ask, but good eyes there, Ryan. I didn't see and they finally posted that score. Apparently, they did finish with 10 bodies alive. Ooh, that is nasty.
Not seeing a lot out of Fight Club on this show tape side.
Yeah, so now you're right. A little bit of brakes pumped early here.
See at least one player
on the right-hand side for Fight Club. Yeah, they got that traditional tree back spot over there, but other than that, I don't really see. The shadows are getting a little bit long for us. Try to see through this netting, but Ryan, I don't really see much forward progression other than that. Then maybe they're pushing the dark side.
It is incredibly hard on the side of the field that they drew to push, because not only are you coming up the hill, but you're coming up the hill against much larger bunkers, and you have very small bunkers. So it's a tough gunfight to be in, but anything's possible. And it looks like another player's walking out for Fight Club out of that back tree spot.
Yeah, Ryan, teams have won from both sides, but I just feel that I kind of like this left side a little bit more, even though we have seen teams win from the right side as well too. But it does look like it's just a little bit easier to take ground in the middle from the left-hand side. But it's a little bit easier actually if you do filter 5 bodies to punch through this side. I don't know, you can kind of flip a coin on it, but I just kind of like the left side a little bit more.
Armada moving really well over here on this out of this left side. He's already past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, and just
still
like
8 minutes left.
Well, and we had said, and actually this is the 8 minutes left, Ryan. This is the farthest I've ever seen anyone up with this much time left. He's trying to keep us on schedule. He's going to fully commit. He's just going to run all the way down that side.
Still not seeing paint being shot at him. So I'm not sure what's going on. And Armada's filtering through the middle as well, so maybe it's a full court press. Maybe something went off that
yeah, was there
I don't know
some
about.
crazy penalty? Did we have some insane major?
Because I'm seeing all these back line refs trailing players, and they're in the middle of the field now.
Yeah, and I don't see any Armada walking off at all. And it is a full field press. And that player who just streaked down the sideline is all the way into the backfield here currently. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting turn of events. There's Fight Club here on your screen trying to hold the line.
Yeah, that's Spencer, team captain back there.
I think he's holding his guns down. Is his gun down? It looked like he was messing with his air for a second. Looks like a pretty decent arc on that. He hasn't shooting his gun.
No, he's still shooting. In a very small bunker there.
Yeah, just hiding behind a tree. Was he shooting his gun, though? I don't know. It looked like his gun might have been... there might be something wrong with his gun. Regardless, Fight Club's in a terrible position right now. Armada is across the field. They did lose a body in the middle. Okay, they lost.
And it looks like one over here on the show tape, so
Yeah.
at least 2 dead.
Yeah, so Fight Club holding the line a bit, chalking up a couple kills here. Armada, blood in the water, maybe a little bit too big of a bite here, Ryan Hall. What do you think? Think they should have pumped the brakes a little bit with that 8 minutes left? I mean, now 6:30, but
Most definitely. I mean, if you can get, in 10 minutes, if you can get to their side of the field in a few minutes, the name of the game is kind of let your other side catch up. You know, absorb all that pressure, the gun starts switching, let your other side catch up, and then it's you have to stack up, you know, with 3, 4, 5 minutes left and get ready for the pushes.
Yes.
It can't be a solo thing out here in 10-man.
No, I agree. Yeah, and then now a big backfill here and attack to retreat for Armada as they're going to come all the way back.
I wonder if Fight Club is swinging the low side.
Yeah, something happened because Armada had completely demolished this show tape, and they were way in the backfield. So whoever was holding the line for Fight Club got a couple kills, and now all of a sudden, Fight Club with a huge tactical retreat from the middle. I don't see anyone for either squad here on this show tape at all. So, yeah, team captain just holding it down still. Yeah, his gun must be working, bro, because
pods are disappearing.
Pods are disappearing, and dead bodies are walking off. So, and he's been doing it from a tree. That is not a great spot, but they didn't expect it. And he's wondering, okay, well, how many bodies did I shoot? Should I make a move from here? I got 3 pods left. There's
still so
5
much
minutes
time
left. Yeah, still 5.5-ish minutes left is a lot of time.
I see at least 3 Fight Club
No, they
players.
are. Yeah, they are. So yeah, here comes
And
Fight
here
Club.
comes the
So
push.
it was a bend don't break moment for Fight Club, and now Fight Club has turned the tables on Armada, and they're pushing down on that dark side, which is the far side of the field for us. And we're following them up here as they are now just waiting to feel some pressure. He's going to fully commit. What a crazy game. Again, I've watched a lot of paintball out here the past couple days, and I haven't seen anything like this. Armada was completely into their backfield on the show tape. They'd blown this side completely open. They took great ground early, and then they just start losing a ton of bodies. Not even exactly from where. Might have been a big penalty. We didn't see it. And then Fight Club, in a horrible situation, with one side completely blown, get a bunch of kills, and then now they're pushing down that far tape. That's how it goes sometimes in 10-man.
Yeah, and this is what I mean about, you know, when you make those bites, you make those moves, and you're able to take those far bunkers, you really have to let your guys catch up. You know, it can't be like a solo push. That actually happened to us the first game on the zipper field. We were pushing, got to the 50 real quick, and went past the 50 in a couple minutes. Then we, you know, lost a guy and put ourselves in a bad position. We were able to pull it back, but you have to let the other side of the field catch up.
For sure. Armada making some mistakes, man. They had this whole side. If they had just played it a little bit more slowly, they were on their side of the field in a big way. 8 minutes, with 8 minutes left, and then just started losing bodies everywhere. So Fight Club just pulling it back from a terrible position to get that win. So we'll be right back. Adrenaline taking on Enemy coming up next, and then some big games coming up in a bit. We got Cap Factory taking the field. We got Infamous taking the field. Image going to be taking the field. So some big names here in 10-man, some favorites to win this tournament. Still a couple games to play on this rather treacherous Woods ball field, which does appear that it is going to be the finals going to be going down on this one, which I like. It's ICPL. Might as well play it in the woods. We'll be right back. are back. I'm Matty Marshall, got Ryan Hall here from Los Angeles Infamous and Arc Anodizing. And Infamous will be playing 4 games from now. Can't wait to see what Infamous is going to bring to bear. One of the big favorites here in this 10-man event. We got a decent amount of favorites as the best 10-man teams in the world thrown down here at the last ICPL of the year. Can't wait to see this one, as right now it's going to be Adrenaline and Enemy. Adrenaline looking pretty good here at this event, Ryan. You know, sitting at 4-1 score.
Yeah, there are never any slouches. I mean, sometimes it's they have some rough ones, sometimes some great ones, but you can't ever take them lightly, for sure.
Yeah, Adrenaline has won an ICPL before. It's on the breakout right now. What team's on what side? That's the question that I'm asking.
That's
right
what I'm
now.
trying to figure out as well. I don't see a huge bite from either team on the show tape.
Yeah, neither bite. Yeah, no big bites on this show tape for either squad, and also not much penetration in the middle for either squad here.
It's like one dropping off the left side so far. Still trying to figure out the teams. Nobody's come over here to these show tape bunkers for us to be for sure here. Fight Club on the right side. See body shifting around the back here. Kicking over towards the show tape side, and here moves are being made by both teams.
Yeah, so we got Adrenaline on the right-hand side and Enemy on the left-hand side. But, and it looks like Enemy making a move up here.
Yeah, and they're filtering bodies out of the kind of the center cut, so real conservative breakout, and still yet to drop a body on this side of the field, making moves. Adrenaline kicking way back to the back. I'm seeing another player walk out right behind head ref Andrew House.
Did
He
a
must have
bomb
got
blow
somebody.
up over there somewhere, or losing a couple bodies for Enemy or Adrenaline, which was to the right?
At least 3 now.
For Adrenaline?
For Adrenaline.
Yeah. Yeah, not a good break. Not a good break here. Yeah, it's interesting because, man, some teams are just, there's a couple omnipresent bunkers. This middle bunker for Enemy, man, there is almost always somebody in that spot when teams are playing well. That spot back there,
for sure,
that's the fortress. Other than that, teams have chosen lots of different places to go to. Ooh, running referee coming to check out enemy player at that crucial spot.
Penalty
going to be a penalty, going to be assessed. It's crazy, man. We didn't see any penalties this morning at all for probably 8 sets, and then all of a sudden this afternoon, as things start to become really important, starting to see a lot more penalties assessed.
Let's see how many bodies he's going to pull with him. There goes another one. Looks like just a minor penalty. In Tin-Man, though, when penalties go up or, a bomb goes off, it's not necessarily, a dagger. And it doesn't completely ruin your chances, but it adds time to what it's going to take to close the game, for sure.
No, for sure, Ryan. And what's interesting, too, is that even a body dropped, when you have like a triple stack of bodies and you lose one, man, it's like any of those little mistakes just get magnified when you're really trying to push because it is tough. If you're not getting kills, if you're not winning gunfights, and you even just lose one of those attackers. So, yeah, if you're going to lose 2 or 3, then kind of be, where all of a sudden there's no offense. Now, we have seen a decent amount of teams out here pull off some low body magic but you have to break one side of the field. It has to be one side of the field where you are successful. Because the dark side, the far side, lots of teams have been stealing wins from over there. And then same on this side too. But this is a good woods ball field, man. It's pretty even. Neither one side is much better than the other. Because sometimes you play a woods ball field and one side is for sure
absolutely
way
the
better.
Coin flip game.
Yeah, then you play the coin flip game, and if you lose the coin flip, then you're going to be on the side that's winning like 30% of the time, or maybe sometimes worse. This is not that type of field. This is a pretty evenly matched field. Both sides have their own positives and their own negatives, but I feel like I like the left a little bit after watching this so many times, but not by much. Not by much. if I was playing right now and we lost a coin flip and didn't get the side we liked, I still would not be that angry. You know, I'd be like, well, there's no, we should, okay, let's go win it from the other side, guys. We can do that too.
There's definitely some, so the way the rules break down for post prelims is the higher ranked team in the set of 3 after the prelims gets to choose what team they want to play from what side. You have to play both sides.
Wait, so say that again?
So the highest ranked team, after this, we go to brackets 3. The highest ranked team in that bracket will get to choose what team they want to play from both sides. Now, they have to play both sides. So they can go, oh, we want the better side against the worst team to guarantee a win or give us a better chance. Or you could say, you know, I'm going to give our best team the worst side and try to play it like that. But it's such an advantage, and especially on some fields. But like you said, this one looks like it could go either way. Versus, like I said, you just play the worst team in your bracket on the best side, stack that win, you know, have that in your pocket, and then go. Then you play the stalemate game if you want to.
Yeah, which does put you at a huge advantage. But this one, as now enemy moving up in that middle a little bit more. But yeah, this one is pretty evenly matched. I really don't mind either side of the field. If I was playing right now, I wouldn't be too angry. Like I said, if we lost a coin flip, I do kind of like the left side a little bit though. You can take a little bit more ground on the high side. I'm sorry, the dark side and in the middle off the break, and it's a little bit easier to make these moves. But the problem is that once those guys get there, they don't really do much, to be honest. They're getting some kills out of those spots, but you know, they're catching a lot of pressure and they're taking a lot of pressure off the other guys. But if they're not getting help, then other teams kind of slow their offense to a crawl if they're not helping those middle dudes. And then from the left side, you can filter bodies into these bunkers. You can power down it from the right-hand side. I've seen that a decent amount, but you have to stack. If you're coming from the right-hand side, where Adrenaline is right now, you really do have to stack 5 this way.
Yeah, it's more of the end-around route and just kind of power I-line formation over here on the right side.
Yeah. But I've also seen a decent amount of craziness happen on that dark side, as the locals call it, the far tape, from the right-hand side too. Yeah, and it's just it's a tough nut to crack either way when you're pushing in.
For sure, and I've seen fields as well that, you know, you have one side of the field that's just rougher and harder to win on, and everybody knows that. But then the teams will throw a curveball and just stick 5 or 6 bodies down there on the side that they shouldn't be on, and just overwhelm people, you know, as quick as possible. So it's also an option. You kind of get crafty out here in 10-man.
Yeah, crafty is the operative word here, Ryan, because this is just like every woods ball field. You gotta get a little crafty on that close. You need to be diligent on your offense here, but you need to definitely get a little creative when you're closing. And some teams seem to be dropping the ball in that. They're getting a little too static on a close. They're not throwing enough of a staggered attack looks at the close and kind of getting eaten up in some high body situations. So there's something for everyone to keep in mind when they're trying to close these games out. I really do hope, though, that tomorrow this does not devolve into a straight stalemate 9-on-8 type. Everyone just hides in their bunkers.
It's definitely a possibility.
Oh, I know. But it depends on what happens early on.
Right.
Because if you have a situation where you lose a game and you know, let's say you take a loss. Let's say you guys make it through and you've been here many times. You take a loss. Now we have to win. So we can't play the stalemate game. Mm-hmm. You have to go at the other team. If it starts early with stalemates, if everyone stalemates in the first set when you get to the finals, okay, well then it's a little bit different because now you're counting out body here, body there, this point, that point.
Yeah, and that math is being done in the middle of a point too.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a sliding scale. It's because you also get points for, you know, live bodies alive. So it might not necessarily be just how many people do we have to shoot. It's, well, we have this many guys alive, so we can shoot less now, or we have less guys alive, so now we have to shoot more. And it's a lot going on in the middle of the point.
I do remember it was a couple years here in Chicago. It was literally one of the most boring finals I've ever watched. I think it was like maybe Shock and Infamous in the final. And it was like a 9-8 bodies alive at the end. And I was out there filming when it happened because we were doing some stuff for GoSports. We didn't have a live show. But Ryan, he knew exactly what happened. It ends. Losoya's pumped up thinking you guys are going to win. Ryan Brand comes over, counts the bodies, like, we lost, let's go. And it was just, but it was unfortunately, a little bit of a snore fest of a final match. Again, I understand from a tactical perspective why you have to play it that way. It kind of becomes like a, you know, jiu-jitsu match at that point. You know, you're just, you're not just standing and trying to knock somebody out. You're, you know, slowly but surely trying to smother somebody.
And so to my point earlier about, you know, that penalty going off, not necessarily being the end of the world, but it's now, I think, 5 or 6 minutes since that penalty went out, and the players have just refilled the spots that the people got pulled from the penalty. So basically, you just wasted 5 minutes, you know.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, did they recognize that that's what happened? It happened in the darkness of the forest over there. You know, the shadows are starting to get a bit long, and they're going to continue to get long. So visibility. You know what I'm saying? When you're in that situation, did they even know that many bodies dropped, and that they were in a spot where they could try to push forward?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. Tough to tell. So yeah, a couple minutes left to go here. Enemy versus Adrenaline. Adrenaline looking really solid here at this event with 4 wins and a loss. And an Enemy also still in it. They got 3 wins. They could get a victory here, but again, that's just no one's capitalized on the situation here, and now we're down to 2. So I think we're sitting on another potential still.
Enemy going to try to make it happen.
Does he have any help, though?
He's got 1 player with them, but not on the tape line. There's a little more inset. And Paint's coming in to his bunker now, so they definitely know he's here. Adrenaline player right in front of him.
Well, I'm getting some good comms out there. Body coming off for Enemy. Yeah, which is, look, I'm not really knocking guys if you're up and you're trying to close. Could you have chosen a different route, a different gunfight? Sure, but Enemy needs a win. Adrenaline, if they still okay. Enemy much more on the bubble. It's close, obviously, but with a 3-3 record, you really can't stale here and be stoked on it. You're going to go essentially 3-4. Very much on the bubble. And it's looking like that. It's about 50 seconds left to go.
Yeah, you're saying it takes about 40 seconds or so to run that flag back, and we're kind of approaching that time right now.
Yeah, so I mean, now it's just, can they even crack the code here and try to get a pull?
Yeah, it definitely seems like Adrenaline's okay with the stale here, but they are in the driver's seat, being towards the top of the bracket. The only thing they can't do is lose.
Well, it's interesting because I'm seeing both Frank Antetomaso and Eric Dearman both not playing for Adrenaline right now, which maybe they're resting them. Like it's 2 of their better players. If they really felt like they needed this win, you probably would have Eric and Frank out there, unless Eric and Frank
absolutely.
are both hurt.
In this format, you only have so many current active NXL Pro players, and to see one of them on the sideline, kind of surprising.
Yeah. So it does look like a stalemate. Enemy had an opportunity there. They just weren't able to take advantage of it. They did start trying there towards the end. But like Ryan, like you said, I don't think they understood that penalty was assessed. Maybe didn't get eyes on that. Regardless, going to take a stalemate. That's fine for Adrenaline. They're still going to be okay. And we are going to move on. So now we're going to see HydraFit play the All-Americans. And the All-Americans sitting at 3-4, Ryan, essentially. They got 3 wins and then 4 stalemates / losses. And playing HydraFit, who is looking actually pretty decent, 4-2. So All-Americans need to go out and play some offense out here, as they would definitely need to get a win. But it has been carnage in this bracket as well, too. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting in these last couple matches. We'll be right back here, Windy City Classic. Stick with us. And we are back. Big game right now. Hydra Fit taking on the All-Americans here in the Pro Division as we are starting to close out the prelims. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Ryan Hall here from Infamous. We're going to see them take the field there in the hole. They're playing Adrenaline. Big game. And Ryan, we were just talking off camera and talking in this last set as we're seeing the breakout here for Hydra Fit. It's getting close, man. It's getting close on the wild card. You take the top 4 from each of the 2 brackets, and then a 5th, and then the 9th team is going to be a wild card. Could come from either one, as the All-Americans battling against Hydra Fit. And it's tough to call on a lot of this right now. Some teams look to be good to go, but the All-Americans on Hydra Fit, All-Americans definitely would like to get a win. They're sitting at 3rd in their bracket with this as their last game. And Hydra Fit desperately needs a win here, Ryan. They're sitting at, I think, 5th or 6th in their bracket right now. But they have 2 more games to go. So
Right, so I don't think the All-Americans are going to be okay with it still here, being so many more games to happen after them. They do lose 1 on the break.
All-Americans lost 1
All-Americans lost 1 on the show tape side up here.
Okay. That's not good, because the show tape is a side that they did very well on in their first match. Yeah, they do make it to the crucial, been calling it the fortress. It doesn't play like a fortress when you're in there, but it is a fortress in the sense that there's always a guy there. He's really hard to shoot out, and it's a super crucial bunker. This back bunker here on the show tape on the left-hand side where the All-Americans are coming from.
I mean, probably the most painted bunker in the field right now, so you kind of tell it's being used quite often.
Yeah, I always would tell people, even some of our cameramen, I'm like, hey, you know where everyone's going to go by looking at how pink the bunker is. The more pink it is, that's the more often used that bunker is going to be occupied.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were walking the fields at the end of yesterday, we hadn't seen any games over here, but just kind of looking at all the bunkers that are the most painted. And there's a few down that we know, like, well, we really don't want to go here, but obviously it's being used.
Yeah.
So maybe they know something we don't.
Do I have to go to this spot? All-Americans with a big move, essentially past the 50 in the middle of the field. That's a real nice secondary. That's a crucial spot. If they know he's there, he's going to catch a lot of pressure, and he's pretty safe as long as the All-Americans don't let them move up too far on either side. But, man, that's a crucial spot and a great move here for the All-Americans. And like you said, Ryan, the All-Americans, with how things are kind of situated, they're not going to be content with a stalemate here. Definitely want to get at least a pull. They are going to be losing a body, though. So, and it did come from, it looks like one of their maybe second attackers. I'm not sure. I don't think that was a back guy, but, you know, coming off from that middle of the field. And that's been interesting here, Ryan, because a lot of the early deaths that I've been watching on this field, if it doesn't come off the break, it almost always comes, and sometimes a lot from the left-hand side, from the middle and back. And I don't know why those guys are getting caught so often. Obviously, look, you're in the middle. You're going to be catching fire from both sides. Maybe guys just getting a little too sloppy. But a lot of the early deaths have come from the middle of the field.
And I don't see a ton of – I know they've lost 2 over here, but I don't see a ton of players on the All-American side, which is on the show tape side, which most teams have been pushing. But the All-Americans are a team that will throw a curveball at you and just flood people down the side that no other teams are doing. They've done it to us. You know, we were playing a field where there's usually 2, maybe 3 guys on this kind of not as good side of the field, and they just put like 6 down there and go, and then just overwhelm you, and you're like, what just happened?
Well, the thing with woods ball is interesting. You really can power down a side. If you have guys that know what they're doing and know how to play woods ball, and you stack 6 versus 3, yeah, man, I mean, it's not always a cross-field spread when you're playing a woods ball field. And even on a pretty even woods ball field like this, the teams that know what they're doing, that have stacked lots of bodies on either side, and it also goes for the dark side as well too. I think it's a little bit harder to kind of freight train down that side of the field because there's a little bit bigger gaps between the bunkers that you have to run through. This is a little bit more of the closer bunkers. And if you stack 5 bodies this way and they all know what they're doing, they're good. Man, I've seen a lot of efficient attacks when teams have decided to stack this show tape. So, just something from a strategic perspective as we move forward. It's a risk if because if you put 5 bodies this way, well, you only have 5 other bodies to work with on the entire field. So, but taking a lot of ground in the center, and then trying to figure out the best way to hold that dark side is tough. But there is decent gaps over there. It's a little bit easier. But man, it's just paintball, man. Sometimes guys just run through lanes. And sometimes like, Ryan, how did you not shoot that guy? Bro, I was shooting the lane. He just ran right through it, man. Like I did all I could.
Ball doesn't break.
Yeah,
or,
I bounced
or
him.
whatever.
What do you want me to do?
Especially out here mechanical. I mean, the guns are getting really fast. It's a cool little arms race that's happening again in paintball. But I mean, mechanical is not, ramping. So you can kind of get away with a little bit of stuff here and there. And it also changes things you do on the break. Like, yes, I want to run this route, but then I have to run directly at a guy. It's way easier to shoot a guy that's running right at you versus across you, especially in mechanical.
Yeah, so now the All-Americans are really starting to push the issue on the middle/dark side of the field, that far side, as they're committing to the 50-yard line. So they got a couple bodies in really good positions there with about a little less than 7 minutes to work with. And as we talked about during the start of this set, the All-Americans really want this win. You always want the win, but, there's with a couple more games to go, and the All-Americans, this is their last game. They have 3 wins and essentially 4 stalemates. But they're currently ranked 3rd. But there's a couple teams that are, you guys, Cap Factory, HydroFit. This is HydroFit's, second to last game. So there's still there's enough that could go on where if they stale their last game and a couple teams win out, well, that could be the All-Americans going home,
right?
Or catching a wild card, but. Still, if the All-Americans do not put a point score in the 90s up here, they're going to be crossing their fingers and watching the rest of these games and hoping they're playing on Sunday.
Like you were saying, there is good penetration from the All-Americans. I'm seeing all these backline refs now on the 30, 40-yard line of the field, which means that all the people that are watching is in front of them. And, I mean, they're going to work. They're pushing for it for sure.
Yeah, we're going to look at some of those guys right now here on your screen with... Yeah, taking some real estate. What are they going to do with it here? It's not do or die, crazy push moment yet here for the All-Americans with 5:30 to work with. And if you've been joining us all day, thank you so much for joining us. Also, make sure to head on over to Go Sports tomorrow to watch the conclusion. The best 10-man teams in the world throwing down here at this legendary field at the Badlands. And still some more paintball to go. But yeah, it's if I'm the All-Americans and I'm playing this game right now, I'm really focused on what do we need to do to crack this open. We do not need to run into guns yet. Let's not squander any bodies, but we need to start stacking up where they are stacking bodies. I mean, they're stacking bodies at the 50, past the 50. They're going the middle first, feeling the weak, not a lot of pressure, and making those nice moves up into good positions. They need another body here on the show tape. If they could get, I don't know how many they have left alive, but if they could swing one more body this way, because they have such good penetration up in the middle of the field, if they could just swing one more body this way.
Here it comes right now. The TP kind of on the show type.
Because, Ryan, if this guy's worried about, there we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because if this guy is worried about in front of him, he's going to start not being able to check off on that center as much. I mean, there's a double stack of bodies over here for HydroFit. So, and these guys are great gunfighters. They're good at holding the line.
And what's going to get interesting is Hydra also wants a win here too.
Yeah, they need.
So are they going to have to push into all these bodies, or are they going to concede a stalemate? I mean, the offense is just coming a little late. There's still plenty of time left, but like I said, they're going to have to get in the situation of, do we stalemate when we really don't want to, or are we going to have to just push into bodies that are right in front of us?
If Hydra does stale this one, it puts them in their last game against the Misfits in almost a potentially must put up a big point situation. And when I say put up a big point, you get points for live bodies, you get points for kills, you get points for the hang, and points for the pull. In a really good game, when you're doing all of those things, then you will put up a score in the 90s. And if they stale this game, they're going to have to put up a score in the 90s in that last game against the Misfits to have their best chance of making Sunday. So, again, it's still decided. I love that it's this close, though. Again, just as a fan now, when I come to these tournaments and, when the top teams are, kind of beating the brakes off the bottom teams, it's just not as entertaining in the prelims, and kind of got to wait till Sunday before it gets interesting. But it's been interesting all day. From a score perspective onto who's on the bubble and who's not. And there's a lot of really top-level teams. We're talking like teams that could win this tournament that are on the bubble right now. But it's the last 10 minutes of the year. This is what I would expect, right? So, yeah, it's getting down to nitty-gritty here. Under 3 to go, 2:54 on the clock. All-Americans definitely with the real estate and definitely with the advantage here. Are they going to make the most of it, though? We will see. All-Americans. Oh,
big
they're going
move.
to, yeah, big move. Fully commit. He's going to come through. Stabs him. Does he get the kill? He does get the trade. Yeah, I mean, he kind of had to do that. There was 3 bodies in front of him, but no one played off that move. So, yeah, that guy dies, and they lose a guy, but it's a kind of a similar situation. No one on the All-Americans is in a better position, and they still have 2 bodies that they have to dig out on this side. Now, if they want to go blow for blow like that, these next guys are going to get harder to bunker because they're farther away, and they're not any closer and in position to go and execute those bunker moves with 2:10 on the clock.
Yeah, when someone takes a move like that, you at least want to refill their spot at least.
Or if you see your boy make that big move, pop the top real quick if you're not getting shot at, and then try to take that next spot.
Right.
Which just didn't happen. So, now I think this is probably going to be a stale unless something crazy happens in the next maybe 40 seconds. Because, again, this is a huge field, and you need about 40 seconds to run the flag back. And there are still 2 dudes that the All-Americans need to shoot, and they're in really good spots, and they are playing tight for Hydrafit.
And I just saw Hydrafit actually back up a bunker on the low side. So maybe they are gearing up for this stalemate.
All-Americans making a bump. Oh, might have got caught there, and he did. So,
wow.
Man, I mean, that's a tough death, but I can't really knock him. He's trying to figure it out. They need a win. They need to put up, like I said, a score in the 90s. Trying to roll some dice and play offense. But, yeah, that's a tough death. And just not a lot of offense here now down on the show tape for the All-Americans. Yeah, I think we're going to see a stalemate. And that's going to make it even more interesting here, Ryan.
I mean, this is great for us. This is what Infamous wants to see right now, and I'm sure Cat Factory and all the other teams on the bubble out of this bracket. Perks of playing late in the day.
Yeah, well, when you're playing late in the day, you kind of get to write your own story in a way, because at least you know exactly what you need to do. You don't have to go out here and wonder, okay, well, you're in the middle of a game, and you're like, oh man, should I play offense right now? Do we really can we take the stalemate? Once you are the last couple games, if you're the last couple games in your bracket, you do really know exactly what you need to do and can then adjust your strategy and your tactics to fit the moment.
Yeah, you have that luxury of doing the math, live in the middle of a point. Like you said, there's points for kills, there's points for your live bodies alive at the end of the game, there's points for the flag pull, for the flag return, hang. So you're doing all that live, and if I only need 14 points, well, then that's 7 kills or, a few less kills, but we need to have some bodies left alive, and you can kind of do that. And then those games get real crazy, because if all I need to do is get a certain amount of kills, you start seeing all these crazy big bunker moves,
Yeah, no, for sure. So that's going to do it here. So, yeah, just a few more sets to go. Still have about 6, maybe 7 more games about to go down right now. Image taking on the Mayhem Tigers next. Tigers, they're out of it. So this would be, and with Image, I think Image they could coast in. Yeah, Image is looking pretty good. They still have 2 more games to go, so, heavily favored in this one. But we will be right back here. Windy City Classic here at the ICPL. Matty Marshall with Ryan Hall. We'll be back. So we are jumping back into this next one here as we are slowly getting to the conclusion of the prelims. ICPL Winnie City Classic. Benny Marshall got Walker Gauchi here from Carbon and Air Salt Factory.
Oh, yeah, baby.
You guys look really good in that first game you played out here today.
Just that one, though.
Just that one.
Yeah.
But it was really good.
Yeah, the team's playing pretty well here. I'm pretty excited to watch Image play. I haven't got a chance to watch them yet. Look like they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, Image on the left-hand side and taking a ton of ground. This is one of the biggest bites that we've seen a team take off the break here, Walker, as he basically is at or past the 50-yard line here on the show tape. And you know what's interesting, though, Walker, is pretty much everyone that's taken a big bite today and yesterday makes it. I haven't really seen anyone get shot off the break trying to make these big moves. With the slight asterisk to that is guys making mistakes. So we had one guy try to, actually not as far as this guy went, but he went in and tried to get a shot in on somebody in front of him, stayed up too long and got shot off the break.
Yep.
If he had just dove, he would have made it. I mean, I'd say the percentage of teams taking big bites and making it is probably around 80 or 90% from what I've seen today.
Well, it's definitely paying off for some of these teams so they can actually break like the cross field shots, because all the way across the field through the other middle, there's a lot more shots over here on the show tape than you actually can see.
Oh, no, I believe it because I've been seeing the streams of paint.
Yeah, coming right at you.
Yeah. But you have to know those shots. A lot of these are blind shots. And, yeah, so Image in a really good position right now. 10:30 on the clock as they are really putting the pressure early on the Mayhem Tigers. Now, the Mayhem Tigers kind of playing for fun right now. Love to see the boys from across the pond come over. Big shout out to Daz if he's watching. But they've struggled here at this event. They haven't been able to put a win on the board. They actually got the worst. So the last game they just played, and I was saying earlier on, Walker, I was like, I don't think anyone's putting 100 up on this field.
Yeah.
No one's putting 100 up. It's too hard to break into that back line. A 93 or 94 is a really good win out here.
Yep.
And sure enough, Rogue comes out and puts up 100 against the Tigers.
Yeah, they've been playing really well as well.
Yeah, so it did happen. I had to eat my words. But right now, the Tigers, like I said, just playing for fun, man. It's kind of at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. So they should be playing a little free, a little loose. Unfortunately, though, they have let Image, who is sitting second overall with 2 games to go. So, I mean, they may end up being, if Image continues to play like they're playing, they might be top seed in this bracket.
Yeah, I've been watching them on a couple of the other fields, and they really got some stuff going on. Let's see over here. They got an extra 3 bodies that are, watching what's going on here from the sidelines. But on your screen right now, Image looks like he's doing a little bit of surgery on his gun. Maybe an insert, putting it back in, wiping off his squeegee. A couple of bad dives right up in the center, though. I mean, that's going to happen. They got some good communication going. It looks like there is 2 bodies at the 40, and then, like Maddie said, past the 50-yard line for Image as well on this show tape.
Yeah, Image, good comms too, good communication.
Yeah.
They got, look, the 2 crucial spots on this field on the right-hand side on this show tape that Image are trying to push into right now. You got that outside laydown, and then you got that tree. I mean, those are the 2 stock spots. Everyone's always in those spots. How do you work those guys out? If you're in those spots, do not lose gunfights. So we're going to see what Image is going to try to do to work those guys out. And there they are on your screen right there.
I think that Image is actually breaking through on that that far side.
On the locals call that the dark side.
The dark side. Okay, yeah. Down there, it looks like piecing up a couple of the Mayhem Tigers across the field.
Yeah, so Image with a real good crossfield spread, making moves, and a crossfield spread and a crossfield push as early on, taking a real big bite over here on the woods. And like I said, man, risk is getting rewarded out here off the break, and it's been fun to watch. Because I again just love watching guys play offense, and I respect people that don't play. They
pushing a little bit. Yeah.
Well, look, I respect the defense too. You got to win at the end of the day.
Right.
But I'm going to be a little selfish and wanting to watch some aggressive paintball here on this OG classic Badlands Woods ball field that I spent a lot of time playing on back before I was old and gray.
Yeah. Sure.
But yeah, so an Image, again, just a legendary team name from back in the day, Richie Malchewski and his boys. And they're in some good spots here still, and they got a lot of time to work with. And that's the key. You get in good spots, but what do you do now? Because you, again, like we talked about, and that's why I was bringing it up, you have these 2 anchors over here in front of them. You have to find a way to work those guys out. So ideally, hopefully you can sucker them into a poor choice gunfight, But the smart players, running referee coming in to check out that's another crucial spot. Just like I said, that's the key. That's a key kill. You got the 2 anchors out wide, but that inset bunker has just chopped up pushes before, and as soon as that guy dies, Image is able to launch.
Now Image is going to put a little bit of pressure on him here, and I don't even know if that corner knows that he's that close to him.
The corner may not know, but the inside bodies do.
Yeah, they're shooting at him for sure.
I also love this white shell because it's really easy to see the streams coming in with this, I think, as Ryan Brad said, a violent pink.
Yes.
I don't know if pink can be violent, but I'm looking at your hands right now.
My hands, my legs. I look like a clown.
Oh, yeah. You're always going to know the guys at the airport that played this tournament because their hands are just going to be stained pink.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but you can definitely tell when you hit somebody. That's the cool part.
Yeah. Yes, when you get home, it's going to look like you have some weird tropical disease, but you definitely were marking people really well that weekend, which is kind of crucial in woods ball because it gets a little wild out here. But yeah, Image with now a little bit less than 6 minutes to work with, and we're getting to look at some of these different positions. So this is who they're trying to push into here on your screen. The Mayhem Tigers in the back corner bunker on this, what we're calling the show tape, because it's where the show goes down, because this is where all the people on the sidelines, if you're here at the Badlands, can watch from. And then this is a really key spot here for Image. So they're past the 50-yard line. They're catching a ton of pressure. See all those streams of paint coming from the left? Those are coming from inside lanes. And so he's doing it perfect right now. He's just chilling in that spot. Oh, they're going to be losing.
They're going to lose someone in the back, though.
Yeah, that's a kind of a tough death there for Image.
Yeah,
that guy did not need to die.
Yeah, it looks like they got 4 bodies up, like I said, past the 50, maybe at the 45-yard line here. They're just trying to communicate it out just so they can maybe shoot this guy in the corner here, and it'll really break open for him. But on your screen right now for the Mayhem Tigers, that guy in that tree right there, he's kind of laying it down just because he's actually on his feet versus, what do we got? 3 right in front of us that are all laying down on their stomachs. So.
Yeah, and Image is in a really good spread right now. They're in really good offensive positions. They got 5 minutes to work with, and they've already put a decent amount of wins on the board. They've only dropped 2 games. They got this one and 1 more to go, sitting at 2nd overall in their bracket. I'm even wondering, you're playing the Tigers, you absolutely want to put a score in the 90s up, a.k.a. a win. But also, they could stale this game and still be alive, but then they have to play Rogue next. And
after that 100 in the woods, they're trying to match that right now.
Yeah, and Rogue coming off a big win on this field. So, obviously, and Rogue looked great, man. Rogue looked like they knew this field really well.
Did they won the 5-man too?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah,
I can't remember. Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, didn't you play the 5-man?
Yeah, but they're in the pro bracket. I'm just an amateur doing pro stuff. You know what I mean?
I was over here like walking this field, trying to figure out what we had. You know, we're doing a woods ball tournament here, which is a little bit new for us. So, yeah, I did not see who won the 5-man.
This Mayhem Tiger player is kind of running around the back. We can kind of see it from where we're at right now, but on your screen, he's looking to do something because he just lost another body right back here in the, looks like in the center. They lost 1 more body.
Yeah, and it's getting down to do or die moment for Image. They have all the ground. We've seen this all day long, all day yesterday as well too, when we were getting set up. But you kind of reach a point on the precipice. You have to start committing.
I think they just killed 1 out of that crucial spot.
Walker, I was literally about to say they need to get a kill to soften this lineup, and as I'm thinking that, they do it.
They do.
And so now they got a big opportunity here. The body right in front of them. Guy's rocking his autococker's sewing machine here.
So sick.
Oh, yeah, I still love the autocockers being shot out
there. It does
there.
sound really good.
He's got a
here.
He's got a Revo too. Yeah. He's not even messing around with any of the new hoppers. He's like, it's an autococker. I'm good with the Revo.
He's about to. One of these guys is gonna run one of these guys down here.
I feel like he could probably time that autococker to make it shoot a little faster.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting checked.
Oh,
wow.
And he gets the kill through. That's huge. That's a huge kill. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, that was the linchpin over here for the Mayhem Tigers, and that's going to allow Image to start pushing forward.
Nobody saw him do that. Oh, and they just took that other tree. Yep. Just a double kill here on that side.
Still got to close, though. But look at this. So everyone's having visibility problems. We're having visibility problems. these guys are having visibility.
Yeah.
The
The
because
sun's
he's
right
in the
there.
sun and he's looking into the darkness, and it's just really tough to you don't want to step on a landmine right now. This is not a great field. This is not a landmine type field. If you are forced into a desperation tactical retreat to try to find some place to guard the flag, essentially, not a great field to do this on.
No.
There's really not much back there. You can maybe hide behind a tree, but that's about it. And slow the attack down.
Yeah, looking at the start gate here, looks like the flag's still there, but they're coming through.
Oh, see, there is a landmine.
Yep.
There's a landmine back there somewhere. First body gets chewed up.
We'll get another guy just running right for it.
Yeah, he's going to commit. So they got two. Okay, so I think that last body, the body that got shot, traded with that last guy. Or because if that other guy was still alive, he would be getting shot. So they have, minute 12.
Bit of commotion,
Plenty of time. That's plenty of time. We've been talking about, you played this field a few times. If a gun to your head, I know you're still skinny and fast. How fast do you think you could get from start station to start station?
Honestly,
tournament on the line.
I said 50 seconds earlier. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the guy to do it, but that's what I was telling everyone. So we actually, on our Planet guns, we were setting our timers at 2 because that's when the bomb's on your chest.
Yeah.
I don't think in 1 minute, you're just going to throw away the game.
I think you could probably get it back quicker than that. Jared Lackey said he could do it in 30 seconds, and I'm like, bro, you're fast and small, but that's
a lot of crap in the woods.
Yeah. It's a long run, bro. I think 45 seconds. Now, we did see earlier on today, it was an amateur team, bigger dudes do. They could not get it back in 45 seconds, and
Really?
they handed it off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they still couldn't get it back. They needed about 50. I have seen it run back in about 40.
Well, then I could definitely do it in 40. Then.
Yeah, I'd bet on you maybe. I think your over-under is 35.
Yeah, you guys can probably just hear it in my voice. I am an athlete. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, Walker, for sure. Well, yeah, bro, you haven't gotten fat yet, so you're still young and spry.
I appreciate that.
So that is going to do it here, and looking forward to this next game. That was a beautiful game by Image. Image, as advertised, looks like it's a Woods ball field. That is their stock and trade. They look dialed, and they get yet another win. They should be one of the top 4 teams easily with that victory, a win in the 90s, 90 points plus. So now it's going to be Fight Club and Cat Factory, and Cat Factory needs a win because they've had some rough ones out here. They've had some good ones, but this is going to be their first time playing the Woods ball field, and they got 2 out here. They got to play Armada, and they got to play Fight Club. So that's coming up next year. Got Walker Gauchi here from Carbon and Air Assault Factory here at the ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. We'll be right back. And we are back. Cap Factory taking on Fight Club, and that is Fight Club. Let's see what side
on your screen
they
right
are
now.
on.
Yeah.
They're pumped up. Yeah. Fight Club. Yeah, not many F's given by Fight Club. They love this, and they love to get gritty and nasty. But they're playing Cap Factory. It's one of the best teams out here. Always fighting for a title. Talking about Cap Factory, always a stacked squad. They got lots of current pros on that team, retired pros, some legends in the game. And just trying to see what team is on what side, though. So Fight Club's going to be on the left, and Cap Factory is going to be on the right. We're still waiting for some players to. Oh, Cap Factory. Yeah, so there's JP Augustin, LB Fowl, Harry Fry from Dynasty. LB is a legend from Avalanche and Infamous and Miami Effect back in the day. JP Augustin, I played with JP on the Ironman back in the day. And then Glenn Forrester, OG Cali legend. But yeah, Cap rolls deep with if you don't have like a championship or wins, or you're like some sort of like paintball icon, like you just don't get on the squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe
so we were about to go.
I think one side thinks that there's a little bit of a break going on. Oh, never mind.
Well, Cap's getting yelled at. It's like, hey, boys, let's go.
Oh, we're playing paintball right now.
Oh, we're getting a little wind sprint back into the let's get the heart rate up here. Let's get that heart rate up before we got to run 75 steps to my front bunker. Yeah, some of these big moves to these middle bunkers we're talking about, that's like 95 steps from the start station over there. That's a long
It's pretty aggressive.
Run. So yeah, Cap going to be on the right-hand side, Fight Club on the left. And yeah, that's Cap Factory on your screen here currently. Big Dave Baines in the backfield. Like I said, dude, Cap rolls deep. Dave Baines, legendary player back in the day, current coach of Edmonton Impact. We got Andy Copcock on that team. AK-47.
Harrison Fry on that squad?
Yeah, Harrison Fry. And Blake Garber. So, yeah, as they're stacked. They've had a little bit of a rough go of it. They still are sitting third overall with 2 games to go. Now, when I say a little bit of a rough go, they had a crazy, like, an 8-for-1 situation out there, which was a little controversial.
Okay.
It was like it was like a crescendo of 1-for-1s. One guy gets shot. The referee, super hardcore, gnarly referee, he's like, hey, you're out. And he's like, why? Oh, you're talking? Okay, another penalty. They go to the next guy. Why am I hit? Why?
Yeah,
all of a sudden, 8 bodies come off. So
that's how it happens.
Jumping into this break here, see if Cap Factory can continue to stay in this top 4. Currently sitting third overall. I mean, even if they drop these next 2 games, they still got a chance. Harry Fry, the big move. That's a big bite here. We haven't really seen.
He looked like he got in there clean.
It looks like he got in there clean.
Yeah.
He's catching a ton of spray right now, but I don't see anything on him. Oh, really? He's hit? Where did he get shot? Loader? Where?
Not sure, but it was a really good slide for Woods Ball Field. But I think they got Cap lost 2 bodies now. One up the gut. It looked like it might have been Andy. We're looking at the show tape right now, Fight Club. And I believe that they're up 1 body right now on that side.
Well, yeah. So Fight Club was in a body in the center, and I think another one. So I think at least 2 have come off for Fight Club. The shadows are getting a little bit long right now.
That's 2 bodies off for each team.
So I think it's 8-on-8.
Yep.
Fight Club in a good spot here on your screen, though. This is a crucial spot. You see there's a turret there. It's kind of a bit of a fortress. It's not a big fortress, but you're going to get shot at a lot. You're going to be the anchor on this side. You cannot die from this position.
I did play that bunker for a little bit, actually.
Oh, that was you back there?
And yeah, but there's definitely a lot of balls that will just kind of trickle in right back through there, especially if they're further up on the field in the middle.
Looking at the other side right now. Yeah, there's a lot of topography changes on this field. There's a little hill in the bit of it. The right side's a little bit higher on the dark side, and there's a little bit of a valley over there.
Through that center, you could kind of crawl through some of that brush, but it looks like it's getting chopped down pretty good now.
Now, Fight Club's in a must-win situation. They've won 2, dropped 4. Looks like, 2 stales, maybe 3 stales and 2 losses. Not quite sure. Got some low scores. So Fight Club in a do-or-die moment. They absolutely have to win against Cap. Cap, one of the top teams out here. They've won these tournaments before. And again, a super stacked roster, but dropping some bodies early. but so did Fight Club. So it's getting a little interesting here.
And it looks like, okay, there we go. Yeah, so Cap's got 2 people in position here on the show tape that you're looking at.
I think is that Blake?
It looks kind of like a 2-on-2 on the show tape here.
Yeah, it does.
Kind of matched up.
So Cap has that first body up, and then another body behind him, and now just getting a glorious shot. I don't even know who that is, but it looks great.
Yeah, it looks great.
That's Fight Club. Oh, man, looking good there, bro.
Looks like he's up kind of in the center.
Yeah, so still a ton of time left with 9:08 to go and an 8-on-8 situation for these 2 squads, I believe. Fight Club's had some good communication. Cap's typically real good at the communication because you got, Big Dave Baines in the back with LB. They got huge voices, and all those guys are very experienced, so they know how important communication is. Typically not a problem for that squad.
I also look forward to listening to Dave Baines shoot his gun. Not gonna lie.
What did you see? What gun he was shooting? Because sometimes he shoots an autococker a lot.
Yeah, but sometimes. But when regardless of what he's shooting, it's pretty ridiculous. Oh, Cap just takes out a
Walker. Yeah. Huge kill, bro. Huge kill right now for Cap. That's a tough death in a really important spot. We've been talking all weekend long about how important that spot is here on the show tape, and that's going to give Cap Factory some breathing room on this side.
It looks like Fight Club looks like they're only up at like the 30 over here. So that's a pretty big bite now for them.
In the middle?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe 50 paces in.
Anytime that you have this body die and it doesn't, so Fight Club needs to refill this spot. You've got to find a way to refill this spot, because if no one's in this back corner, we got Harrison Fry over here. I thought you made it clean, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a Fight Club. Was it top of your pod? Let me see. Turn around. Let me see. Oh, you don't even have your pack on anymore.
Oh, I bet. Convenient. Yeah.
You gotta give them a little 5 though. It's your enemies. Yeah. So we got Harrison Fry over here. JP Augustin with a nice little move. But we were saying that you guys just shot this back corner bunker over here, Harry. This is an opportunity now, slowly but surely, still 7.5 minutes to work with, but you can start pushing this side because there's no one back there. Here, jump on the other mic if you want. Yeah, we got Harrison Fry. I love this. We haven't had this yet, so Harrison
just literally right there.
This team is.
So yeah, I ran 53 off the break, got shot. So now I'm here commentating. Next pick.
Yeah. It was a nice run. Walker was like, "Wow, what a nice dive in there."
It looked really good. I'm not gonna lie. I gave you a little bit of love, and then
you were catching a ton of pressure. Yeah. It looked like you made it in clean, but I think you got clipped on the top of your pack.
Yeah, I think the Fight Club guys got. I saw him slip the 20 to the refs.
Oh, we're gonna start that already in the prelims, huh?
I thought that's a Sunday move.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, so this is JP Augustin with a nice move to kind of take the spot that Harrison here, now currently commentating with us, was in initially, got clipped out of there, and then they're starting filtering bodies this way. And they're starting to soften the lineup. They're getting some kills inside. It's starting to look really good for Cap.
There's another kill right in the center.
And Harrison, I think if you get this win, you guys are going to be in, because I think you could stalemate the next game or even lose it. I think you still would be okay.
Yeah, I
mean, don't quote me on that, but that's kind of how it's looking.
I'm not quoting. I think stalemate might be true, but never play like that.
Of course, no. You want to play to just be the number one
Unless
seed.
stuff goes bad, then it's like, okay, well, hey, stuff's bad. Cross it up and burn some time. But you still gotta play.
Well, it's looking really good for Cap. JP, what?
Just got punked.
Who shot him?
I think it's this 30 right here, right.
Oh, that's a tough death for JP right there. Because.
Oh yeah, there he is. He's hiding right there.
If he had stayed alive in that spot with 5.5 minutes to go, so now they have to refill this position.
Right.
Now you are softening the lineup. There's some kills coming off the field. I'm not sure exactly how many bodies are left alive for Fight Club. We got a running referee though, and another body coming off for Cap. So that's a couple mistakes here. Those are deaths that should not be happening
on your screen right now. Looks like you took a hot one right to the side of the goggles, but.
You know what's
that's Fight Club getting pinched out. That's a good kill. Good
right
kill here for Cap. So they're trading.
That's Tucci. That's Chris Tucci. Hey, where's the penalty, Chris Tucci?
They're trading bodies back and forth. Cap loses a couple, and then now Fight Club losing a body. But because Cap Factory was already up some bodies. It started about 8-on-8. Harrison, did you guys lose a couple early?
Yes, it was 8-on-8. And you see Thomas Fantoni actually filling up that that same spot, that 50 Dorito. And you know what's going through Thomas's mind right now is, well, I just saw JP get shot weird, and we don't know where that guy is. So that actually caused a lot of now, careful play from Thomas because, well, hey, there's definitely a guy, right? He just got a sneaky shot on JP. I definitely don't want to take the same shot.
Yeah. No,
but he's somewhere and he's dangerous. So
yeah.
Now we got to find him. And that's actually a really big, kind of mind game trick by the opponent. Shoot you and don't know and don't expose myself.
He hasn't been shooting his gun at all over there either.
But Harrison, how's the visibility right now? It's getting the shadows are starting to get long out there. It's kind of tough to see.
Yeah, right side has the advantage. What was that?
That's a trade. Yeah.
So Blake just bunkered out.
Ooh,
a little few extra. I like that. Blake just bunkered out one of the.
He's giving it. See,
yeah, to you. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah. Read my jersey. Read my jersey.
I think it was a fair trade. Playing woods ball here. It's gonna get a little
stuff happen.
Yeah,
suspect.
Dude, if you have that written on the inside of your jersey, you can't be the guy complaining about getting shot at.
You mean Fight Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
If you have FU written on the inside of your jersey, you cannot be the guy that's complaining about getting shot. Sorry.
Just over 3.5 minutes here. Caps in position here. If they can just dig this 30-yard line bunker out over here on this show tape.
Yeah, but again, they don't know, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, there's a guy. He got one of our guys, so he's sneaky and he's somewhere there.
Oh, and they're coming right up.
Glenn Forrester there. He's trying to find him. I think they actually know where he is now.
Well, they're over
there. It is. Bunkers him out. Beautiful move by Glenn.
Over top. Oh,
and he makes
still
it in
alive?
clean. Thomas Mantoni going to
saw the other guy on the screen right now.
Go all the way down in their corner. Nice move, Thomas. Good teamwork.
LB Foul backing him up too. So they've blown open this side. There's 3 minutes left to go. I think that might have been it because I think they softened the lineup early. A couple hammers dropped. Nice job. Noble fight by Fight Club. They put up a good fight here, but just some crisp moves to close for Cat Factory. It's a bloodbath field, man. Like a 94 is a good score out here. We've only seen 100 out here. Other than that, anything in the 90s is going to be a good score on this woods ball field. So with Cap getting the victory here, and it looks like it may be at least 5 potentially left alive for him.
See Eric Hunter walking in with no pods on his back, so he shot all his paint. Or maybe he just dropped him to look cool. He run faster.
I was doing a lot. I
I shot on my paint.
Dude, I don't have any paint. I
did my job. I did my job, boys.
Man, I was doing it.
Yeah, Dave's still alive. Eric's still alive. Really, it's a pretty nasty roster you guys got here, Harry.
Yeah, we've had some tough breaks yesterday, but that's good. It makes us better and makes us kind of change some stuff up, and we're having a good day today. So it's 3 wins for the day.
Eric Hunter
today
with the flag hang here, and yeah, solid work by Cat Factory. Looks like they're probably going to end up with something around a 95, and with that win, probably punching their ticket to Sunday. Still with one more to go. So if Cap wins this next one, they could potentially be the number 1 seed in this bracket. We will see. But a real solid victory here. So next up, this is going to be a good one. It's going to be Infamous taking the field. They got 2 more games to go, and they're playing Adrenaline, and Adrenaline is legit. They got a pretty nasty roster too. So that's going to be the battle going down here. ICPL, Windy City Classic, Matty Marshall. Here we got Walker Gauchi and Harrison Fry joining us for a little brief time, but I think you probably got to go because
I'm sweating.
You got a game coming up.
It is hot right here.
Yeah, it is.
Let me know when I
hot.
can get your signature series gun too.
Yeah, Field 1-4 is coming out. I got the Fry Kata series coming out soon. Stay tuned.
Ooh.
I don't actually know how soon, but we'll see.
Yeah, at some point in the future. All right, so we'll be right back. Stick with us.
Peace.
We are back. A couple more sets to go. Looks like 5 more games to go here in the prelims. And we are on center court for this Windy City Classic. It's going to be the Woods Ball Field. Cat Factory with a big win here. It's got the legends on that squad, but that's what the ICPL Pro Division is all about. Up-and-coming Woods Ball 10-man team scrapping it out against legends, and it's going to be fun to watch. Speaking of some legends, we got Los Angeles Infamous going to be playing Adrenaline. Both these teams have been very successful in 10-man. And about to jump into this first one. Now we got to figure out who's on what side here, Walker.
Yeah, some stacked rosters to watch for here. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, so
this looks like an Infamous.
I got Walker Gauchi here from Carbon Paintball and Aerosol Factory. I guess they're in the first seed here in the amateur division, so look for them on Sunday.
Grinding.
Big bite in the center here. Oh, this is a huge
huge
bite. This
bite.
is the biggest bite we've seen all day long.
And he makes it clean over here on this show tape.
Is that Infamous or Aerosol? Adrenaline.
That's
Adrenaline, isn't it?
No, that's Infamous.
Is that Infamous?
And
Who is that from Infamous?
I don't know, but he took a hot one right through the bunker. I think right in his chest. But
well, he's currently alive in there.
But he's causing quite the stir up right now. It looks like Adrenaline is like, what is going on here?
That's the biggest bite that I've seen all tournament long. No one has taken that bunker from that side of the field. That's like 120 steps.
Yeah, he came
from that start station.
Too. I don't even think the guy right in front of him knows that there's someone right there. He's like, he can't be that close to me right now. But it looks like Adrenaline's kind of flooding that side now because they're trying to figure out how to shoot him. That's going to be a pretty big thorn in their side if they can't dig him out of there pretty quick.
Who is this? That was a hell of a run. I want to give him his credit. Like you said, might have caught one through the bunker, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing paintball. I like it.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
No referee went in to check him. He's got a ton of spray on him, too, on his goggles as well.
Yeah.
Whatever. Hey,
he's in a hot spot. Yeah, exactly.
He needs some help. What he needs is some help. Did they lose a body behind him? Where are the rest of the bodies? You're going to risk this guy all the way up here and then not give him any help?
Yeah. There's actually, looks like there's nobody on the inside.
I mean, everyone's going to be shooting at this guy.
Yeah. He's shooting straight up. He's just got to play really tight in there.
Man, this guy is catching paint from everywhere.
Let's see.
I really wish I could read this guy's jersey. It's so tough. Everyone's got camouflaged everything.
Yeah.
It's like black names on camo jerseys.
Looks really sick up close. Can't see
from 2 feet away.
Yeah.
We got a camera on this guy. I'm not that far. My eyes to work. I can't read this guy's jersey. Still.
Kurzawa on your screen right now, pulling it down. Looks like he's in a center bunker here. There's nobody from Adrenaline putting any pressure on this guy right now. He's not even getting shot at for Infamous. And he's at their at their 40-yard line.
Maybe that's Phil Shredder. I just got a text from Roy Richard, and he said, I think it's Phil. So Phil Shredder's been trying to get back in the game for a little bit. He's a jacked monster, real fast. So if somebody was going to make that run, it would make sense that it is Phil Shredder, but I cannot confirm. And Roy said, I think. We will see. I mean, Roy, you're probably sitting at home with no glare. So, yeah, if you could give me some heads up on that, that would be tight.
We got someone here that knows who it is.
Zach Patient. Okay, also not a surprise. Oh, there's Phil Shredder right here. Yeah, sorry, Phil. I was giving you, poor Zach, I'm giving him all your credit. Yeah, Zach Patient. Also not a surprise. Zach was a beast at the last event. So, yeah, good job, Zach. Best run I've seen all tournament long. And he's still alive in that spot and taking a ton of pressure. And notice also how calm and methodical he's playing in the spot. Not getting all crazy in a pressure situation with everyone shooting at him. Also got calm his back to his boys. And this puts Infamous in the driver's seat with 8 minutes and 12 seconds left to go.
It's almost interesting that there's nobody on the inside putting any pressure back on him. I mean, he's just he's kicking it, really.
Yeah, and this is just putting Adrenaline kind of in the defensive immediately. It's tough, man. When you're play in a situation like this, Walker, and everyone that's played long enough has been in this moment. Somebody takes a huge bite off the break, kind of throws a monkey wrench into your game plan because you're like, okay, this dude is right in front of us. We can't really even implement our game plan because we have to deal with this guy.
Yeah, he totally beat us to the punch here.
Yeah, and he has protection. So, I mean, ideally, this guy, patient has to die. If you're adrenaline, you have to shoot patient out. And they've stopped putting pressure on him from the center for some reason.
Yep.
I would like to see Infamous start to develop the play around patient, though.
Yeah, I know. It looks like he doesn't have anyone really backing him up that's close to him. But he is getting the comms back and forth. And Adrenaline over here, they got two bodies just kind of hanging out, watching him. On your screen, you can kind of see him right in that big V tree. He's not putting any pressure on him, but just making sure that he's there. He's known.
Yeah, I think Zach just said back to his back player, he's like, hey, what are you shooting at? Like, what's in front of me? That's basically, hey, what's in front of me? I would like to know where they are. It's kind of, it's like process of, Zach dodging one right there. Yeah, so there's Zach Patient on your screen. This is just incredible communication. I mean, Zach is way up here, and he's having a yelling conversation, but a conversation nonetheless, with his back player, who's essentially at the anchor spot on this side, that fortress in the back corner bunker. But Infamous needs to start developing this play around him. They have taken some ground way up in the center.
Oh, yeah, I can see him now.
The referee's actually getting a check on that player. Yeah, here on your screen. So this is the center of the field shading towards the dark side, and he's clean. So, yeah, so Infamous has good crossfield penetration. Everything's looking good for them. They have 6'10" to work with. Infamous also sitting with let's get a look here at how they are overall. Infamous definitely needs a win. They got two more. A win to solidify their position. But they have the 3 and 2 right now. Yeah, I mean, 2 more wins definitely needed for Infamous to assure themselves a spot on Sunday.
I think Adrenaline's down 2 bodies right now, but I don't know what's going on over there for Infamous.
Yeah, they still have that. They have that good ground with. I mean, since off the break, it's interesting because, when I had Ryan Hall up here and I was telling Ryan and all the Infamous guys were here, and I was saying because it's just the truth, and anyone that's been watching this isn't a secret. But everyone that's tried a big move has made it. Literally, the only guy that's gotten shot trying to make big moves are dudes that are just making giant mistakes, like standing up at the spot they ran to try to get a greedy kill.
Yeah.
Other than that, if you're diving, running low, and getting and fast and you're making your spot, man. I mean, it's like a 90 percentile at this point in time.
Yeah.
Maybe
Harrison Fry honestly doesn't count either. So that's just he's an anomaly himself.
Yeah. I mean, that was
really good.
That was a big move,
but just to put it in perspective, he got shot from the other side, going to the same bunker that Zach Patient's in from the opposite side.
Yeah.
So pretty wild.
Again, for where Zach ran from the start station is about, I'd say, 120 steps. I mean, it's a long run, like 110 steps. It's a long, long, long run.
Oh, a little push through the gut here. I believe that is Infamous.
Well, that's what they need, though, right now, Walker. With 4:40 left to go, they need but Zach has been doing excellent. He's just been communicating. He's been in this spot, just taking a ton of fire the entire time, maintaining his composure in a big pressure moment in a game they would love to win to really put themselves in the driver's seat here.
Infamous looks like a center, like 40, and another 40-yard line bunker here, plus Zach. So they're in position right now. They just need to put it together. I like what you said, Maddie. I think that they should have someone follow Zach up a little bit here.
Yeah, they're started to get there as they have bodies across the center around the 50-yard line. So the play is developing, but they are starting to get low on time. We're a little under 4 to go. Infamous needs to get a kill or 2 here to soften the lineup to make this push a little bit better. But it's getting tight on the points right here. I literally have the All-Americans over my shoulder looking at my computer right now trying to count numbers.
Lingerers,
because
man.
They are on the bubble. That's fine. You guys can look as much as you would like. But that's how tight it is right now.
It's
getting really interesting in this bracket because it's super close right now.
These games really do matter, like you said. Like, if you can get a 94 in here, this is...
Well, because if you're the All-Americans, you're just hoping to God that everyone stalemates.
Yeah.
I would, if I'm the All-Americans, I want to see everyone stalemate for all of the rest of the game.
Yeah. Adrenaline shooting another Infamous player, but gosh, maybe they're both two bodies down right now.
Oh, I like this fill across. I like this fill across for Infamous. It's going to give Zach some help. Ooh, Zach begging for a kill inside, asking for a ref to get in there and check. I don't see a ref moving in there. Infamous is running up on time though. they're running up to a moment where they are going to have to start pushing into these guns. So Adrenaline in a bend don't break moment. Adrenaline also sitting third overall, but they're sitting with a 4-3 record. This is the last game for Adrenaline. A big loss here would be really bad for Adrenaline. They do not want to take a big loss here. If they are going to take a loss, they need to shoot 9 bodies to have the best chance possible to move on to Sunday.
Not ideal in this situation right now.
I mean, they're sitting at fourth. We take 4 from each bracket and a wild card. Adrenaline at third. All-Americans at fourth, but All-Americans are done. They don't have any games to play. They're at 347. Adrenaline's at 421. And it's just still not looking good for Adrenaline, but they have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to just cross it up and hold the line.
And Infamous is making a push right now. I mean, we can see 4 people right now, right on the show tape. They're kind of going down, but there's some kind of commotion going on across the field right now. We've got refs running around. Travis has got eyes on that across the field, so maybe he can get that communication across.
Yeah, they're running up on time here, Walker. Minute 45. They're going to have to commit at some point here very soon.
Oh, yep, they shoot one more.
They lose a body, though. Infamous losing a body from the they shoot one and they lose one.
I think the field is turning on them right now because, look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 Infamous guys here, and I see another Adrenaline guy walking off, but they might be coming down. That's why Travis is shooting goon-handed from a tree.
Yeah, Zach with just 2 pods left on his back. He was thinking about launching down that sideline, but he can't. The second he checked off on that side, there's still at least one more body here for Adrenaline in this back corner bunker, possibly hiding behind a tree back there.
Woo, listen to that thing rip.
Man, that is the fastest gun I've heard today.
There it is.
Look at that thing go.
Good for you.
Who's that? Who is that? Is that Drew?
I think it's Messer.
Oh, is it Messer? Damn, Messer. Been working on that. Well, hey, bro, you got a minute.
Yeah.
You got a minute. Yeah, Infamous needs this win. They either need this win or they got to win the next one against Enemy.
I think it's only like 3 I think there's literally 3 bodies over here against 1 Adrenaline player. They need to put them in and go.
I'll tell you what, the All-Americans that are sitting next to us are stoked on this right now. If they could get this
30
stalemate.
seconds, I don't know if anything's really going to happen.
I think you guys are going to get the stalemate on this one. It still doesn't look good for you guys, but we'll see. It looks better. It looks better. Yeah, the power of positive thinking.
They're just trying to shoot one more body here, but stay alive. That's what it looks like Infamous is doing.
Well, hey, man, props to Adrenaline. I mean, Zach Patient making this crazy run off the break, taking the farthest spot I've ever seen taken at this tournament. That gun shoots insanely fast.
Probably an Infamous trigger.
Go to Infamous.
Little plug for you guys. This happened. That happened to us earlier, though. One of our Woods games. I mean, we got all in position. We got a kill on the same side. Then we lost one body, and then it just stopped. I mean, we were in position, and it just. So.
That was Brett. Man, Brett, you got some fast trigger fingers, brother. I think that gun rips, and he's ran out of paint too. Well, hey,
when James is still alive. Looks like he's.
Well, there's a decent amount of So there's James is still alive for Adrenaline. Yeah, man, they had Infamous just couldn't find a way to crack the line. It also didn't appear. So based on whatever math they did, they didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Because if they needed that win desperately, then they would have launched. There's no way that Infamous would sit there.
They're smart.
And let time expire with all the success that they've had in this format. If they needed that win bad, they would launch. And they didn't. They were kind of content to take that stalemate, which, again, is making this bracket really interesting because now the All-Americans still alive. Enemy still alive. It's going to be Infamous versus Enemy. And I'll give you guys an update when we come back from a short break. But, yeah, it is getting really interesting. Image, Cat Factory, Adrenaline, All-Americans, the top 4 as it stands now. Enemy 5th. But there is still some paintball to play here, Walker. So we'll be right back. Windy City Classic, Matty Marshall with Walker Gauchi from Carbon. I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Matt. And we are back here, Winning City Classic. Just 4 more sets to go. Matty Marshall here with Walker Gauchi. Misfits taking on HydraFit. And HydraFit with a pretty big bite here.
Oh, yeah.
All the way down to the low side. This is that same spot we saw Harry Fry try to take for Cat Factory and get shot. But this guy makes it clean here for Fit.
He does make it clean. And it looks like, what is the other team over here right now?
It's the Misfits on the left.
Yeah, Misfits taking a walk. Because their guy got shot right off the break, it sounds like.
Yeah, so Fit in a really good position right now. And in this bracket here, HydraFit needs a win, and the Misfits need a win. Heading into this last game, Misfits are up on HydraFit by 29 points, 330 to 301. So they're in a little bit better position. Unfortunately, they're probably going to be out. If they could put up a huge score here, then maybe going to have a chance. But it really just depends on what happens in these last few. I mean, so yeah, Sunday implications continuing here in the conclusion of the prelims here, Walker. But it's not really looking great for both these squads to make it on a Sunday. I mean, you have 2 brackets. You take 4 from each bracket and a wild card. So out of the 23 teams, only 9 move on. It's a pretty harsh cut to get on to Sunday. Ooh, body coming off right now for Fit.
Looks like that's 1 for each squad. Not a lot of action going on here with that Paintball Fit player. He's in position, probably at like the 40-yard line for his team. But yeah, I don't know if the Misfits got a guy up in that center. I can't really tell right now.
Yeah, the visibility's getting pretty rubbish right now here on the sidelines. Yeah, the shadows are getting long, and that also means it's going to be hard for these guys too, because if you're on the sunny side out here and you're trying to look inside to see what angles to shoot, it's just getting rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, mornings tough, afternoons tough, midday much better for the visibility on a huge woods ball field like this. I mean, how was it in the morning? You guys played this morning.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad this morning, but what's a little different now is that every bunker where someone could be hiding is pink. So before I was kind of looking through stuff like, oh, maybe someone could be over here, but now that's not a bunker.
Well, it's interesting.
If it's not pink.
Well, the sun is setting behind us, right? And so everyone that's on this specific show tape, it's a little bit different because you're in the sun, whereas everyone's in the darkness.
Oh yeah.
We're flipped in the morning, right?
Yep.
You know, so and you're protected by the woods over there, so the visibility is actually going to be way better in the mornings than it is going to be in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
Whatever, you got to deal with it.
Yeah, there's no shadows. Yeah.
But, and again, whatever. You can't really complain if you're out there playing. It just is what it is. Your opponents are dealing with the same thing. But right now here on your screen, the Misfits have made it out to this back corner bunker. This has been a really crucial spot if you're just joining us. We got the woods ball battle going down here. We're just trying to focus on woods ball. We're at the ICPL, that's the International Classic Paintball League. And yeah, man, we really just wanted to try to put the focus here and do a real woods ball tournament for the first time here on GoSports. So trying to do our due diligence to capture the action on a very huge woods ball field.
We got a referee coming in right now. Looks like that player for the Misfits just went up to like maybe almost a center 50. He looks like he's clean.
That's a good counter for the Misfits because Fit took so much ground here, Walker, to start things out on this show tape.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't even know if that Fit player knows that he moved right there.
I don't think he does.
Well, first of all, he can't even see.
Yeah,
is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah. His face is covered in spray. Now, he might be able to see that guy, though, if he does look that way. He doesn't have the best angle on that spot because that's a very awkward – the bunker that he's in is a very awkward bunker to play. You do have a window down the sideline, but when you look inside, the way that those sticks are kind of, teepeed up, not ideal.
No.
That is part of the fun, though, of woods ball, man. Like, you're doing combat yoga out there. You know?
Yeah, combat yoga. Got to be flexible when you're playing this over here.
A lot of time to work with. Both of these squads, they both desperately need a win.
It's a Misfits player playing that TP. Pretty cool bunker, actually, that TP right there. But you can get shot in your pack if you're just playing off of it. Otherwise, you could live in there for quite a long time.
Yeah, and I think it does appear body language-wise that these guys are just going to be locked in gunfights from these positions for a little bit. These are good positions, though. Fit with the risk. They get a body. And again, that's a real long run off the break. And then here come the Misfits.
They're putting the pressure on.
They
now
are.
he's in position right now, and I don't think anyone from Paintball Fit knows that there's a guy. That's one bunker away from Nick.
He's begging for it, but he doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it yet, but
He's just tucked in right now.
the guy's getting sprayed like crazy, and he's doing surgery on his gun right now.
Oh, God, that is a terrible position. He's got his barrel off.
He needs to tell his homie that's right next to him, hey, let's both shoot this bunker because it's going to blow holes in it.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to get his barrel back on his gun. Okay, he's got it on there. Now he has to screw it back on. He's trying to screw it on very, very, very diligently here while protecting himself. Yeah, that's a rough situation. Side of the player. He's not really in. He's not going to get bunkered right now.
No.
His teammate behind him is doing a good job of trying to protect. He's got a body inside. He has some help. So he needs to just take a deep breath right now. I don't mind him trying to defend himself, but when you're doing this, you're not looking to get a shot downfield. You're just defending yourself. You're kind of out of the game a little bit.
I'm looking for a player. Let's see if this guy's in that back corner bunker right now. He's doing a lot of gunfighting for Misfits, but I don't know if anyone's actually going to make a move like you said, Maddie. I think it's kind of someone's got to get shot out of the bunker here. No one's going to get bunkered.
Yeah, we're down a little under 6 to go. Oh, the battle definitely going down here on the show tape. I mean, this is where it will most likely be decided with this many bodies. Fitz got 3 here. Misfits also with at least 3, maybe 4 on the side. I'm kind of blocked out from a bunch of cameramen and the shadows at this point. But
honestly, I want to say that the Misfits have a really good chance of shooting this Fit player out, but they're just really not communicating that they both could probably pepper up that bunker.
Yeah, and the player for Fit just kind of just still in the spot defending himself, waiting to get run down. I'll tell you what, though, Walker, player for the Misfits looks like he wants to go after it, though. I mean, his body language is telling me that he wants to drop the hammer on this guy. He's talking to his inside teammate. He's like, hey, put a little bit of pressure on this dude. He might go. He might try to go.
Yeah, 5 minutes now. Everyone just stopped shooting for a second here.
Yeah, there was a lot of shooting and then no shooting for about 10 seconds.
If you look at that player on your screen right now, it's what we were talking about. He just got spray all over his face.
Yeah, and then this is the guy that wants to go get him.
Yep.
He's been thinking about it for a while. He's just kind of posted up with his body language that he might think about running this guy down.
I think he thinks he can go through the middle, but his buddy right there, right next to him, needs to kind of help him out, but it looks like they're both kind of doing their own thing.
The problem is that Paintball Fit, they have 2 bodies right next to this guy, and they're doing a really good job of making sure they got eyes on their boy.
Oh, man.
You know? So here comes the move inside right now for Misfits. I like that move.
Really good move, and I don't know if he's going to have a good shot on the Fit player or.
Walker, that guy has been catching so much pressure. He's actually looking that way now, though.
Yeah, he is.
They've let the pressure off of him, and he's going to try to get that inside lane. Yeah, so he's back into defense mode.
I'm not going to lie, now would be the time for that guy to launch.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You see these refs over here on your screen right now. They're just talking to each other right in front of Maddie and I, and they're just like, that's rub, that's spray, that's spray.
Well, we're down to 3:30 here to go. This guy keeps Walker. He keeps thinking about it.
I know.
He really wants to go get him. There he goes. He's gonna giddy up.
He's gonna get him clean.
That's a clean. Oh, he shot a little bit extra at the end.
Oh, yeah.
That might be a penalty. He didn't need to do that.
I don't know.
Oh, bro, you did not need to do that. That was a clean run. The extra couple shots he took right there, unnecessary, and that's going to be a penalty. A 2 for 1? Wow, okay. Well, that's tough.
Maybe a little bit aggressive.
Yeah,
one,
maybe. Yeah. No, I got Glenn Forrester up here. Cap Factor's about to take the field. Well, I think we all saw the same thing. Glenn, if he had just stopped after he does a clean bunker move, he kept shooting his gun inside afterwards. Sure. But
it's going to open up the field here for.
But a 2 for 1, whew, that's a rough break here.
And the Misfits, they do fill some of the positions, which is crazy. But Fit they're in position right now. They got 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Didn't
to
or did
put it
make
together.
it clean? Maybe didn't. I don't. Yes. was trying to figure it out. I don't know. I didn't have the angle, but honestly, the ref's looking at the same angle we just.
I would have called it just straight up, but you're right. He kind of stood there and kept shooting while he was also getting shot.
If he had just bunkered him and stopped shooting, but he rose his gun up and tried to get another body, what are you doing? That was unnecessary. That's what drew the penalty. If he had just stopped at that first one, that's a clean trade.
In the woods, call it a day.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But
and he had his other guy right next to him, literally in position too. So
he
kind of a bummer there.
Didn't need to continue forward, and but now with just 2 minutes left to go, does continue to make things interesting. Hydrofit has refilled that spot, and they still have a body out wide behind him too. And
under 2 minutes now, and there is still a player over on this show. I think he's actually in that. I think we got a guy right over in here still. They filled. I think the Misfits filled that corner.
In the fortress.
Which is a really good move. Barney on your screen right now.
Yeah,
he's kind of in like a like a home bunker.
Minute 27. I'm thinking this is gonna be another stalemate. If that guy didn't get that penalty and pull those 2 bodies out, because that cost him 3 bodies.
Yeah, that's
him
wild.
And 2 of his boys. It was a clean. Looked like, again, maybe I'm wrong, but from here, Walker agrees. I think Glenn agreed too. It looked like a clean bunker, and then he just continued to go. Didn't need to do that. I don't know about a 2-for-1, but he did get shot, so maybe. Regardless, but that made it really interesting here. But Hydrofit is just not. They have bodies here. They're in position to try to take advantage, but they need like another 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 50 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and they're not doing enough to make that happen. But maybe they know that they're up on bodies, and that's all that they care about right now.
Yeah, the problem is where these guys are both sitting is they need something in the 90s. I mean, to have any chance. I mean, Hydrofit with sitting at 301. The Misfits are already 29 points ahead anyway.
Okay.
So, and they're both.
Fit's not really playing like that then.
Yeah, and they're both I think 5th and 6th maybe in this bracket at this point in time. Yeah, Misfits 6, Hydrofit 7. We're only taking the top 4 and a wild card. Yeah, this is unfortunately for both Hydrofit and the Misfits. This game was a coffin nail for their tournament, as they're not going to have enough. It's going to be a stalemate. They'll put a couple more points on the board, but not really going to change their standings with neither team getting into that. Again, you need a pull and a hang to get into the 90s, which is where they needed to be. They're not going to be there, so both these teams probably going to be chilling tomorrow and watching some paintball.
Yeah, that's a bummer. We'll see how it actually plays out for them here. So we only got, 3 games left?
Yeah, a couple more sets to go. I got Walker Gauchi from Carbon Paintball. Next couple sets, we're going to talk about their team program. They got a cool one. It's mix and match. You don't have to go head to toe, which is pretty rare in this industry. But next up, it's going to be Rogue versus Image, and Image looked outstanding in their game against the Mayhem Tigers. Now, Tigers, bottom of the barrel, unfortunately, for them in that bracket, so it's be a little bit of a bigger test here for Image, and then Cat Factory and Armada, Enemy and Infamous, as we see the dust settle and try to figure out who's going to be playing on Sunday. Only 9 teams move on. I'm Matty Marshall here with Walker, here at the Windy City Classic on Go Sports. We'll be back. jumping back into it here. Just 3 more sets to go. It's going to be Image taking on Rogue, and Image going to be on the right-hand side here. Image took a real big bite last time, Walker. Let's see if they do it this time. Actually, the big bite's going to be for Rogue. Rogue, you know what, though? Looking back and thinking to their first one, they took some really big bites as well, too. It looks like Image might have had, not the greatest start.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking like, yeah.
Did they have to go back and tag up? Not sure, but not the greatest start here for Image on the right-hand side. And they really let Rogue get into some really good spots.
Yeah, what we got here? Looking like, yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe it wasn't a great start for Image, but they got to their positions now, so they're a little bit shallow.
Well, the thing with Image, though, is that Image could drop this game and be okay. They're #1 seed currently here in this division by not that many points.
But Rogue's got to be playing well.
Rogue is is. Oh, so here's the thing. Rogue is a 98 and 100 in their last 2 games, but they dropped their first 4.
Okay.
So Rogue needs to roll up, beat the #1 seed in their division, and they need another huge score to have a snowball's chance in hell of
in the
making it
woods.
Sunday. In the woods.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Totally
well, it looks like they're going for it. Yeah.
But we are going to see offense out of Rogue. We've already seen it to start. They started offensive-minded. They took a ton of ground. It seemed maybe a bit of a gift. Tough to tell from where Walker and I are at here at the broadcast booth. But it did look like Image got kind of a terrible break. I'm looking at Rogue slide into their spots, Walker, and I looked back up, and Image still had a bunch of bodies still running in the start station.
Yep.
Like, what
and
is
I don't
going
see
on
any of them out of the field here. I don't know if they have anyone eliminated on either side yet, but yeah, it doesn't look like it. So on your screen right now, a Rogue player, just one hand in it.
Hey, man, shoot from the hip, one-hander, whatever.
Yep.
You know, this guy doesn't need to look pretty, just needs to work.
I'm kind of starting to wonder if Image maybe put a little push together on the far side. They're kind of known for switching up some stuff like that. Yeah,
that's definitely possible. We don't have really good eyes on that spot here. We obviously got cameras over there. Here we actually.
I think that's Rich right there.
Yeah, speaking of our cameras, over here on that far side, and then right now getting a look down. This is down the sideline from
the Rogue
side, and they again just really good field position. This is that fortress I've been talking about. This is on the side. You can actually see bottom right-hand corner of your screen where all those refs and cameramen are standing. That's the sideline. So this is the farthest bunker over, actually on both sides, and it's been a key position all weekend long. Going to continue to be a key position tomorrow. But just, again, Walker, every single time I see guys take big bites over here, they make it. It's like, again, 90th percentile or something like that. So
we got a little bit of a push coming on from Image right now.
And Rogue also pushing the issue in the middle of the field.
Looks like Image has got 2 bodies right up here in the middle. I just saw them move simultaneously.
Yeah, it's a little thicker over there. So the side that Image is pushing from, it's especially with the glare now coming from this show tape, as we've been calling it all weekend long. And when you're looking into the darkness, it's really hard to get eyes on the movement for players making moves for Image in those positions and catch them before they get to their spots. Sure enough, Image actually going to be digging out wide here, show tape side.
Great move.
Yeah, that's a great move. Key spot. It's just so important to have that outside contained. It really slows the attack over here. Now 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go, so a ton of time still on the clock.
Oh, another guy fills over here for Image, but they're going to let him just get to their 40. Right in front of each other here on that show tape now. But it looks like Rogue did lose one body up the center.
Man, I really like how Rogue's pushing it. They know they need a big win. They need a win in the 90s. He is catching a ton of pressure. He's in a really bad spot. He's living by the grace of God right now.
Yeah.
And now he's going to try to pump paint.
Just keep shooting back.
Yeah, might as well live by your gun. But you can only do that for so long because and he gets that kill. Forces the tactical retreat. He forces the tactical retreat. That's huge. Like I said, he could only do that for a little bit here, Walker.
Yeah.
I mean, he was shooting through those bushes, those
little
little
they're going to pull another Image guy over there. I don't know exactly what happened.
So this is a huge break for Rogue. But, man, this guy got himself in a spot. He was completely exposed on his left-hand side, and he eventually just decided to gun up.
Yeah.
He really had no choice. Going to be losing
his
buddy. Yeah, good choice. Going to be losing his buddy, though, and his teammate inside.
I think at least both teams have lost at least 2 players now. But Rogue's got the ball.
Yeah, Rogue definitely has the ball. So we got here 7 minutes to go. Looking over the shoulder here, Rogue on this show tape here by the sideline.
You can see how close those 2 guys are. The Rogue player and the Image player on the right in the back. He's got a little bit of support behind him too, but look for something kind of crazy to go down, I think, right here. Especially because that Rogue player, he cleared out 2 guys up the gut, so it's just he's only worried about the people right in front of him.
Yeah, this Rogue player here doing some damage and in a very, very precarious position. Living by his gun, making risky moves, but the paintball god shining upon him here in this one to keep Rogue's chances in this tournament alive. The chances are slim, by the way, but they still do exist. But they need to put up a big score here. Again, a score in the 90s. The way the point system works in 10-man, you get points for live bodies, points for kills, points for pulls, flag pull, and flag hang. If you do all of that, you will score somewhere in the 90s. So, yeah, Cat Factory coming up here with some legends taking the field in just a bit. You're going to be playing this next one against Armada. They should be in. They could drop this game, I think, still be okay. But I think if you're the top seed in your bracket, I was talking to Ryan Hall about this, you get to decide who you play on what side to start out with when you go to the 3. So when we go to
really?
9, so it's 3 brackets of 3.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Not my job. But and the rules get changed all the time. But that is what he said, and he's been playing these 10-mans constantly. So, but that's if you do end up as first seed, good for you. You should get awarded in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So fighting for that top seed Cat Factory in this next game as we again just this one and then 2 more to go before the end of the prelims, and we head into the most important day of every tournament, Sunday. Also, Walker, congratulations. You guys will be playing on Sunday in the amateur division with Air Assault Factory,
baby.
Or just Air Assault?
Air Assault, AAF.
AAF.
Yep.
But yeah, the F is Factory, right?
Correct.
Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Where are you guys out of?
Minnesota, Minneapolis area.
Where's your accent, bro?
My accent?
What
I live in
happened?
Portland, Oregon now. Everything's
yeah, but even when I met you before, you're like, I'm from Minnesota. I'm like, dude, you have no Minnesota accent. Like,
I'm more of a Wisconsin boy.
Like, just say my name real quick.
Batty Marshall.
Yeah, see? Normal, right?
Yeah,
everyone,
I'm super normal.
Everyone I know from Minnesota, it's like Maddie. And I'm like, really?
Maddie.
Ugh, God, no, that's not how it's pronounced. You sound European.
This Image player just made a great move on this inside right here, and he's about to put the pressure right on this Rogue player.
We're getting down on time, though, Walker. 4 minutes left to go here. This player
You're looking at that far side. See how dark it is over there now in the shadows. Looks like that's a Rogue player.
Yeah, it is starting to get dark out here on the dark side. And yeah, again, under 4 minutes to go. Image, Rogue. Image looking really good here in this bracket. They are the top seed. They're trying to keep that top seed.
If they can just dig this Rogue player out, but he's got a support player right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, if Image steals, if Cat Factory comes out and steals, it's going to be close.
Oh, that's clean.
Ooh, nice little move here.
That was clean too, I think. Oh, no, he's going to get...
Both guys catching a bunch extra coming off.
I like that, though. Good move on both players.
Well, either way you look at it, whether you're Image or a Rogue fan, those guys both needed to die in order
for
to
something
try
to happen.
Oh, that's
yeah.
Clay Hughes again. God, Clay Hughes, sorry. Man, Clay Hughes has been balling out for Rogue. Clay Hughes playing for the Ironman. And I guess his origin story, I was just told this, which I was told this before, but his origin story was that he came up as a 10-man player, and that's kind of how he first got noticed, playing with the Dynasty Legends. And I guess I was like, well, how did an up-and-coming guy end up on a Dynasty Legends team? Like, well, we had got the heads up that he was really good.
Yeah.
So we needed bodies, so we picked him up, and he played 10-man, and that's how he started to get noticed as just a good paintball player in general.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so he's been kind of leading the charge for the Ironman this year. They've had a rough year in the NXL. They have a lot of work to do, but one of their bright shining lights has been Clay Hughes. So now that Clay steps up, and that was the guy that made one of the biggest moves we've seen out here off the break all tournament long, legit. Yeah.
Way.
Clay Hughes is legit.
This Rogue player right now, he's the one that's holding it down on this tape side. He's kind of shooting at no one right now because he doesn't know what all happened in that commotion.
Yeah, but they're running down on time. I think we're going to see a
2
stalemate
minutes,
here potentially. Walker, 2 minutes left to go. The bodies got chewed up a bit here on those attacks. It's tough to get eyes on what's going down right now as the sun is starting to set on that dark side of the field. You can see here on your screen, this is the back corner bunker on the show tape.
He's grabbing a pod from his buddy right there.
Ooh,
Nice.
Yes, able to grab it, but just a minute 40.
I think you're right in calling. Like they know they probably don't have to win this. Image is a super smart paintball team. They got a lot of guys doing a lot of math, I'm sure, right now.
Big move over on the dark side right now from Rogue. Rogue trying to figure out a way to steal it here in the last minute and 20 with a commitment. Still some work to do though, Walker, as there's a couple bodies left alive right now for Image.
All right, who's taking the walk right there? It looks like, oh, that's a Rogue player. Yep.
Yeah.
Rogue player.
Yeah, Rogue with the commitment down there. Still another body for them, but yeah, like I said, anytime we get to about 2.5 and no one has really good position, almost every time it's been a stalemate. And unless madness hits, we haven't really seen wild penalties out here. A few, but nothing crazy. So, yeah, this is going to be a stalemate, which is going to be totally fine for Image. Rogue cannot stale this game. Rogue steals this game, they have no chance.
Oh, and they pick up another Image player. I wonder where he got shot from.
Yeah, if Rogue had a win here, then they would be still. Even if they got 100, I don't think Rogue would have had a chance. Yeah, just trying to crunch the numbers.
His timer. He's like, damn.
Just trying to hype it up, bro. We got some. Yeah. I got to try to tell the story though. But no, I just looked at them like, even if they got 100, they didn't have a chance. But at least they're giving it a shot though. Yeah.
They're just going to burn the clock.
Yeah, going to burn clock. Image is fine. Image will be on to Sunday. Rogue will be eliminated. Yeah. So that is going to do it here. Just 2 more sets to go. Going to see some legends taking the field. Cat Factory, star-studded roster for them. And then Infamous will be playing Enemy after that. First up will be Cat Factory versus Armada. Here at the Windy City Classic, I'm Matty Marshall with Walker Gauchi from Carbon Paintball and Aerosart Factory. We'll be right back.
All right.
And we are back here. Windy City Classic. Manny Marshall. I got Walker Gauchi from Carbon Paintball. 2 more sets to go. Cap Factory taking on Armada. And Cap has a legendary, ridiculously stacked lineup, and they are definitely a favorite to win this one. They've definitely won some 10-mans and in the running for series title, depending on how it all shakes out tomorrow. Walker, as it stands right now, Cap Factory will be in. They could drop this game and still be okay. But if they win this game, then they will move into the first seed over Image, who just stalled here, and they only put up 15 points. So it's going to be Cap Factory going to be starting from the left, and Armada from the right, looking at Armada. So Cap Factory taking some okay ground here to start. Actually, not that big of a break for Cap.
More aggressive, honestly, for Armada, which I like. I like that. I like watching Armada, not just because they're a Carbon team. Shout out Carbon. But they just come and play. They're always just about kind of getting in it. And they come over all the time. They're talking to everyone. They're always happy. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
International squad making the journey here to Chicago to throw down with some of the best 10-man teams in the world. They've been doing it now for a couple years. And they have nothing to lose here because they're already out. So this is a game for fun and for pride for Armada. And Cap also a game for seeding. So there is something at stake for Cap. They are going to be into Sunday regardless, because I'd have to crunch the numbers real quick. But I think even if Cap stalemates this game, even if Cap stales this game, they're still going to be ahead of Adrenaline, for sure. So, but if Cap wins this one, then they'll have first seed, which means they get to choose the side, and it does give you a little bit of an advantage as we head to the top 9 teams. So that's what's at stake right now.
There's Baines on your screen wearing a Carbon Zero goggle. You heard it here first.
Big Dave Baines. love me some Dave Baines. And, just a monster gun and a monster communication voice in the backfield. And he's been doing this game at every level forever. But I could pretty much say that about everyone on Cap. Cap is just an insanely stacked roster. So heavily favored here in this one. They know that. Armada knows that. And we'll see how it all shakes out. Yeah, and you notice that, Cap didn't really show their hand out here, Walker.
Yeah.
This is going to be the field we play tomorrow for the finals. So, they probably know that they might have some opponents watching them and scouting them, and they just took a pretty traditional breakout.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Honestly, and we got a little bit of a crowd here right now. There's still people watching these late games. So you're probably right. There's probably going to be some people after these next 2 games actually walking the fields again before it gets dark out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. So, and now Cap's going to take a little bit better ground here with Harry Fry. San Diego Dynasty guesting here with Cap. He's got a body behind him. Can't see who this is for Cap. Darkside starting to make some moves right now as well, too. That's Ryan Brand. Oh, good job by Ryan Brand to get out here early. Still got some wheels at his advanced age. Just kidding, Ryan. You're still young and spry.
Armada does fill this this corner here, though.
So, yeah,
this
you got
on the show tape.
It's just interesting how this is one of the reasons I love 10-man here, Walker. You got Harrison Fry from Dynasty and Ryan Brand, who used to play with Infamous in 10-man, but now with Cap, who's the leader and coach of one of the best teams in the world, San Antonio X Factor. But it's a lot of cross-pollination when we get to the 10-man.
It's pretty cool.
It's because, again, who's he also playing with? He's got Dave Baines on his team. So you have the coach of
Impact.
X Factor and the coach of Impact playing on the same 10-man team
Putting it together is pretty cool. Harrison Fry making another little move, little bump up. Yarber talking to him. And it looks like there is a little bit of action going on the dark side, far side from us. I see some reps kind of running around over there. Yarber just taking a little back walk here.
Yep.
Just talking it out.
Yeah, and Harrison's moved up a spot. He's catching some inside flack, but nothing too dire. And, I think they probably crunched the numbers and know what's at stake. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Cap probably came out with they came out with this pretty standard breakout. Let's see if we can shoot some bodies. And if we can work some guys out and we have a chance to win this one and get the number 1 seed, cool. They need, let's see, what do they need? They need 20 points.
Okay.
So, going to need a pull.
Looking for a pull, yeah.
They're looking for at least a pull to move into that number 1 seed and then have the chance to choose the side of field that they want to play. once we head into our 3 brackets of 3 with 9 teams moving on. Not really sure who's going to catch that wild card quite yet. We'll know more after the conclusion of this game, but we still, with Infamous to play, not really going to truly know. So yeah, really good. Yeah, Walker, great crossfield spread from Cap.
Yeah, good
they're
communication
still playing
too.
the aggressors.
It looks like Fry right there. He's talking to who's ever up there in the gut.
Yes, Harry Fry here on your screen, and
he's going to make another move here. Yep.
Now getting a look in the middle. Harrison Fry is going to move up into a better position, so he's making a couple nice crisp bumps, and he's got a teammate beside him. Inside, they're just going to go Dave Baines, big Dave Baines, making a move, getting himself in a better turret, help out his front players. Nice move from Dave. Ryan's been holding it down back here in the fortress. Ryan was up here actually calling a bunch of games, so he got a real long look at this field with all the camera angles to figure out what he wanted to do.
Cap on your screen right now. Now we're back to Armada. Just throwing some paint up that gut. Caps, they got the pressure on now. They 6 minutes. Yeah,
Glenn Forrester's up with Harry. I can't see who that is inside from them for Cap, but I mean they're not really feeling too much pressure here.
Yeah, and Baines, I think Baines is at like the 30, the center 30 over there in the TP.
Yeah, so he's at the TP.
Yeah.
Glenn Forrester's talking to Harry. Again, can't see who this is inside for Cap, but whatever. They've got a great crossfield spread. They're stacked up. They got a lot of time to work with. 6 minutes to go. There was Glenn on your screen. That is not. That's LB Foul. Who is that? That's not Dave Baines.
He shrunk.
Dave Baines is always wearing camo, but somebody's rocking Dave's jersey. LB's wearing his own jerseys. That might be Eric. I don't know if Eric Hunter of Dynasty fame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, you have to kind of be a paintball legend to play on Cat Factory.
Oh, and he does get shot. And that's from the dark side, so there must be something going on over there because there is still 4 players for Cap on the show tape right here, and I'm only seeing 2 Armada players.
Well, here on your screen, we're back to Ryan Brand, Glenn Forrester, and Harry Fry, really controlling the pace and the action on this show tape. And now flipping on over to the other side. That big, huge tree down on the dark side. You can see shadows are getting actually the shadows aren't long. It's all shadows now.
Yeah.
You're playing in the dark over there on the dark side. We're calling it the dark side because that's what the locals call it.
Oh,
yeah,
they do.
great job. So Cap's just bullying guys right now. They're in really good positions, just shooting good crossfield lanes, just picking on people, and just shooting Armada out of their spots.
But Harrison Fry is actually getting quite a bit of heat all the way across the field still. I think that Armada's pushing through on that far side. I really do.
Well, the thorn in their side right now for Cap is this corner bunker here on the show tape, for sure. I mean, that guy's in his spot. Oh, big fill up the middle right now for Cap. Dave's also moved up, so Cap is really trying to make something happen here. There's Harrison Fry on your screen. Yeah, they got good comms back and forth, too.
Yep.
They seem to know where the bodies are. Glenn's going to move up. Glenn Forrester still can do it. And he's going to get into a good spot.
Just going to wait and see if this Armada player pokes his head out in this corner.
Oh, getting some info from my producer, director, Matt Weber, saying that Glenn's been apparently yelling at me. He's 52, and he is too old to be out there. But guess what? He's still out there and getting it done.
Yeah.
Oh, commentator curse for Glenn Forrester. Oh, Glenn gets his I dotted. Forced to take the walk. Glenn, you played a hell of a game up to that point, though, so I'm not, and, you know, you're a legend, so I'm not going to criticize you, buddy.
Still 3 minutes left.
Thank God they shot me. I'm so tired.
Hey, Glenn, you played great up to that point, bro. Great up to that point. Yeah, he came off and said, thank God they shot me. I'm too tired.
That Armada player, I think there actually is another Armada player in that tall V tree. I think that's the one. I think that's the guy who actually dotted him up, but he must be playing pretty low. Cap still trying to break those two players.
Yeah,
over
and
here.
they're starting to run out of time. 2:30.
Yeah.
Again, what's at stake is first place in this division and the choice of the field, of the side of the field when we move on to the next round. If they can get a pull, they'll be there. They will be the first seed. If they can't get a pull, then it will be Image as the number 1 seed here in this division. But regardless, no matter what happens, Cap will be moving on. So they don't need to get too crazy. Ryan has moved up. I'm sure they would love to be able to pick the side.
Right.
But this is a pretty even field, man. I do like the side that Cap's on now. I like the left side more than the right side, but it's not a huge differential. It's not like a difference maker.
Teams are winning from both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan Brand on your screen right now.
Yeah,
right above him was Baines.
Yeah,
He's crawling up the middle.
Yeah, Baines crawling up the middle, trying to get in a better position here to get a better angle. The Thorn continuing to be in their siding. Glenn was trying to put himself in a position to bunker that guy out before he got shot. So now Ryan's going to try to put himself in that position. They got another kill, but they need, somebody needs to, they really need to, once they shoot this guy over here, that's the linchpin. Once they pull this body off, and then Harry Fry's had enough. Harrison Fry going to run through. Oh, and he gets him clean. Harrison might have got shot by his own guy, not sure. Oh, no, I think he traded, maybe not traded, but got clipped from that last body.
Now Cap's going to just run regardless what's going on.
Yeah, Cap's running through with a minute, and, well, they have a chance here, Walker. It was a great move by Harry, needed to happen. They still might have some work to do as we get into this last little battle.
Yeah, there's still guns shooting down there on that far side.
Well, we're looking at here on your screen. They got to go grab that flag. Look for 2 bodies to come from the left-hand side of your screen, but they're getting held up. One might have got clipped. Where is this last body for Armada? There's Armada walking off dead. 47 seconds left. Did they pull the flag? I don't see anybody running back right now, Walker.
40 seconds. I said I could do it in 40. I don't know. We'll see now.
Okay, so they're going to get it. Is that LB? He's got wheels still. I can't tell if that's LB or not.
From him grabbing
well, we're going to see here, 33 seconds. And
but they got the pull, so that's huge, too.
And that's all they needed, right? They just needed the pull, and they know that. So mission accomplished for Cat Factory. Regardless of whether or not he can get it back in time, they will end up with this first-place seeding. They'll have the choice of the field. But let's see if, who is this? Is LB?
Go, baby, go. Oh, it's going to be,
I think he got it. I think he got it. He made it back in, what, 32 seconds?
That's what it was. That's when he grabbed the flag.
Oh, who is that? Roy. Who is that? I know Roy Rich is watching this right now. Poor Roy couldn't make it. He's one of the leaders on Cap, and you see Andy. Might have been Eric. Is that Eric? Eric, is that you, baby? You still got the wheels?
Yeah. That's great. All their timers are going off. We can hear them on our headsets.
He's just sucking wind right now. Yeah, I think they got it. Yeah, so that's going to do it here for this one. Still one more set to go, and it's going to be a big game because LA Infamous is taking the field. Yeah, but congrats to Cap. They will be the number 1 seed in that bracket, it looks like. Unofficial, of course, but hell of a game for Cap Factory. Just not enough for Armada as they will be going home. So it's going to be Enemy taking on Infamous here. Last game, Windy City Classic. I'm Eddie Marshall with Walker Gauchi from Carbon Paintball. We'll be back. We are back here. Last set, Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall. I got Walker Gauchi from Carbon Paintball. Also blessed to have Phil Shredder. Good to see you back, baby.
What's up, brother? It's good to be back.
Yeah, so playing with Infamous. Not playing this specific game, though, and it's going to be Infamous taking on Enemy. Infamous will be starting from the left side. And you know, Phil, after watching all of these games today, I kind of like the left side a little bit better. Did you guys win the coin flip on this one, or did you lose the coin flip?
We did. We took the same side.
Okay. Yeah, I like the left. It's a pretty even field. It's not too crazy. You know, so we've played some crazy lopsided woods ball fields over the years. This one's not that lopsided. I'd say maybe 60-40. I don't mind the right side at all. If we lost the coin flip and had to play from that side, I would not be too angry about it.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of W's from this side specifically.
Oh, man. Look at the bite that the...
Oh,
Zach's going to try to get
over
again.
there.
Yeah, he stopped short a little bit.
Yeah. That's smart, though, because they were picking him up. If that's a good read from Zach Patience. So Zach made this huge move. We thought it was you for a second, Phil.
Yeah, we're both pretty fast.
Yeah, both really fast and pretty thick dudes. Mm-hmm. You're a little taller. But anyway, but I thought it was you. It was Zach. Zach made one of the best runs I've seen all day, but that was a really intelligent read and react. He realized he was catching a bunch of fire. They must have scouted you guys. He's pumped the brakes, and he stayed alive. So still a great job by Zach Patient.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was saying last point. I think they just lost. Who they lose there?
Yeah, you guys are losing a body.
Is that Travis?
That might be Travis.
I don't think so. I think he went further down. But you guys got to – Infamous has a body almost at the 50-yard line on the dark side, on the far side.
Yeah, that
off the rip.
That could be Jeruby, because I know Jeruby's like way up there. But yeah, Zach was kind of saying he was just feeling it out. He said he wanted to take another bite that last match, but he stopped at the 50.
Another bite?
Yeah, he's like, dude, I feel like I can take another bite.
That was a pretty big bite.
That was a huge bite.
Well, he's feeling it right now, and he's going to move up.
There we go, AJ.
Nice little move. He makes it clean.
Yep, and I think that's what we needed that last game, is like a more of a push.
Little read and react, though, now on Enemy's side as they get to that crucial wide spot. Outside contained, always important on every paintball field, and it's even magnified on a woods ball field. That is a very crucial bunker. If no one's in that spot, it's going to be a little bit easier for Infamous to march down this, what we're calling the show tape.
Infamous has got a double stack situation going on that high side, on that far side down
over
there.
On the dark side?
On the dark side, yeah.
As the locals call it. So we're looking over the shoulder. This is the sideline right here on your screen. Back corner bunker here for Infamous with Zach Patient in front of him. Phil, who is that in the back corner bunker for you guys?
I believe that's AJ Trillett.
Trillett.
Yeah, he's been playing the corner, yeah.
Yeah, crucial bunker. So just, you saw Enemy fill that spot. He's shooting at that body right now. He's actually shooting at a player right behind him. But these are key positions, as we've seen. We're going to see it tomorrow all day long. So when you see guys at that crucial angle, and there's the double stack of Infamous players. That's Enemy. Is that Infamous?
That's
Is that
Infamous.
Brett?
Yeah, that was Wyatt.
Oh, Wyatt, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so battle going down here on the dark side as well, too.
Creeping up the center here.
Again, local knowledge here. Show tape is what we're looking at from our side of the field. Dark side is that far tape, and we're back here on the show tape with Trillet behind Zach Patient. With this is a pretty good spread. This is pretty standard. But a pretty big bite early again for Patient, and then he took another bunker. So, Patient has really been pushing the issue, which is that's a huge boost to the offense for Infamous. He's going to take a lot of pressure off everyone else. Anyone behind him is going to feel a lot less paintballs heading towards their bunkers, and that's going to set them up in a position where they can start getting some moves, and that's kind of what is needed right now for Infamous. Basically, Zach and AJ are going to need a little bit of help. I don't know what your game plan is. If you guys were trying to push this show tape or not.
I feel like we were, but I feel like we need some help from like the Dorito side or the dark side, because I know there's only so far you can go up the center. So I mean, Zach takes the real estate on this side, and it kind of puts enemy in a bad position.
You guys have pretty much locked up the 4th spot. You're already past the All-Americans and without even the score from this game. So it does look like you guys are going to be into Sunday no matter what. I mean, you literally could get 0 points in this game and still be in that 4th spot. So no matter what happens, it's a little bit of freedom in those moments, right? If you're Infamous right now and you're out there, you're already in. You're not getting that top spot. Because I think even if you guys put up 100, you still are not going to get close to cap.
For sure. Yeah, it looks like instead of Zach at the 50, he's at the, I guess you could say the 40 on the inside. And he's probably just watching the inside to see if he can chop anyone up. Oh, my God, this guy's coming through on Zach right here. No,
wow. Nobody even see him?
Did he stay alive?
That was a hell of a move.
Oh, they're going to call him out.
Yeah, they pinched him out finally. I mean, good finally for Infamous to recognize what just happened. They put about, 5 guns on him, but that was a hell of a move here from Martin.
Yeah,
and I mean, look, if you are enemy, Zach Patient needs to die. You can't have Zach live essentially on your side of the field. That's a huge thorn. That was a great move. I thought for a second, Phil, that he did live when he got in there, but
I thought he did too for a
But
second.
then the pinch just came
real
quick.
For sure. It looked like he cut the seam through the gut right there. And just
if he would have stayed in the bunker where he bunkered him out, I think he would have had a better chance.
Yeah, he could have.
But what's interesting about the way that this field is that it's way thicker on the enemy side, and the angle he came from, he kind of came from the shadows.
Yeah.
So by the time he actually, because you could say, oh, why didn't Infamous protect him?
Right.
With the way the shadows are right now, no one really saw him. He's
we actually
coming
saw
out
him.
of
We
the
saw him.
darkness.
Yeah, when we started talking about it, he was already at the bunker.
Yeah, Davey was saying when he was up in the center, when he's looking this way towards like the light side, he couldn't see anything from the sun.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Zach probably walking off being like, why didn't you protect me? It's like, bro, we were looking that way. We just did not see him. The kid made a good move. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, he did.
It looks like enemy is either doing a backfill or losing a body. Looks like so enemy losing another body out of the center. So the line getting softened up a little bit for Infamous. Again, the results aren't going to matter. Infamous could get a 0 here and be fine. They could get 100 here, and obviously they'd be a little bit better. But it doesn't matter because they can't get to cap. So at this point, you just need to be top 4. Yeah. So and then the question is, okay, if you get 100 points out here in a perfect game, can you catch cap to get that top seed? Which means you get to pick your side when we move into the next round.
And where's the quarterfinals? What layout are we
That
playing?
I do not know, but the finals will be on this field.
For sure.
Yeah. I think it's different for amateur versus the pro brackets. Yeah.
And some people have been like, well, why are we doing the finals on the Woods Ball field? I'm like, bro, we're at a Woods Ball tournament. Why would we not do the finals on the Woods Ball field?
We knew because we saw the wires. So we knew that the camera's going to be up here. So
yeah, it's typically a good indication.
For sure.
It's kind of hard to set up all this stuff. So
I wonder
shout
how
out
many
to Darren Seseni and all the boys.
I wonder how many bodies enemy has right now. What do we see here?
I'm pretty sure they had at least 2 walk off that I've seen. So it could be 3 that walked off.
I think it's at least 3.
Still in some crucial spots though. I mean, you can see he's in that corner right here, but they're also in that Y, that Y stand-up tree, I believe.
I feel like a lot of people have been using that bunker, or that tree, or stump, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the crucial spots. If you're playing from the side that enemy's on, so we're currently looking over the shoulder of AJ Trillet, and he's on kind of on an island over here right now, actually.
Yep.
Infamous could maybe send a body his way. He'd probably be stoked. But if you're playing from enemy side, you have to have the body they have outside wide. That's crucial because that mirrors up Trillet, and that keeps Trillet more honest. He can't get crazy over there. and then ideally also a body at that big stand-up tree.
Yeah,
those are the two super crucial spots to hold it down. You're not creating offense from there. Great launching pads. That's typically where guys are going off the break too. But I'll tell you what though, dude, Phil, every single guy I've seen send it has pretty much made it. I really have. I think I've watched maybe 1 or 2 guys get shot off the break all day long.
To what, the 50 or like closer?
Just you name it. You name it, bro. Name a bunker, and anyone that went there was only a couple guys that died all day long.
Yeah, I feel like you can get kind of crazy off the break. I feel like if you take I feel like the teams that are taking the real estate are going to be the ones in better positions to win the games.
Well, the both times I've seen you guys out here, I mean, look at that guy had to have an amazing move and an amazing run in the darkness to even bunker out Zach.
Oh, for
and then
sure.
he had no chance of living after it. So getting patient up as far as he's been in the 2 games have really put you guys in the driver's seat.
It's huge. It's hard though. I feel like because this field is so big that the time limit, I feel like there's been stalemates and whatnot, but I just feel like it's hard to dig out these players depending on where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go back and look, but it's been kind of about maybe half and half out here. Half stalemates, half teams that will get a flagpole and a hang. I think that's going to obviously increase as we head to Sunday. We're probably going to see some tactical, slow battles out here on Sunday afternoon. But again, it's woods ball, man.
Some of those guys right off the break, though, they're really breaking the game open. So if they win that side, that's what's happening with Cap over here.
Keep watching, time after time, guys taking big bites, making it, and really putting their team in a good situation to create some offense. I'm just wondering, are we going to get deep into Sunday where guys are willing to risk it, or are we going to go back to timid paintball? I'm cool with it either way. I totally respect the not making that decision to send that guy.
Yeah,
I would love to see it selfishly as a fan now.
I also feel like it's hard for these shooters to hit those bodies coming up the field like off the break. And but like when Zach gets in a position like this gives this pulls a lot of guns this way. So I feel like the Dorito side and up the center needs to kind of push like that last game we had.
Well, they're not easy shots to make. The
That's what I'm
guys are
saying.
making these runs because there's a canopy on this field. You're shooting through leaves and sticks, and you also just to even get a shot at. You can't just. This is not Xball. You can't whip your gun around from the start station and shoot the dude trying to run to your 50. No, you have to run 40 steps to put yourself in a position to hit the guy who's now going to run 30 steps to try to get through your lane.
Right.
And then you still have to hit that shot.
Right.
So, because, to get to where
Speed kills, man.
Well, to get to where Zach just ran on this last one, that's like a 78-step run from the start station.
Big run. Look at that. Okay.
So now enemy trying to turn the tables here on
Oh, he might have got clipped right there.
Yeah, referee running in to give him a check here on our cable cam. Eye in the sky. Oh, he's scouring him over. He's giving him a good old check.
Yeah, I feel like there's guys on our team on Infamous that are looking on the inside right now from the center. I thought they clipped him, but looks like enemy still has their light side corner.
Yeah, it looks like he's still there. I don't know how deep Infamous actually is. They're at the 30, but it looks like it's pretty far on that dark side.
Right.
There's still someone over here, though, in their corner that might be able to put the pressure on that guy that just moved from the enemy. Oh, they do pick him up.
Hall right there.
Hey, boys, we're down to 117 right now, so it's kind of do or die time.
Okay.
They do end up getting that kill. Infamous gets that kill on enemy. And, enemy's big time on the bubble right now. Actually, no matter what enemy does, they can't catch anybody.
Yeah, I think they were kind of ride or die for this match, too.
Well, even
they
if
had
they
nothing to lose.
Yeah, because even if they put up 100 points, they still wouldn't even be where you guys are at right now, and you're in fourth. So maybe if they put up 100 points, they could catch a wild card. They're obviously not. They're getting chewed up.
Right.
Live bodies do count. So I don't think the enemy, if enemy gets a hang, maybe catch a wild card, maybe, probably not. So, and then again, Infamous is going to be in essentially no matter what, even with the stale here.
Trillet's been looking inside from the snake corner for a while now. He hasn't even looked down the wire at all. I wonder what he's looking at.
He must see something because Trillet's an old salty vet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's not going to get tunnel. He's not going to get tunnel vision on something he doesn't need to get tunnel vision on. Is that Ryan Hall right now?
That's Ryan Hall. Yep.
Arc anodizing.
Yep.
Hit him up. Might have to wait a couple months because they're so busy, but it's going to come out real pretty at the end.
Oh yeah, he said he's crushing right now. So we'll see. Is he in somewhere in the center?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's in like the 40-yard line.
Body.
So that is going to do it here. Again, Infamous just doing what they needed to do. It didn't really matter.
Yep.
Even if they took a big win, not going to catch Cap. And even if they took a huge loss, doesn't matter because they're still in Sunday, and that's all at the end of the day is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
So that is going to do it here. Our final game of the prelims. Everything is in the books. I do not know who's going to move on yet. Let me actually get a look before we sign off to see if we can get a little bit of an update. Score's not completely updated in the other bracket, but it does look like Annihilators, Farside, Shock has played all their games. Ooh, Shock dropped all 4 of their games today.
Today? What about yesterday?
Yesterday they went 3-1.
Okay. Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
But they're still sitting in 3rd. MVPS Dark Ops, at least so far, I don't know if this game's already happened. 1 more game to go, and they're about 40 points behind Shock, 3rd and 4th. Ground Zero Gold is 2 points with 1 game to go behind Dark Ops. Getting a little bit interesting, and Annihilators, man, Annihilators just putting the whoopstick on people on this one. They've only dropped 1 game. Well, and a stalemate.
Altogether.
Yeah, altogether.
Wow.
And so Annihilators looking really good. Farside looking pretty good. It does look like Annihilators are probably going to be the 1st seed, and it is going to get a little bit interesting on the wild card. Wild card, tough to call. Infamous will be in. Cat Factory going to be the 1st seed in this division, and that is going to do it for the prelims. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Make sure to head on over to Go Sports. Hope you guys have been enjoying the free paintball today. But the best 10-man teams on planet Earth are throwing down in this classic format at a legendary field here a little outside of Chicago, Illinois, at the Badlands. I'm Matty Marshall. Phil Schroeder, thank you so much.
Always
a blessing
good time,
to see you
brother.
as always. Walker
too,
Gauchi,
brother.
Carbon. Hype your team program real quick because you guys got a special one before we sign off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, our team program, you guys can just go to crbnpaintball.com and learn a little bit more about it. But you guys can pick whatever you want. We want you guys to actually like the paintball gear. We don't have to take packages. You guys just choose whatever you want. We put it into a bundle deal for you guys. We do jerseys. We got goggles now, packs, leading protective in the game. Check it out, man. crbnpaintball.com.
So that's going to do it. Prelims all in the books here. 2023 ICPL Windy City Classic. I'm Matty Marshall here on Go Sports. Make sure to head on over to gosports.com. We're going to kick it off bright and early tomorrow morning as these top 9 teams moving on. Also, we'll see the amateur division throwing down as well, too. Congratulations, Walker, as you're going to be playing tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you here on center court. All right, boys and girls, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. See you then.
This is Surge. It's packed with all of the latest tech from Gel Blaster, like a built-in lithium-ion battery and ultra-fast USB-C charging, unlocking hours of gameplay. Surge holds over 800 gellets. Activate full auto mode to rapidly blast gellets more than 100 feet. No cleanup required whatsoever. Surge gives you the ultimate blaster experience, period. Join in the fun by getting your Surge today. Portal has arrived. This smart target system from Gel Blaster brings a universe of gaming to your blasting experience, unlocking new ways to play, compete, and connect. The included app is loaded with games, transforming any space into your personal blaster arena. Warm up with single-player modes to dial in your accuracy. When you're ready to compete, go head-to-head against other players with one of the many included games, bringing competition and scoring to your blasting experience. Easily connect multiple Portal smart targets to create a mesh network, unleashing complex game modes that will leave your favorite consoles gathering dust. And with multiple mounting and power options, get creative by spreading out portals to make challenging battle zones. With endless combinations of target placement and epic game modes, show the world what you can do with Portal. Gel Blaster. Go play.
It is not often that a series can be determined by a singular moment in time, where, had it gone differently, would have likely changed the outcome of the entire match. But we saw such a moment at this year's NXL Mid-Atlantic Major and the finals match between San Antonio X Factor and Tampa Bay Damage. There were, of course, many other moments throughout this series that could have turned the tides for X Factor, but none were quite as impactful as the bounce shot onto Keith Brown in the overtime point. My name is Steven Von Peterson from SVP Paintball, and to help me break down this and many other impactful moments in this series, I'm joined by the coach of the New Orleans Hurricanes, Mike Bianca. What you're about to see is a snippet of our conversation discussing this series, but if you'd like to see the rest of the conversation, be sure to let us know down in the comments below. Enjoy. So then going into this overtime point, we can talk a little bit about the breakout here, but I'm really curious to get your input on this key moment in the series where I feel like everything fell apart ultimately for X Factor. But I mean, I don't know, what you call it, the shot of the century or something? Like the shot heard around the world.
I would call it the bounce of the century.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? A bounce here, a penalty there, a missed shot there, a ball break there. All of that, that's what makes paintball so difficult. It's so important to make sure these things happen. You can only control what you can control. But this is an excellent example of chess with guns. The reads and counters during the first few moments of this point are textbook, and both teams really show out. You could almost call the breakout for both teams here, right? 5 minutes to play with the average time per point at this point, I guess would be, 2.5 minutes, right? Because of the last point. So Damage has seen success with Chad on the D side. He's had a high survival rate. I don't know. A great success with Edwards backing him, right? We saw it in the last point. X Factor is going to gun for the snake. So you pull Keith short. I kind of like that call, right? You pull Keith short with Rainey to ensure their guns are in the match. X Factor had shown a propensity really to play short a little this match with excellent secondary planning. And you're seeing that here. I like this call by Ryan. Again, risk reward factor. They double the gun for Keith Snakeway with Colt in the pocket on a delay out into that spot bunker and get Billy into the snake corner. But even better is they get Danner up in that small lay down brick to double Parrish's gun to contain Chad.
Who gets plucked out on on a crazy shot, by the way.
There it is. Right? See, to me, now they've just removed a major chess piece. On that board. And they get Billy in the snake. You get Colt into position to support him. You keep Keith out of the snake. This is well executed. But again, good read from Damage, or rather the Edwards brothers here, as not only had one made the corner early to support Chad, but with Chad's elimination, the other gets out of home to plug the hole. And support the gun in there. So that stops the bleeding, that stops the hemorrhaging there. It was a good move, but eventually what happens? This is what I was saying in the previous point. Keith gets into the snake. So that's how you counter that. So Keith gets in the snake, but X Factor, they're aware of it now, but both Billy and Colt are in front of him, but his presence there, that's significant. So they have to contend with that. Where is he? What is he doing? What's eventually going to end up happening here is Colt's trade is textbook, but I think you're about to you're about to see what you were talking about.
Yeah, so I wanted to take a pause here because there is a lot of moving pieces. I wanted to focus in on the TJ Danner moment as well as this Parrish Keith moment. So TJ Danner gets an incredible shot onto Chad, plucks him out. As immediately as that happens, Edwards' brother fills to the corner and keeps filling and goes and goes. And you can actually see here when TJ shoots Chad, he pulls his gun short. I don't know if it's because he got flinched, but he pulls his gun short, likely communicates with Parrish, hey, Jacob or Jason is going to go. He's probably wanting him to shoot down the wire. But good thing for Parrish, he does stay on the cross. He stays disciplined on the cross. It allows the Edwards brother to get up here to that Dorito 2, we'll call it. I'm not sure. But this shot, this shot from LJ Parrish, he is doing his job. He's doing exactly what he needs to. He has all the presence in the world in the snake. Those guys are going to win him the point so long as they don't let Keith match. And it is so unfortunate that either Keith gets shot in the foot here or it is a bounce, like you said. Obviously, it's such a far shot from the camera that you can't see, and there doesn't appear to be any hits. But that shot, I mean, obviously LJ is saying, hey, he's hit, check him. But that shot and not killing Keith there, had they killed Keith, it'd have been a 5-on-3. There's no doubt in my mind that X Factor would have won that point right then and there. But him not being eliminated from that shot, ultimately it led them to drag out the point because now Keith's presence is there. Like you said, Colt has to run down Keith to then free open the snake, which he does eventually. The point draws out for quite a while, but Colt puts together that Keith is close by, so he's starting to read and react, figure out what's going on. Ultimately runs him down, and even still, you know, that mistake or whatever you want to call that bounce shot that saved Keith's life almost gets neutralized in a way through this run through, right? So that Colt runs down Keith, neutralizes the threat in the snake. They now have Billy in the snake to still do what Colt was doing, and yet somehow they aren't able to close out the point. What, in your mind, what happened here? How come X Factor wasn't able to win off of this?
Well, I think what you're seeing is you're going to see the Edwards brother, and he's just going to be dumping. I mean, he's living behind the gun. I think is there a can here?
There is a can, yeah. So right now there's a Dorito corner shooting cross. There's a can shooting on the Doritos, and I'm not sure where the other body is right now.
Right. The can is Rainey. I'm almost positive. Rainey does not have to engage.
Yeah.
Right. Rainey does not have to engage. He can sit there and do his job and never. But because he's not engaging, Billy has to be at least cognizant of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has to respect the fact that there's an asset right in front of him, and they're just going to just keep throwing paint all in that. Like I said, it's you can play tight and just keep shooting the bounces. Doesn't matter if I'm not giving you the shot, and in order for you to get the shot, you have to come into a bounce. You have to come into a zone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's the thing. You can get stalled out here, and that's what happens. They get stalled out because I believe, you know, Parrish has to stay on that cross. He has to stay on that cross. And this is just my basic analysis. You don't have both Edwards over there in the positions they are. All you got to do is get one of them, and it's over. But now, Parrish doesn't want to go aggressive D side. Where's Keith? Plus, you got Rainey on the cross. So it's the unknown, and that's what made the snake so powerful at this event, right? So I've got to keep eyes on, because just like the snake, the unknown, you could turn the field very quickly on the D side. If I can make it to that Dorito 3, Snake doesn't have anything on me.
Yeah,
so,
I was just going to say, it almost felt like the moment that they kill Keith there, it feels like it should have launched Parrish to go heads up, because like you see, the snake side's completely halted, and Bernaccia ends up, I think, trying to do too much. He tries to do a lot of heavy lifting here and gets a little overzealous, and then unfortunately, I mean, congrats to I don't know if it's, again, Jacob or Jason, I'll figure out here towards the end of it, but like this crossfield shot over the top of the brick is the game staller, the ultimate thing that absolutely halts their entire progression. Now, certainly they were stalled here beforehand, but this, in my mind, this death from Billy is what makes this point a tie game, going into the one-on-ones, because that death right there, now Ninos can't do anything. Like he just doesn't have enough leverage in the snake anymore. He can't pluck out the Dorito corner. He's not going to kill Rainey in a heads-up fight, because Rainey doesn't need to challenge him. But if Billy could have stayed alive here and LJ go and play heads-up, if, like you said, if they were able to get even one of the Edwards brothers out of the Dorito side, I think X Factor wins this point. Again, even after all the bounce shots, even after all that we had talked about, the neutralizing the threat from Keith, it was just so crazy to see this point stalled out from just these micro, like just the smallest details. I feel like when I watch these games and I don't do this type of analysis, it's easy to say, oh, well, they got into the snake and the other team didn't. But as we've seen time and time again in this series, and as I've said time and time again, even getting into the snake 50 does not guarantee that you win the point. point, you still have to be able to pluck out those bodies that are shooting that cross shot, or be able to apply pressure to pull somebody out of the back center or something, something like that. So
you have to respect the gun. You have to respect the guns of Damage, just like Damage is respecting the gun of X Factor. I think, like you said, when Jason cleverly retreated back to home, he almost picks off Ninos right there. So he retreats back, and he almost catches Ninos. It's very close. Had that happened, Damage wins in overtime. And to your point, if Keith gets shot earlier, X Factor wins in overtime. In our opinions, right? I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda. We don't know.
Yeah.
But long story short, I mean, you're right. This is a game of not inches. This is a game of centimeters. And that's what you're seeing play out here, right? You're seeing a game of centimeters, and I do feel like either one of these teams could have won it in the last 20 seconds if one of those two different things had happened. But
yeah,
we end up going to one-on-ones, and of course we all know how that ended up.
Yeah, going into one-on-ones and everyone's favorite spectacle in this beautiful sport of paintball. So, okay, now you've you've qualified plenty enough for people to know we weren't in their position. It's hard to know, what information you have at the time. But if you are X Factor, do you send out Tom Guest? Because Tom Guest is an excellent player. There's a lot of excellent players on X Factor, and there's a tendency that Tom Guest tried to leverage a lot that I think is what led to his downfall. But again, if you're X Factor, do you send out Tom Guest, or why do you think they did that?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I'm going to preface it again.
This is just to pause you for a second. This is a massive caveat to say these are some of the best teams on the planet right now. So all due respect to every player on that team. It is not to say that Tom Guest is not up to the task. Yeah. It's just from a coach's strategic perspective. What do you think on that?
I almost felt like they know Guest has a high survivability rate. Or something would be my guess, and they want to get. It was Jacob, right? Jacob Edwards. They know they're going to send him out.
Yeah,
and they're thinking, okay, let's put the high survivability guy out there and get Jacob take him out of the equation, right? Get him out of the equation, and then we're going to throw either a meter out there or a Colt or something, right? Like that, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think of. I don't know. I don't know. If you are wearing an X Factor jersey, you're a good paintball player.
Yeah,
you're one of the best paintball players in professional paintball. There's only approximately 200 people in professional paintball.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yep.
So and basically we're looking at 20 of them roughly, 16 to 20 of them approximately here with X Factor and Damage. Edwards is going out there. Guy's a monster.
Yeah, he did it once before for them, so he has all the confidence in the world to do this. And my speculation, which again, based on very little information, and with no knowledge of how Tom Guest is in 1v1s at practice or in any other situations, this field felt like you had said, very whack-a-mole-ish. There's a lot of over-the-top shots you can get, and one thing that you see Tom do from the very beginning of this one-on-one is that he tries to play the over-the-top all the time, and it's really hard. It feels very oppressive as a short guy myself playing against tall players who can play over those Aztecs or over those bricks and just lob paint down onto you. It can feel very difficult to get pressure back, but you'll notice that Tom relies on that throughout this entire 1v1, which he eventually dies from an over-the-top shot. And so it's interesting to see that, whether or not Tom is the best 1v1 player on X Factor, again, they're all incredible players. And certainly Jacob is an astounding 1v1 player. But you can see right here, Tom Guest comes up over the top because that's really the only angle he has. He can't really go to the right unless Jacob wraps on the outside of that Dorito. But he comes up over the top, he sprays on the inside, and still prefers that over-the-top shot, but then ultimately gets picked off from that angle that he had shot at originally. So to me, it all came down to tendencies. If I'm Jacob and I see Tom Guest coming out on the field, I know Tom's going to play tall over the bunker because he's a tall guy. To me, that's probably what he's going to do to beat me. But I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are on player tendencies in this 1v1.
Here's the thing. I don't have a lot of data on Tom Guest. I don't have a lot of data on X Factor per se. And if I did, I'm not going to say it out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, on that point, I think you're right. I think you make an excellent point. I think, hey, Tom Guest is going to utilize his strength. It's whack-a-mole. He wants to keep visual acuity on one of the best gunfighters in the game. I want to know where he's at. The only problem that, in my opinion, is that Edwards is one of those guys. came from this past weekend, the Hormesis 1v1. So I was talking to Ollie about this. I was talking to Billy Trucker, a lot of these guys about this format. And now it's completely different. It's an 80-foot field. There's no arch. I mean, it's laser beams out there at 80 feet, right? But in this instance, you had two types of fighters. You had the guys who wanted the visual acuity, wanted to be over the top, and they wanted to step on your head. And then you had those guys that were crafty, who knew how to play low, who knew how to do level changes, and would get that snap and knew where to put that ball over the top. You can't tell me that Edwards hasn't fought tall gunfighters before. And I think he comes out there, he unloads. He doesn't stop rolling his gun much, if at all. Neither one of them really do. But he shows the aggression. He gets into a good spot. Tom seems to be comfortable in the Aztec, like you said, and I think it's just a matter of when Jacob's going to shoot him over the top.
Yeah, and certainly it was an incredible 1v1 to watch. I know everybody was excited that it came down to that. Obviously, big congratulations to Tampa Bay Damage for pulling out that win again, based on a 1v1. Unbelievable. And good job to X Factor for taking second place. It was nice to see. I love Dynasty, but it was really fun to see two different teams in the finals this time around. I'll be really curious to see what teams make it to the finals this next event. Mike, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute blast. We've got a lot of good stuff to cover here in the future events, so I appreciate having you on. I'm sure I will have you on more in the future, as you're one of the, I think, regarded as a very analytical coach within the space, so everybody appreciates your approach to the game and your insight. Be sure, if you guys aren't aware, to go check out Zen Paintball, his blog. It's awesome. If you ever have any questions about, hey, why did you guys do this or that, that's the source. That's the primary source of information you go to figure that out. But again, Mike, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we'll